Yes, hello, how are you? And good afternoon. Uh, I want to welcome you to our show tonight, and I hope you are doing well. Yeah, I just want to welcome you because uh, we need to do a lot today because there is really a lot which is happening. Yeah, especially leo kulikuwa na today there was the Jubilee meeting which has brought a lot of information. So that is something which I would want us to analyze, especially your story at Jubilee. And we ask ourselves, what does Jubilee, especially your statement ya Uhuru is very critical. So karibuni sana. Sasa nimeona after Ruto amejikuta kwa ile ngori ya njana, ati they are now pretending ati, you know, wana pretend aje ati to change security world, then ati Ruto is the only person ambaye ameweza kupata security breach. Hakuna mtu mwingine ameipata security breach. So what does that mean? Yeah, so those are a number of things which tunajaribu kujiuliza hata sisi, although we don't want to go into the destruction of that. You know, sometimes they might want to distract us, but the key thing ni history ya kina Uhuru, because I think Uhuru ameleta, na then pia kuna reshuffle kwa DCP. By the way, DCP ni kama Kiprino anasema it was fake. Then mumesikia pia story ya DCP wamebadilisha their management. That is something we need to see. So the Gitungati guy has been elevated, while others have been given other restructuring. So that is something I would want us to evaluate as well. Maybe let me begin with Uhuru Kenyatta. So sijui kama Uhuru Kenyatta, because that one is key. Wacha tuweke Uhuru because it might give us some meat. Yeah, DCP. Okay. Kiprino anasema DCP has 4 million votes. So does it mean that those 4 million votes will want to go to the ballot alone, or they want to become subsidiary to somebody else? That is something we should analyze. So, but in the meantime, wacha tusikilize Uhuru kidogo because he is the main guy today.
Asante. Kiabu Murega rege. Tugeithanie cia mwathani uria tugeithanagia. Asante sana. Nidashokia.
So first of all, nataka to analyze hiyo jubilation immediately tu jamaa ameingia kwa podium, watu waliruka. I think people got that oomph of a president. So I think kuna vile like every time Uhuru akisimama kwa podium, he makes people to connect with a real presidency. Wale watu wanasupport Ruto wanasemanga saa zingine ndio tunamdharau, lakini kuna vile Uhuru akisimama kwa podium, people feel that presidency coming. Go ahead.
Gatho nidashokia gatho nituikare ithe. Thank you. Wenzangu hamjambo tena. Asanteni sana. Ningependa kwanza kutoa shukrani nyingi kwa kila mmoja wenu ambaye ametoka sehemu mbalimbali za kaunti hii yetu ya Kiambu kuja tuwe pamoja hapa siku ya leo, na nikisema hivyo nasema hivyo nikijua ya kwamba hata wiki iliyopita tulikuwa tulikuwa na shughuli ingine ambayo kwa sababu ya vile mambo yalikuwa hatukuweza kufika, lakini mkakubali ya kwamba tutakutana na mtarudi tena, na ndio tuwe nafasi. Newega muno Kiambu, asanteni sana wenzangu wa Kiambu, nashukuru sana. Niseme ya kwamba mimi siku ya leo yangu haikuwa mengi. Yangu yalikuwa kuja hapa kuungana pamoja nanyi tukiwa tunajadiliana chama chetu cha Jubilee, pahali tuko na pahali ambapo tuwaelekea. Vile mjuavyo, tumekuwa na matatizo mbalimbali kwa chama chetu, na sio matatizo ambaye imekuwa yetu, ni matatizo ya kuletewa.
Play War Thunder now. Join millions of players across the globe in massive battles on tanks.
Mwajua ya kwamba kutoka nipatiane uskani wa nchi na nikapatiana kwa njia ya heshima na ya utulivu na ya amani. Kazi yangu kutoka hapo ilikuwa nianze mpango wa kupatia chama chetu cha Jubilee viongozi wapya wa kuipeleka mbele, na tukaanza hiyo shughuli, na tukianza kwa njia ya utaratibu ule ambao ulikuwa unatakikana kisheria, kikatiba ya taifa na kikatiba ya chama chetu. Lakini wengine wakaona hapana, hii ni nafasi yao ya kuchafua chama chetu, wakatufungia, wakatupeleka makotini. Kwa muda wa miaka mitatu tumekuwa tunang'ang'ana juu ya kitu ambacho hakuna, kwa sababu sisi tulikuwa tunasema wananchi, wanachama wapatiwe nafasi wajichagulie viongozi ambao wanataka. Sasa leo mimi bado niko katika hiyo harakati ya kuhandover, na wengine wanasema ati naingilia siasa. Kama wangeniwachilia ule wakati wa mbele, hii kazi na shughuli ningekuwa nimemaliza zamani, na hiyo ndio ilikuwa upendo wangu. Lakini nimeamua tutaendelea mpaka tutimize hiyo shughuli kulingana na mapenzi ya wanachama wetu na kulingana na sheria na mwongozo wa katiba yetu, tukiwa tumefuata sheria ambazo zimewekwa katika katiba letu na katika sheria za nchi yetu tukufu ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo safari tumeianza. Tumeona sasa ya kwamba yale mabadiliko ambayo tuliweka badala ya kubadilisha katiba yetu kidogo, sasa yamekubalika, na Dr. Matiang'i amekuwa confirmed kama naibu wa kiongozi wa chama chetu. wanamwita Ole Kenta, na amepewa nafasi ya kuwa katibu mkuu na wale wengine. Na sasa mwelekeo wetu ni tuanze kule mashinani, mambo ya mobilization na kuandikisha watu na wananchi, tuandikisha wananchi ndio tuwe na uchaguzi wa chama wa mashinani mpaka tufike juu na tupate viongozi ambao watapeleka chama chetu na nchi yetu ya Kenya mbele, tukijua ya kwamba mbele itakuwa sawa kwa sababu ya waamuzi wa wananchi wenyewe na sio waamuzi wa watu wachache. Na hiyo ndio safari tumeanza, na ndipo tuko hapa leo nikio tuwe guku umuthi neguo na tuwe guku tondu togete kimwe itene nyingi iria turenda takiama kuruirira, si ndio? Na nimefurahi kuona wengi ambao wamefika, ambao wako tayari kugombania nyadhifa mbalimbali za uongozi kutoka mashinani mpaka juu. Hiyo ni haki yenu na sisi tuko nyuma yenu. Yangu ni kuhakikishia nyinyi ya kwamba kama mimi niko kazi ambaye nimebaki naye kwa chama, ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba uchaguzi ambao utafanyika ndani ya chama chetu utakuwa uchaguzi wa haki bila mapendeleo. Wananchi wenyewe waamulie viongozi ambao watataka. Kwa hivyo mimi nakuambia, kama kuna yule ambaye anafikiria utachaguliwa kwa sababu wewe ni rafiki ya mtu fulani, niene warata wa Uhuru ni shoka kwe mwananchi ucio ni ugakuhe kura, no rio kaheo kura ni mwananchi ucio niwe murata wakwa kuringana na siasa. Urata uyu ungi ni wa kando wa utongoria ni uria koimana na uria andu a mashinani mageka atia makoiga neguo. Hiyo ndio njia ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba tumepata haki na tumepata viongozi ambao wamechaguliwa na wananchi, lakini sio viongozi wa kuwekelea. Si ni namna hiyo wenzangu? Na mimi nataka niseme hivi, nikiwa kiongozi wa hii chama, kama kuna kitu mimi nafurahia ya kwamba chama chetu sio chama ya sehemu fulani. Chama chetu ni chama cha kitaifa. We are a national party. Na yale ambao tunazingatia masilahi ya wananchi kutoka kila kona la taifa letu la Kenya. Sisi sio chama ya kubagua, sio chama ya mapendeleo. Sisi ni chama cha kitaifa. Na nikiwa nimesema na naangalia ndugu yangu Matiang'i hapa, sisemi ati kwa sababu yeye ni Mkikuyu. Nasema ukitaka kuwa kiongozi wa chama cha Jubilee, uongoze kwa kuunganisha na kufanyia wananchi wa kazi kila pahali popote wametoka. Moro dagadhure, you go everywhere in this country na usimamie haki zao. Na nafurahi tukiwa na Secretary General wetu hapa, mtu ambaye nimejua miaka mingi, tumetoka naye kutoka wakati tulikuwa TNA, na kwa siasa zake kule Narok habagui Masai, habagui Wakikuyu, habagui Wakalenjin, habagui Wakuria. Yeye anahudumia wote wakiwa sawa kama wananchi ambao wanaishi na yeye ni kiongozi wao.
It's illegal to drive without car insurance in almost every US state, but there's one thing you could try pretty much any time if you want to save money. So I found this website, and look at the difference. $159 a month. I thought this was the best price.
Na hiyo ndio
Yeah, Kipril, I think we can continue with that story slowly because it's our main storyline today. Na naona watu wanaanzia kuingia studio polepole, akina Budi ndio wale. So do you think through Uhuru's speech, people were able to feel a statement for a long time? Because I don't think people have been feeling that. What is your take? Maybe on an aerial view, just to kuguziria to you as we keep on focusing on this speech. Go ahead.
I don't care about that. I care about the fact that Jubilee has been ignited, and I care the fact that why Oscar Sudi, Murkomen, and all these people are fearing this. They are fearing the Uhuru effect. Let's not forget that before Ruto put his dirty hands in the Jubilee party, Jubilee's direction was to move across the whole country. He's touched on the issues he had had before this drive should start. You see, you've got to listen between the lines. You keep your statement, and this is just theatrics for you to get excited. I want you to actually read what he's trying to say. He's saying that this drive of popularizing the party was stopped by the likes of Sabina Joy, and what's the name of the other guy? Kanini Kega. Those guys ruined the trajectory of Jubilee. He stated that things had to go to court, and now it looks like the problems of Jubilee have ended. Not completely, but they can start doing work. I think they wanted to do this last week, but because of the fuel strikes, the fake fuel strikes where the Matatu guys just walifanya ujinga. But what I'm just trying to say, the fear is Jubilee has the money. DCP has the money. When these two parties, I'm actually going to focus on them for now, then I'll touch on PLP. You'll understand where I'm going right now. Watu wataenda kumwago kila mahali. First of all, let's just say the stronghold of akianani baba usitichape Alex, hii lazima niseme. Stronghold of Jubilee right now is South Nyanza, the Kisii region, Kisii, Nyamira, that's their stronghold. Hapo ni Jubilee area. Looking at other regions, that these guys are not stupid. I think they're going to be a force that will start attacking areas like Msimamo area, Northeastern, most of the rest of what this idiot was calling tyranny of small numbers. So they're going to be attacked. UDA is going to be attacked. There are going to be rallies. So I think there's going to be heavy funding for rallies of the Jubilee Party. When you see Raila Uhuru coming now, they are now creating the structures of the party, which will give a lot of headache. Well, this other man, akingangana na mlima kabisa, lock mlima, completely lock mlima. You can see that is why the UDA started attacking the Kikuyu community. That is just a sign that they've given up. There is no way UDA can beat either DCP, Jubilee, or PLP anywhere in Central. That is impossible. So to add on top of that, let's look at what it's still within the same thing. I'm just talking about the headache that these idiots are getting into. Senator Uhuru Odinga is going for his Senate seat. They have stated that hakuna kitu kama Linda ground because of the, what do you call it, that poll iliyoaibisha. Linda ground was at 24%. But the reason for that is a special thing that Orengo said that is not going to, not Orengo, that Uhuru said. He says that there is not going to be any zoning with PLP, meaning that even outside the ODM party, it looks like Orengo alikuwa ameanza kuongea na Mamat kusema karibu, come to Siaya. Come to Siaya. We're not locking this place to ODM only. I think with that statement, it looks like this Linda Mwananchi people actually talking to us. Do you see that? So it just means that the movements of all these parties coming together, Jubilee going to create a register of their own and make sure that they register their people. DCP is going to do the same. We are going to do the same. I think Mr. Mama is involved in that, where we actually count the number of people that we have in the party. Is a very big headache for Raila. So for me, from the beginning, that is what I think with the Uhuru return. The Uhuru return is not ati kukuja hapa kufanya nini. Hii ni kusema sasa, here the instruments, guys, do your job. That is it. I think tuache hiyo mambo zingine ya kusema oh he looks more presidential or whatever. Let's look at
that one is well merited. I just lost my internet, so kama unaweza tutafutia video ya Uhuru tuwekee hapo nitashukuru, because I have no capacity to play because I just lost my internet in the computer. So away from that, I wanted you also to react like when we are talking about Uhuru, why I still want to advance the issue of statesmanship as well is important, because you can feel the demeanor, the approach of when the approach of talking to Mwananchi. I think those are some of the qualities which Ruto doesn't seem to have. Ruto doesn't seem to understand when to understand issues when they are so dangerous to Mwananchi. He doesn't seem to understand anything. And I think even though we want to say like it's a small thing, but I feel that concept of seeing a father of the nation is as very important.
Okay, he looked very presidential. He looked very nice. He looked great talking today. What else?
And that one sounds a lot. That one sounds a lot when it comes to presentation. Then so that now as we go to the matter, then you can hear the way like even he is referring to the leaders. Today Matiang'i has become our deputy party leader. Today what like you can hear even
what substance does that have with concrete stuff? All I want to hear ni, as Roba is saying, nataka nyama. I don't want him to throw me bones. You understand? Good speech. He looks presidential. He's presented himself well. I'm very happy. We missed that. But for me, I want to understand, what do you take from that?
Yeah, if there is order, things fall in place. Order is the beginning of success. Just be orderly. So the fact that you can see people aligning, strategizing, having things they are doing, that is the beginning of strategy. So for me, I appreciate order. Why do you think Ruto is in chaos right now? It is because he is disorderly. So being orderly is success by itself. Just being orderly. You are orderly, you know, this is what we need to do as a party. This is our focus. This is how we are going to align with other political parties. That order is what has made Ruto to destroy our nation. Go ahead.
Okay, order. Good speech, good organization. Hapo nampatia 100%. He's done very well. I think he excited people. I think he made people like you happy. Lakini like my big brother Roba says, wapi nyama.
I don't want to be happy. I'm already happy. I don't think I need to be made happy. I'm already happy, by the way. So stop doing that. I'm not being made happy.
Okay, so what did you analyze? I want you to tell me about the nyama in it.
Strategy. For me, I see strategy. strategy and cohesion and somebody who is offering a path to something. Those are the things which I'm seeing. I can see you see even before you start knitting a kiondo, kuna zile vitu unaonanga, then finally unaona hiyo kiondo imetokezea. I can see somebody with a very robust plan, maybe unless if my vision is not your vision.
Okay, let's see what Alex says. Najua anapendanga kuchoma vizuri. Uhuru is just gaslighting nothing. Just good in speeches but poor in strategic, especially dark psychology. Yeah. Uhuru confirms that previously Jubilee was a community Kikuyu party, but now they've divorced the business through political tribe mongering. What do you have to say about that? Are you still there?
Yes, Nico.
Jibu Alex hapo.
So wacha tusome hiyo story yake. Uhuru confirms that previously Jubilee was a community Kikuyu party, but now they have diversified the business through political tribe mortgaging. Right. That's why we need to listen to the whole of the speech and be able to gauge out that, because this one is based on what Alex was able to hear. But do you want to tell me that whatever Uhuru is doing, is it not helpful to the opposition, or is it doing distraction?
It is helpful. It is helpful.
And
but
we
also
need it.
have to be
We
need it. But
whatever
we also have to be cautious as to what happened before when we were in Azimio. We saw his behaviors. He was a bit lazy. So unless Matiang'i is actually getting full reign of the strategic movements of the party, making sure that he's given full reins to make decisions, Uhuru is a spoiled child. I am happy. Let me just tell you, I'm happy that Jubilee, Momemka, I hope that actions will speak louder. I hope to see them go around the country. I hope to see Jubilee do what DCP is doing, but in the whole country. That is my hope. Okay? So that is actually Akunjunikona hope. Because to get rid of UDA, right now, you've seen what UDA has been doing in coastal region. They're there every day. Why aren't we there? Why aren't we targeting those regions? Because that is the place I was expecting. Robert, it's not me. Read your brother's comment, Ukoju. Robert, it's not me. Alex who says that. Let me repeat what Alex said. Alex said, Uhuru confirms previously Jubilee was a community Kikuyu party, but now they have diversified the business through political tribe mortgaging. Not me. I stated that before Ruto started destroying Jubilee, that is correct. Yeah, that one nime confirm. That one, Alex, that is, I believe so. I believe that Jubilee stronghold is the Gusii area. That is the stronghold. You can.
So do you want to say there are no pellets of Murima which might want Jubilee as per now? There are no pellets.
I think they should. They are pellets, but I think. Can I explain where they should focus? They should focus elsewhere.
Okay, go ahead.
They should focus in Turkana, Wajir, Mandera. They should focus in Mwage Peso. That is the place where Ruto is planning to go. I did state this several times ago. DCP imeingia Bulema kabisa na umeuma nga. Wameuma. I think that they should move outside Mlima area. That is my assumption. Because for me, I believe that was the vision of Uhuru when he was doing that BBI thing. He wanted it to be national, but ule mtu mwingine alikuwa analeta shida, akatuma watu wengine wakachukua hiyo kitu. So for me, I still stand with the fact that they should stop. I hate this fact that all these parties are focused on Mulema. At PLP, we've been campaigning everywhere, Roma. We've been campaigning, we've been trying. Hata unasikia mpaka Orengo alitupatia space huko juu. Kasema tunaweza kuja huko Nyanza. We start campaigning. We also did some campaigns in Kisii, by the way. So we don't have money to show our what we are doing. I have the speech uploaded, but I want to see DCP kidogo. This thing shocked me. We'll come back to Uhuru. Second video.
Okay, so kwanza unataka tucheze Gachagua. Gachagua amerudi Kenya? Maybe just to
He's back, my friend. What are we talking about? He talked about Ruto security. What are you talking about? I thought you'd follow
John Medhu, the Secretary General, designate his first assignment that he, together with the Honorable Ajiko Mohia, the MP for Kipipiri, and other leaders, to take charge of the by-elections in Kalau and deliver a decisive victory to the DCP party on the elections scheduled for 16th of July. The party has also reviewed the progress and growth of our party, and NEC is very happy that thousands of aspirants have shown interest and registered with the party with the intention of flying the party's flag in the next general election. And we want to assure our aspirants who have indicated interest that the party will hold free and fair nominations as it happened during the nominations for the Kalau by-election. We have so far received 34 aspirants who have expressed interest to run for gubernatorial seats on DCP ticket across the country. We have also received 98 aspirants to run for various senatorial seats across the country. We have also registered 764 aspirants for members of the National Assembly, including women reps. We have received 11,564 aspirants for the various positions of members of County Assembly across the county. Our membership, we have so far registered 4,576,345 persons who have registered internally as members of the party, because we are having a big challenge with the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. The system is refusing to remove people from UDA to DCP, and we think it's deliberate. We want to tell UDA, you can keep the names on the ORPP register, but you cannot keep their hearts there, they are in DCP. So what we have done, we have our own internal register, and so far we have 4 million 576 345 and we have told the Secretary General designate the target is 10 million members before we go. And there are so many lapses surrounding his security. Probably I would endanger his security which is against national interest.
Njeru, nakana hiyo video imekwama.
Yeah, imekwama. I don't know what is the issue, but you can react to that. Why is this guy talking about that guy's security?
Why are you skipping the most important part, man? Gachagua has claimed 4.5 billion voters have registered. How many votes did Raila have?
Oh, they say one.
Huh?
They say 1.2 million in Murima.
No. How many votes did Raila have all total?
I think Raila had like
Unafikiria tu milima peke yake wewe. Chako ni mzuri.
6.9. 6.9. No, 6.9.
6.9. So if you think, if DCP has 6.9, 4.5, and then we have Jubilee's influence in the Kisii region, then we have the Linda Mwananchi, and then we've got Kalonzo. I don't think Ruto will survive.
Yeah.
Yani we unaangalia speech, mimi naangalia facts. Kichako ni ngumu. Ukicheza Uhuru tuangalie. Let's analyze Uhuru.
No. Gachagua, I didn't
That is
understand
your
why
leader.
he is talking about Ruto security. I don't think that's something which should even concern. I think he's trying to behave like a statesman, but forget about
it. He mentioned some stuff that.
Kutoka nipatiane uskani wa nchi na nikapatiana kwa njia ya heshima na ya utulivu na ya amani. Kazi yangu kutoka hapo ilikuwa nianze mpango wa kupatia chama chetu cha Jubilee viongozi wapya wa kuipeleka mbele na tuka.
Hi Valerie, hebu tuongee. Unajua huyu mtu yako na kimbianga. Let's talk. How you doing?
I'm good. Mnaendeleaje huku?
Tuko salama. I want you to analyze what Gachagua just said. That he has 4.5 million people registered in DCP, but the register amekataa kuwaweka. What is he trying to say? 4.5 million people registered in DCP.
Million people.
And yes, 4.5
delegates wa kule kwa grassroots ama
watu like mimi naweza kuwa member. I'm a member of PLP, registered as a member. I paid for it. In some cases, some parties don't even require you to pay. Njeri used to be a member. I don't know what party you are in before, but yeah, you registered to be a member of that party. Membership does not necessarily mean that it's the same as voting, right? So, in the office of registrar, they refuse to remove people from UDA and put them on DCP. So nimeenda kwa DCP, I'm registered as a DCP member, but they insist on UDA. Wamekataa. Though is going to have It says it's going to have a register officer. So it's ORPPP. Yeah. So I'll take a register. See,
IBC have
two different bodies.
Mm.
No, two different bodies.
Mm-hmm.
There are two bodies.
Wamekataa kutoa watu wakuwe members wenye walikuwa UDA wasiende DCP.
Yes. So there's a body called Office of Register of Political Parties, right? In that office,
Mm-hmm.
you register your party leader, members of NEC, everybody that is involved in the party. You also put your party constitution, party rules. So mpaka Sifuna alienda huko kwanza when they wanted to remove him as Secretary General, so that the whole country knows who you are. And these are the guys who confirm what amount you are to be paid as a party from the government. So also the other work of theirs is also to register your membership into parties. So it's completely different from IEBC. So all these people are members of this party. Then the system also talks to the IEBC system. So even polls can be done properly and things like that. It's public. So that is it. Yeah. So Gachagua is saying that people are registering for DCP, but this office is refusing to remove them from UDA and add them to DCP.
Will it have an effect when it comes to voting in 2027? If these people
yes, it does have an effect because yes, it does have an effect, yeah. Because if DCP, what they're afraid of, if DCP claims 4 million and those 4 million are registered they're officially registered in the registrar as DCP people, right? Obviously, it goes to show you that the government will have to explain where they got their votes. If the number of people who've registered in DCP in UD are less than the ones that voted, it doesn't make sense. That is why they've refused to remove those people from the registrar. They want to steal those voters.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to tell you that it's obvious these offices have already been bought.
They are Ruto's offices. But what Gachagua wants to do is register the people in their own registry. I am kind of hoping Jubilee and the rest of us are going to do the same. Because unaweza pata mtu ameregister with a party na tena ameregister kwa IEBC as a voter, anajipata mimi kwa sababu jina yangu naitwa keep something, mimi na yako huko Kericho ama huko mahali pengine, kumbe mimi nimeregister hapo Nairobi, and then I'm put there as UDA. I bet you that's what they want to do.
You know, Kip, for me, penye nimefika nasikia tu, my mind wants to blow out of my head. I don't know why we are really waiting for this 2022 election. Why shouldn't we just chase this person? Why shouldn't we just chase this person now?
So you guys said you're leaderless. You guys said you're leaderless.
Which guys?
See, your tribe, Gen Z.
Mimi Keep, I'm talking on behalf of us as a nation. Sahi si Gen Z pekee wamechoka. Wananchi wote, punda wote wamechoka, punda watoto, punda wazee. And that is why I just want to tell you, Keep, I don't know, we thought that Gen Zs had finished, but I have seen Generation Alpha have started. Have you seen the drama at Tenry School pale Embo wale Gen Alpha, what they're doing?
What are they doing?
I don't know if you've seen the film. You haven't seen? Acha nikutumie link hapa sahi, or anyone in the comment section who knows what Tenri school in Embu have done, those kids, Generation Alpha. And people have even said hiyo shule, hiyo Tenri school might end up being closed by Ruto. Let me just, you've never seen even people training on TikTok, they are saying Alan for presidency, or there's another small boy who is saying hello hello. Okay, let me send you. Let me just send you the link now. 1 minute. I can see Acacia amenisalimia. Hi Acacia. Been long. Alex pia namuona pale. Sasa acha nikutumia hiyo link sahi, keep 1 minute.
I'll have to question our boss hapa. Nataka kuongea juu ya Uhuru sana. I'm quite excited. I want a speech ya Uhuru. I'm quite excited too. Is it primary school? No, primary school. That's 4 days ago. Wacha nikuweke. Lakini tusisahau
Keep, usiweke hiyo yako. Wacha nikuwekee hii yangu ya Plug TV, ndo ilikuwa moto. Usiweke hiyo yako.
Sio hiyo nimepata hiyo. Nimepata hiyo Plug. Nimepata ya Plug. Kwani wewe unafikiria mimi ni nani? That's the first one that popped out, brother.
Yeah, watu wanasema hadi hii Tenri school itaenda kufungwa na Kasongo. Those kids are playing.
Wacha tufurahishe nani? Boss wetu. Unaweza nataka tu kuongea juu ya Uhuru. Uhuru talk like a president. Takuja kunikasirikia. Sijui kama na drive home. Copy. Katak download. As files are large.
Hello. Njiru. Not Njiru. Oh, sorry. I was talking to Njiru. Umeipata?
Yeah. Ndio hapo.
Kim, ngoja kwanza before I go and play it, Kipu. Kwa nyuma aje hujaona hiyo? How? I expected you could be the first person to tell me about what Tenri has done.
Exciting.
Anyway, yeah, let's go. Hata hujaona the thing alo ikitrend. Anyway, let me play it.
Right now, then you are missing the most honest election cycle in the history of the country. Now forget 2027 or even the dramas we normally see every day. The real action is happening in Tenri School in Embu, where the students have officially entered their campaign season. And apparently, they are doing it better than most of our politicians.
Kuna watu wanataka kunimaliza kisiasa, and they're within my circle. And this my so-called friends cannot tell me it's sijui Nevina, sijui Alan are vying for the school presidency. Ona, go and tell them, Sally is back. Company tapiga kwa ground.
Every school is looking for a president. And so far, we have two contenders. On one side, we have Alan, the strategist, who has already secured himself a chief campaigner who's running the campaigns like a well-oiled political machine.
Hello. This election is biased. This time round, we need a boy as the president. On that note, I present to you the new school president.
Okay. On the other side, we have Vina. She is confident, bold, and running on a manifesto that says, what a man can do, a woman can do better.
I've heard that the boys are plotting something against me. What this? I repeat, the school presidency belongs to Vina, okay? My books?
But here's where it gets even delicious. These students have recreated Kenyan politics in real time, complete with dramas, allegations, betrayals, and sugar-based economic stimulus.
Hello. Sally and Nevina are becoming a headache to us. Cheki, nyacho Sally and Nevina. Again, the election chair lady must resign. Sarina must go. And this time round, Mbako wa TikTok on a vote. Hello. Good morning, primary students. I'm here to request for your votes.
We want Nevina. Nevina imetosha. Nevina!
For instance, Alan is crying foul, accusing rivals Vina and Sally of bribing the election's chairperson.
Hello. This election has been sabotaged. Sally and Nevina are bribing the election chair lady. This will not be tolerated.
We have some information.
We are going to protect our president at any point. Hello. We have some crucial information. Ilipata Sally na Nevina wakipa election chair lady snakia 4 p.m. And we strongly condemn that.
Therefore, Sally and Nevina should table their manifesto.
And that's our stand.
And if that's not enough, he is also accusing Vina of sending goons to disrupt his meeting.
Hello. Ni sawa Nevina. Ulitutumia goons wakaribu meeting yetu. As we speak, Alan is with the schoolers. And as for now, we cannot tell his health condition.
Na tujini ndo shideni.
But nyinyi mke mkijua. Sisi ndo tuko ground. Mimi ndo niko ground.
Meanwhile, Vina is proving that she understands coalitions better than most of our politicians. She has already convinced Sally to join forces with her so that the two can defeat Alan at the ballot.
This is a message to Sally. It seems that the boys' team is getting stronger. Sally, how about we merge our teams and show these boys how this game is played?
Okay. Now, if that's not enough, the incumbent president has chosen a different strategy to win back the hearts of those who don't want him. He is now dishing out sweets to his fellow students, hoping that they would vote for him once again at the ballot.
Kuna watu wameanza kunionyesha madharau. Alan, Sally and Nevina. Go tell them that I'm going to vie for a second term. Kwa sababu ya hiyo, pangeni line nionyeshe nani proceed.
And just when we think the drama had ended, the lower primary decided to shock everybody. Now, the little ones have declared there will be no elections unless they are granted a deputy president slot. Failure to comply, they warn, will result in mass mobilization. They are threatening to rally the entire lower primary block and vote as a united force.
This goes to junior school. If you are giving us the school president, then that means the school deputy should come from primary. Failure to that, we shall vote for our own president. Primary school power! Power! We are equal to the task. We demand several ministries. But for now, we shall only mention 2. 1. Ministry of Sports.
2. Ministry of Enjoyment. True. Entertainment.
Failure to which, we will mobilize everybody against you.
I'm already in talk with the group here, Raima. These guys have numbers. Grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alafu kuna JS. 3 classes.
But perhaps the funniest part is that Kenyans, fully grown adults, are now choosing sides.
Halo. Mimi kama fundi ni Alan for president. Tendris Kulembu, Alan for president. Hiyo mbogi lazima iongoze shule vizuri. So Alan for president tena. Halo.
Tulisema Kenya ni home. Bado tukingoja election ya 2027. Kuna election nyingine inaenda kukua moto. Mwecheche. Pale Tendrisku Embu. Hii ni election nyingine nayo naingoja vibaya sana. Watuambie date. Wale wase wa halo. Team Alan. Mpaka mwisho. Halo. Sisi ni wa Team Alan. Alan for president. Kenya ni home.
Social media warriors have hilariously pledged to finance Alan's campaigns. Some have even offered to provide backup goons purely in solidarity, of course.
I have no idea when the elections are happening, but we are supporting Alan. These kids, man, come on. This is amazing. This is brilliant. Like, I don't care if it's scripted or if it's rehashed or it's a play or whatever, but this is amazing. This is brilliant. Like, for real, this is wow. And then the reason why we're supporting Alan, the Alan is doing something that the rest of them have not even figured out yet. When he is speaking, he's not the one starting. Like, we always have this voice that goes, hello, hello, that's amazing. And then the other one at the end, like, this is fun. He shows community.
Kip, have you seen that? Naona mwingine amesema hapa ni nonsense. Mweke kitu ina make sense.
That Alex. Unajua hataki Alex hataki watoto waingie politics, which is good. Umeingia too soon. That's just entertaining for me.
But hope you like it just shows a picture of what we have now around.
No, it's just showing. No, it just shows the immaturity of politics in Kenya. If the kids can actually see through the behaviors of these politicians, also knowing how the hell do the kids actually know the elections are actually rigged? These kids know. It is so obvious that, as you can see with the little skit, I think it's a skit that has exploded, that maybe the teachers allowed the children to have that small, I hope with the permissions of their parents, to have that, something for fun, to do that. But in actual sense, if you look at them, you can see that the children understand that the politics of Kenya are rotten. It means that they know there's no hope for this country. Sometimes you look at the adults. You see, the problem is us as the adults know these things are happening. But sometimes you kind of analyze it. And the most painful bit is once these people taste a bit of money, there's no foresight. The problem with Kenyans, there's no foresight. They don't look at the future. There's always schemes to get rich quickly, very fast. Kuna kiburi mingi kwa Kenya. And if you understand why even we are the most consumers of ChatGPT, social media in Kenya, is the fact that our minds have been corrupted to envy. You hear people like, what's the name of this guy? Kenyan Prince, Onyango Tate, Key. What is his name? This is the guy who sells vehicles. I don't know. Really chapwa. The name of the guy. No. There's a guy who last year for the Gen Zs, Ikitia Gen Zs, last year for 2023 for the demonstration. Kanaira, something like that. He sells vehicles and he's one of the first guys to tell Gen Zs to go back home. He claims he's a pilot. So I'm just saying, all these people, ukiwaona pamoja, whenever you speak to a Kenyan, they are always talking about a specific deal happening. And the most disgusting thing, that even last week when we were talking about the strikes, first thing I said, I don't even know, hata bila kufanya any analysis, the first thing we assumed was going to happen, watanunuliwa. Why is that the first thing that came in my mind? That they will be bought. And indeed, the next day they were bought. Yet, if you think about it, it was the most effective way we could have done that demonstration as a nation. Tungeka, the wananchi had no chance to go anywhere because transport had been stopped. This other fellow now nasikia ameanza kusema, oh, my life is in danger. Oh, I'm being threatened. Nataka serikali nisaidie. I'm telling you, once you took that 1.5 million, the guy without a tooth, what is his name?
The Kennedy Kaunda or who?
Yeah, Kaunda. He's now crying that people are threatening him. Yet the next day in JKL live, he was seen trying to hide a bottle. Like immediately alipata hiyo pesa, alienda tu kusherehe kukunywa hiyo pesa. Like, I'll tell you, I have a relative, about 15 to 18 years ago, when my grandfather passed away. Aliuza shamba yake at a throwaway price, ile tu kutupa tu yani ile excitement tu, oh mzee ameenda, acha ni. And all he did was, even with the brokers, alikuwa shika hii 100,000 kwa sababu ulinisaidia kuuza hii shamba, ulinipatia deal ya kuuza hii shamba. Like, now that relative ana hata kitu, ana hata pesa, ana kazi, but without that foresight 15 years ago, selling land without even thinking, is the same way I see Kenyans. Now this guy, in 2 or 3 weeks, hiyo pesa atakuwa amemaliza, because twice he's been caught on the streets in South B. Akikunywa tu. That's all he's been doing, just drinking too. Wala wengine walienda wakaitwa Mombasa. I think their flights were paid for. What are they doing now? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
And
one of them.
Continue before I talk about them.
One of them is like the senator of Mombasa, of Kisumu, that had to go with the government because he had cases of staggering. That's what Kashango says. That one had to betray us because it is understandable such criminals, would take advantage of this. But then the rest of them, I don't understand. Right now, people are walking to work. I'm sure you see, asubuhi unaonaga tu asubuhi ukiamka asubuhi at about 5 or 6 o'clock. People are not using public transportation. They are walking because they cannot afford it. Cannot tell me fare bado ni 300 shillings. Did it change from last week? No. And the strange thing is, Gulf is making money every day. These people are making money, yet the economy is not thriving. There are people who've quit work. Kuna watu wamerudi nyumbani, afadhali waende wakalime, wajitafutie chakula, rather than suffering. As for your situation about removing Ruto, we saw what happens.
Nimekutumia video. I was just telling you, like the way you're saying, people are walking in the morning going to work.
That is very important.
Hata jioni, like I saw with my eyes, like people wanatoka tao wanatembea in groups because now people can't afford paying the fares. Jumatatu hazijarudishwa bei. People can't pay. Mtu anapata penye alikuwa analipa 50, sasa analipishwa 120. So people just decide to walk. I think I've sent you a video that I took when I was in the, what is it called? Yeah, I was passing. People were walking from town in groups. Watu hawana pesa kipi ya kulipa matatu. So na pia matatu owners wameanza kucomplain ati watu hawaboard magari zao, both shuttles za kwenda Ushago na wa kupanda tu kupanda, because people can't afford. Mtu akiangalia the amount that he's only spending on fuel versus the amount of salary that is being given. I don't know kama mlikuwa mmeplay hiyo speech ya Uhuru akisema it is simple. Mtu anapata kitu kama 20k, analipa rent 12k, alafu I think
he actually he did the math wrong. I did the calculations myself. If you pay 300 shillings, we're talking about Kasarani prices. I'm not looking at any other place. I'm looking at Kasarani because that is where I'm calculating from. Because somebody stated that the fares jumped to 300 shillings. Sasa mimi nalipa 1,000 to travel per day. 600. Which means I'm paying 12,000 shillings just on transport.
Yeah.
12,000, alafu weke rent. In Kasarani area, you cannot get anything cheaper than 10,000. And let's say you're a family, that's what I'm saying, as a family, man. So you have, even if you make 30,000, huh? Even if you make okay, let's go with Acacia's number, yeah. Let's go with Acacia's number of 200. 200 shillings. That is one way, yeah. So it's 400 shillings. 400 shillings per day. You work 20 days. 20 days. That is 8,000. Okay? 8,000. How much is rent? Okay, let's look at it from a bed sitter point of view.
Yeah, let's say 12,000.
12,000 plus 8,000. You inakuja ngapi? 20,000.
Ujabai food.
That is just for a single person, eh? Whether this man is single or this lady is single. That is 20,000.
20,000.
Food minimum, yani ile tu, let's say you need to survive. I'm not going to go epic, huh? Mboga, let's say you are going on a complete low budget, 300 shillings for the whole day, yeah? 300 shillings for dinner, for food,
30.
times 30.
That is 6K.
That is, no, 9,000 shillings on food. Steamer.
Or 300 per day, yeah. So tushafika 29,000.
9,000. Steamer, you're not paying less than 1,000 or 2,000.
Yeah. Let's say 2K.
2K. Yeah.
That is 31,000.
This is a single person.
Yeah.
This is a single person. Unless you go for the bed sitters that so now you have to reduce your life. Tulisema bed sitter ilikuwa ngapi?
Ilikuwa 12K.
The areas of 12K, the places of desire. So you'll have to look for a bed sitter that is 5,000. But you cannot get a bed sitter of 5,000.
Where?
Yes.
Where?
And na ukipata ila, if you think about it, if you get,
I can see Msimamo is here, keep. Sijui kama alikuwa
I have to pick up a call, eh? I have to pick up a call.
Okay, no worries.
Sawa.
Hi, Msimamo.
Yes, really.
Oh, how are you, Msimamo? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, nakusikia na wewe unanipata?
Nakupata.
Watu tunapatana
sana.
Karibu ugali hapa na kunde, si kama unazijua kunde zile.
Sizijui.
Maharage na mbaazi unazijua. Napojo. Lakini kunde peas. Niko hapa mezani na Omega tu, mtoto wa kiume taratibu. Na ninamkaribisha ndugu yangu Ambavuni hapa, si akasema nina choyo kipi. Haja Omega na kunde fresh. Otherwise unaniambiaje vile? maana leo ni mengi, ni pita macho. Sasa si utaanzia wapi? Na kusikiza wewe mwenzangu, naanzia wapi?
Mimi hata nimekuja katikati, sijui Kip na Njiru walikuwa wanaongelea nini, but I think they are talking about Uhuru's speech, which I've seen. Alikuwa anaongea akisema ukabila is not the biggest trouble now here in Kenya. Akiambia Ruto and his government that the problem is one, the cost of living. The cost of living has gone high, and therefore mimi ndio nilikuwa nimeingia tu, so sijajadili hayo ya Uhuru, lakini tumekuwa tunaangalia na keep how fuel prices have affected people. We were just trying to do the maths. Yeah, we were just trying to do the maths, and it's not good for the people of Kenya. Watu sasa wamefika point wanatembea kutoka tao hadi hadi home wakitoka job, ama wanatembea from their job destination to home because watu wengi transport imepanda. And I can tell you msimamo, literally Kenyans are walking. I took a video, I think I'll upload here in a few, so that you see how things are going on while leaders are busy here. Ukiona Ruto huko coast, niliona kuna was it Taita Taveta University akisema anawapea sijui how many million, and it's not the only place yenye anatembea akigawia watu pesa ovyo ovyo. Kazi ya president sasa imekuwa ni kugawa pesa, but if you look at how Kenyans are living, it's not pretty. So maybe msimamo, you can comment on the same, sijui kama uliona speech ya Uhuru before we continue.
Asante. Mimi nimeona Uhuru, mkapitapita kwa upande wa Gachagua na Metu, nikatazama pwani na sauti zake, nimejenga. Lakini kubwa zaidi ambalo nitaanza nalo, kwanza na wasalimia ndugu zangu upande wa pili, kuna upande wa comment section, kuna Mwese na wengine. Unajua uongo kule adui kweli akiamua. Sasa hivi najiuliza, hawa walioridhika wana matatu kuweza kukaa katika meza na majadiliano na kadhalika, imemsaidia wapi yule mwananchi ambaye sasa hivi anapiga mbuga, bei ikiwa iko juu na mwenye kufaidi ni yeye tu? Ama walikuwa tu wanapiga kelele ili wa Kenya waone, kisha mwisho wa siku watuache mataani? Kwa hiyo unakuta mambo mengine ni ya kushangaza. Mikutano hii imezalisha nini? Ilikuwa ni kwa ajili ya wao ama ni kwa ajili ya taifa? Sababu bei kama ni kupunguzwa, ilipunguzwa kiduchu mno kiasi kwamba kutokana na uzito wa maisha ulivyo, basi kwa kweli haswa inatamosha. Lakini hapo pia mimi nikosha kwamba sasa hivi executive inaongoza kwa kupeana hiyo misaada ama hizo pesa haswa kwa mashule mingi. Tunajiuliza, kwani treasury inabaki kwa nani? Ni hazina ya taifa, inaendeshwa kinamna gani? Labda nyie wasomi na ndugu zangu akina Kipo atanisaidia niondokana na hilo, maana hii imekuwa ni mno, kwamba hapa tumetenga, hapa tutaleta, hapa tutapeana. Ni nani anapewa mandate ya kupeana? Kubwa zaidi ni hizo speech ambazo umezungumzia, ambayo na meza tama la maji, kisha nitakuja nitaingilia haswa sehemu ya Mheshimiwa Uhuru na reaction ya wananchi, jinsi walivyo react, na kuna majibu kuntu ambayo ameweza kuyajibu ya ukomavu, pasipo kutukana na kuwa na kejeli wala kujiona kwamba kujifutua wala kujinyanyua, kujiona. Yeye amezungumza maneno kama rais mkomavu na mstaafu ambaye namwamini kabisa. Lakini vile vile pia kupanda katika Gachagua naye kuna utamu wake, yani kuna mengi kwa kweli bila. Kwa hiyo ni utangulizi tu, lakini nipo hapa na tulikuwa kuna swala sana.
Okay. Acha niweke hiyo video so that you see how people are walking while your leaders are enjoying kufly na jets. I can see Kesha amecomment hapa flying with jets. Roman is saying wacha kutukumbusha umaskini wetu. Roman, we're just trying to do the calculations. Juu hii government imeamua to take it all.
Hey, watu wameamua kutembea juu fare imepanda. Hadi watoke tu Tahawa wafike huku hivyo hivyo.
I think you've
Sorry,
seen
nimerudi.
na
Sorry, nimerudi.
yeah, I think you guys have seen the way our fellow citizens are working. Watu wameamua because if they do their maths kama venye tulikuwa tunafanya hapa na KIPS sahi, the math isn't mathing, and that is what I heard Uhuru talking about today. That is why tumekuwa tunafanya hapa hiyo calculation na KIPS. Na hiyo video nilianza kuchukulia mbali, like before nifike hapo nyuma kulikuwa na more people walking before I reached there. So if I could start taking the video far from behind, you could see very many people in large crowds like walking, wanatoka Tahawa wakienda home, wengine wanatoka penye wanafanya kazi wakienda home. So yeah, so that's where we have reached as a nation. But ukienda kwa rally
There's another situation I wanted to add on top of that. So fuel prices have gone up. What has not been reflected is actually the cost of food. There are two things that are going to happen now. Mkate inakuanga 500 grams, right? That is when you sell a loaf of bread. Soon you'll see they are selling the same price for bread, but it's going to be 400 grams. They'll reduce the grammage. So you think you're buying the same bread, but you're actually losing about 100 grams of that bread because of the cost of fuel. The cost, come up. Let me tell you, how Mzungu checks the economy, or if there is inflation, or if there's a recession, they look at strippers in the US. Like in sisi wa Kenya, because strippers don't pay. Kama watu wana pesa to lipa strippers. Good thing you don't have that behavior in Kenya. But as Kenyans, how we check the economy is basically nyanya. Nyanya tu. Nyanya ikipanda, kila kitu kingine inapanda. Sasa nikuuliza, nyanya ni how much? How much is nyanya now?
3 tomatoes 50 shillings.
Na nikitaka kununua moja
juu moja ni 15. Moja ni 15 bob, I think.
Moja ni 20 bob.
Nyanya ni 20 bob.
ya 15 ni ile yenye mama mboga amekaa nayo inataka kuoza, so ameona let me just sell it at 15 because
so back in the day, this is literally 2021. Because I wanted to buy supper. I need to make some. Nyanya nilikuwa 20 bob, nilikuwa napata a bunch, naweka kwa mkono hivi. Nashikilia nyanya kwa mkono. They're telling me for 3 of them. Another one to even check the economy is bad. How much is chips? Chips is the cheapest place can kuzia chips na 200 shillings. Chips. Chips karaya ni 200 shilling. This is, forget about the transport bit. Hii mafuta itapanda, mafuta ya kupika itapanda. So the problem is Kenyans start adjusting. Huyu ataanza kuzoea kutembea. Ataanza kuzoea tu. Na yeye atatembea tu. Watu wa matatu wale walikuwa na malone zitauzwa. And then for the ones who are clever. Yeah. This is the best time to do business. This is the best time for Kenyans to do business when there is oppression. Because when the economy picks back up, because already IMF, World Bank, wamekataa kusikia stories za mzee. Sasa ukitaka loan, fungua vitabu zako. Show us your money. Capital. No, it doesn't have to be a big business idea occasion. Yeah? It's not about a big business. Because a lot of businesses that were not frugal. I say frugal, you have to be frugal. They have expenses that have blown up. And you coming into a new business with the expectation of paying high tax, with the expectation of the economy being down, is the fact that you know your profit margins are very low. Utazoea your low profit. So when there's a boost, you go up. I'll give you an example. With capital, you know, tell biashara ya nyanya. But you know the strange thing. I was talking to a few of Njeru and Stone PK's students the other day. We're talking about jobs. Tunaangalianga watu tunadharau. Unajua hata watu wa kuripea nini? Kuripea bodaboda, watu wa kufundis. We look at them like those are millionaires. Those are actual millionaires. So everybody wants to be in the office. People are operating at zero. You're right. You're actually right. Yeah, I've seen sasa hata M-Kopa branch pesa imekataa kupatiwa. That is actually the worst thing, Valerie. Yeah? That because IMF and World Bank have refused to give these guys money. They're now wanaanza kukopa huku ndani, wanakopa pesa kwa mabanks. So let me ask you, would you give money to me, Valerie, Msibamo, or would you try and at least give money to the government with a high interest?
I'd rather give money to you and Msimamo.
No, I'm saying them, this greedy people.
Oh.
Yeah, they give the money to the government.
Yeah.
Because the interest is very sweet for them. Wanakopa tu. But whoever is advising Ruto ni mjinga sana. I'll tell you the truth. Kuna ile kuiba, na at least I can do business as a Kenyan. You know, that is the thing that I don't get about Ruto. Because there's going to be a lot of businesses closed. Nasikia Thika Road in one. Thika Road hakuna vitu. Town will soon be empty. Watu wanaenda mashambani sasa. Na huku ukienda, I don't know what this guy is thinking. Because every day nasikia watu tu wako on zero bwana. I don't. I would only say 10% of Kenyans are living a comfortable life. I'm not talking about rich. I'm not talking about rich people.
So sahi tunafaa kufuta middle class.
Middle class ina disappear.
Yeah.
Middle class is disappearing.
It's either it's just the haves and the have-nots. It's just either you have or you don't have.
Sasa nikukuuliza, we calculated. Right now, 30,000 is nothing.
Yeah, the calculation we did ilifika 32,000.
32,000 and I have fed myself. I have slept somewhere. I've done electricity. Lakini sijalipa nguo za kuvaa. I have not spent any money on clothes.
If you are a woman, you have not gone to the salon.
Hata salon, sanitary towels hujanunua.
If you have kids, maybe you have not paid fee. Keep you disappeared. Okay, I can see Acacia is. Naona Acacia anasema he advises himself, as they say. Ruto does not care about Kenya and Kenyans. No love for the country of its occupants. Oh, Acacia ashasema there is no middle class. It is very rich and that poor. Msimamo unasema aje sahi? Ama Mombasa kuna watu middle class?
Wewe yako Mombasa, wewe wako kwani?
Ni akina nani hao?
Akina Hassan Omar.
Hawa kasa sana wameshaona cha kusema hawa. Salama kaka, hali yako?
Kwa salama. Tuliongea juzi.
Bwana we.
Nasikia mama.
I'm doing good, and you?
Good.
Yeah. Exactly.
Hata tufike Siaya pia, si mbaya.
Si mbaya.
So tell me about these middle class people that do not exist to me. How middle class ni nani?
Maana mimi hapo umenichanganya vile na ameuliza hilo swali na nabaki kulimumunya kama premende mdomoni, unaona? Lakini sasa jibu nashindwa kuling'amua, sasa mabaki kumumunya tu. Dadangu vile middle class ni kina nani ama ni fungu la kina nani? Na sisi wachochole fungu letu ni lipi? Maana si kuna middle class na wengine si high class table. Sasa hayo yote yanakuja kwa mpigo. Sasa utiambie fungu letu ni lipi, maana nimechanganyikiwa. Lakini kama na kina Hassan Omar na kina Joho tumeisha.
Ni class gani?
I don't know ilikuwa month gani kuna hiyo list ilikuwa imetumwa. Keep, I don't know if you have it or you ever read about it.
Yeah. Which list?
List ya kuonyesha the amount of wealth per person in Kenya and the way people are measured. Yaani ukiangalia hiyo list unaona kweli niko class gani mimi?
But tunaitwa survivors, my friend, eh?
Yeah, that is why I was asking here kama middle class ingali.
Hao ndo wanatunyima haki, maana walichovya asali na mwisho wamechenga na mzinga kabisa mzee. Kwa hiyo itakuwa ngumu wao jamaa wataungana, maana jamaa anasikika kwa
lakini ukiona hata wanasiasa they not seeing what is happening. hata wakienda nyumbani.
They are seeing but they can't help because they are part of the problem.
Utarudi wapi? Na huku ndo nakwambia washachonga mzinga, washachovya asali na mwisho wa siku pia wakachonga na mzinga. Kwa hiyo itakuwa ni ngumu haswa kupatoka hapo. Haijalishi wananchi wanaumia namna gani, kile kilichobaki ni kuaminishwa kwamba mambo yanaenda sawa. Let's have a look speech ya nani Kingi akisema kwamba pwani imefanyiwa mambo mengi mazuri, lakini ameishia kwa mambo mengi mazuri, hajataja ni hili na hili na hili, na karibu wote viongozi wote ambao wamekuwa katika huo mkutano wamesema yametengenezwa mengi tu, but hawajasema ni hili na hili, maana mwisho wa siku wanaishia pale pale tu kwa masoko, kwa manyumba, barabara, hilo tu. Lakini hayo mengi wanatutajia hatuyaoni kabisa, but wanatulazimisha because tumeungana hapa kama viongozi, tuko hapa, MCAs wote opposition wamekuwa hapa, hawajakuwa na viongozi wa pwani. Sometimes nasikia kama mpwani, mimi nasikia ukakasi ndani ya nafsi yangu, ukakasi haswa, wala hata singwadu, ukakasi yani watoto hapa wakihangakia, hawajui wataingia wapi kwenda shule, mzazi ataanzia wapi, atafutana na ugali ama atafutana na karo za shule. Hapa jamaa wanasema kwamba mambo yako sawa bin sawia. So washachonga asali, washachovya asali, kisha mwisho wamechonga mzinga. Kutoka hapo itakuwa ngumu, na hawa ndio wanatukandamizia mema, maana watabaki kusifu kisichosifika, but kwa sababu wao walichovya asali na mwisho wakachonga mzinga, basi tunapambana na hali zetu. Kwa hivyo mwisho wa siku wananchi sisi tuko pweke.
I can see Alex amekuja studio. Alikuwa anataka tuongee siasa, ndio sasa amekuja anataka aongee siasa. Alex, can you hear me? Habari ya leo.
Naitanga tu baba yako jina yake hivyo ama?
Pole basi. Karibu baba.
Nikusalimu, acha nisalimu Kip, nisalimu Msimamo mzalendo. Msimamo ndio mzalendo wetu, sio yule mzalendo mwingine.
Hello.
Nitawasikiza tu basi.
Sasa Alex,
lakini hii salamu si ya Kip peke yake, hii ya Mbuyore, hii si ya Kip peke yake, hata sisi pia tunajua kwamba tunajua hizo salamu za huko Alex, hata kama si kisi chote, but salamu tu basi tunazijua jamangu. Sasa si za ubaguzi. Na mimi pia ungeniambia Mbuyore na mimi nikasema Mbuyore mno ama wakira boye boya sasa
tunasema chamge hapa, tunasema chamge.
Usiforce salamu bwana, salamu huwa hazifosiwi bwana.
But unajua practice makes perfect. Sasa nikiwa niko na head teacher hapa, niko proud ni wewe, wacha nizungumze yangu hiyo rotten, but mwisho wa siku wacha kiende tu. Asante, karibu ndugu yangu mkubwa.
Salamu nazo Kipa najua kwa nini namsalimu. So nilikuwa nataka niseme vitu mbili. First of all, wacha niseme happy Memorial Day. Hapa leo tuko holiday, tukwenda kazi, tukwenda ofisini, tuko kwa nyumba, tumerelax, watoto wanacheza, just having fun kwa park kidogo hivi. Watoto hapa, hii ni nchi yao, they know how to celebrate their holidays. Ni sisi hatujui, tutapelekwa stadium tunadanganywa kule. Watu they know how to celebrate their holidays. They have a reason, because they have a country and they have a future. I get jealousy of them because ikuanga Madaraka Day, watoto wakienda nyumbani ni kazi wanaenda kufanya, wanawishi wangekuwa tu shuleni. Jamhuri Day kitambo tulikuwa tunapelekwa at least stadium, tunaona band, tunaona, I don't know if those things happen today, but I remember those days we used to go, tunaona band, the DC anatoa speech, na tunapewa maziwa na vitu kidogo kidogo tunarudi nyumbani. I don't know if those things still exist when it's a public holiday kama Jamhuri Day na Madaraka Day. What do kids really do? So happy Memorial Day for those who are in the US, for your children, your families. And they have a memory to make, because for them, those who fought for this country are remembered in a very good way. Not in Kenya. Nobody is remembered. So I had two things to say. The first one is what we are ignoring. And we are ignoring it because I think sisi ni kama tumechoka. Ni kama tumechoka na jamaa anatupanga tu. Mtu anaenda Kilifi, ana stage manage security breach. Akisha stage manage, alafu anasema huyu kijana ana shida. Kesho yake kijana anapewa kazi Kenya Ports Authority. And then the guy uses that as a reason to change the entire security of Kenya. And then the only thing they lie to us is the top notch hapo juu ambao tunadanganywa ati huyu ametolewa hapa, huyu amewekwa hapa. Not knowing that entire security of the country was changed into a tribal homogen. If you look at, first of all, how Sawe and the top notch, including Eliud Lagat, who's supposed actually to be sacked, who actually appoints. Now, it's not even the appointing authority. I'm not even sure how that happened. I still want to see the oversight for the police to comment about the security changes that may happen without proper structure. But what we have failed to see is that Ruto has already completely won the election by what he did in Kilifi. They stage managed it. First of all, they gaslighted it. Tukafocus, Wakikuyu nini, kesha yake jamaa akakuja aka-apologize. Sisi tukafocus hiyo. And then
Bundi. Baba, sorry. Sasa I think vile unaongea is what I always say here. Once this
gaslighting, yeah. It's gaslighting.
Once this man wants to do anything fishy, always ana creating a distraction. So yeah, that is it. Baba, you can continue.
I want us to see, because I think we fail to see because sometimes when we say these things, what on Krianga, we are just here not looking at the entire. I want us to read the presidential, my glasses, the Office of the Inspector General, National Police Force press release. Ilikuwa inasema National Police Service. Hapa saingine kana watu tunakuwa clever. National Police Service Headquarters for immediate release. Changes at the Presidential Escort Unit. Now, the Inspector General of the National Police Service, Kanja, has made the following changes to the Presidential Escort with immediate effect. Kirwa Mayo from the Commandant PEU Kenya Police Headquarters amekuwa nini. Then number 2, Mr. Judas Matthew Ngwinyo from the PEU proceed on leave pending retirement. To proceed, unaona mtu amepewa Ngwinyo hiyo ni kabila gani? To proceed on leave pending retirement. Ameambiwa kwenda retirement right away. Alafu Mr. William Sawe from CEO Reka Sub-Unit amekuwa elevated to Commandant PEU. Mr. Kireri from Staffing Officer Personal PEU naye amewekwa, hiyo tu ni kutuvumba hapo. And then Mr. Joseph Sirma from CEO Reka amepekwa, amewekwa pale. And then Mr. Rere Kipkoech naye amewekwa hapa, na hiyo tu ni hapo peke yake. Now I want for you to know the entire security of Kenya imefanyiwa radical changes. Nyinyi mnafikiria radical surgery ile yenye tuliambiwa na alikuwa anaitwa nani yule jamaa in 2002 2003 when we were lied about the radical surgery. There was something that we as part of the new Kenya in 2003 said, in as much as it may be good, we have set precedents in the future. If we get a bad president, what we undid will be undone in a very bad way to us, and we are going to regret. My daughter, you were very young. I don't know if you were still in diapers in 2002-3 Apple. When Kibaki took over, we did something called radical surgery. In radical surgery, what we did was the human resource was blotted from the Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Ports Communication. Safaricom was just building up, so telecom was a big thing then. The GSU, especially the Roysambu, the provincial administration at large was bloated with Kalenjins totally inside. For a very long time, in the schemes of service in Kenya, there was stagnation. A person who had worked for over 20 years could not get a promotion just because either was a Kikuyu or a Luo. So when Kibaki came in, we expedited the promotions and removed the people who actually were employees to the state so that they can manage the security and so on. In doing it, we called it radical surgery. We saw a lot of Kalenjins lose jobs. And as a result of stagnation of promotion over the years, people thought that Kikuyus had just been promoted. No, not because they were Kikuyus, because there was a deliberate state means to ignore them. And what happened is that all of a sudden, in almost every parastatal and in almost every institution, there was Kikuyuism. And people thought, you know, what we call radical surgery was the elevation of Kikuyu. But we said that that perception is going to hurt, especially now that the Kikuyus were in power. Given that we had been, we were the only begotten son. In other words, I think the Luo call it very well, Miremble, or the Kisis call it in another name, Umwana Wekomo Maima, the only begotten son. For 24 years was what? Was the Kalenjin. Now that Moi was out, we were trying to restructure the country. In restructuring the country, there was disadvantage to these people. Why? Because most of them were put there, especially dropouts from high school, from primary school, who are mostly in the police force. That's when actually we started asking, how can we restructure our police force? Because we realized it was people who never finished class 8, actually. But now, what Ruto has done in the last 2 years is not as bad as what he did yesterday, especially to the police and to the security. Remember, he started slowly when his total intelligence was Somalialized. The entire intelligence from NIS and whatever, they were all, under the umbrella of the Nini. But the Somalis did not understand the slow but progressive nature of how Ruto wanted to root out every other tribe and make sure that he has put himself for the future. And I think that state managed, how does somebody like that the next day get a job from what? Anapewa Kenya Ports Authority. It's just laughable. It's just laughable. You know, from yesterday, whereby you blow things out of proportion, you tell us the president amepigwa kiatu, this has happened. Mara ingine mnasema why mnaenda maandamano ni kwa sababu yeye ni Mkalenjin, and all of a sudden now awarding a person who wanted to kill him immediately with a job. It doesn't make any sense. But what makes sense is this: it was state managed, state and stage managed, so that it can achieve specifics, because they are scared of actually many things. And one of the places they are going to test that is on Karao. Because they are always ahead of us. Always ahead of us. While tunapigana hapa juu ya, finance bill, the guy is ahead of us, unfortunately. And this is what he did even during the election. And he told us bluntly, atamweke Oburu Odinga. And we laughed at the guy because we failed to see in how he plans. And that is why, earlier I was laughing, tukieka Uhuru tasema, he's so good in speeches, he's so presidential. But when it comes to strategy and looking ahead, the guy sleeps. He doesn't even know what Ruto is doing. So by the time he comes to catch up with Ruto, Ruto has taken the prize home. And this is one of it that we need to focus on instead of focusing on other things. Why? Because if he manages us through this security, because first of all, unakumbuka wamesema, if you take any photo in a voting booth, you are culpable, and that is an electoral felony. And Bomas of Kenya has totally been restructured. Now it's not even under our hands. So therefore, even the security will not be under our hands. So Bomas of Kenya will be a place we may not be able to do what? Hata kukanyaga kule. So look at these steps the jamaa anaweka. The question is, are our politicians complicit? And they are not seeing this, ama ni sisi wengine tutu, we are just looking and wondering, how can one person totally usurp all the powers within 3 years, from the deputy presidency to the head of the military, to the police, to the minority becoming the majority in the what? In the parliament, to CDF, whereby now he created an organ called National Government CDF, whereby he manages every member of parliament. Now we see finally election by IEBC, but at the same time, election managed security. What are we waiting for?
Alex, did you disappear, or you finished what you were to tell us about that Ruto thing? I can see sorry, you were to say 2 things. Were they 2 or 3?
Yeah, that's the first one that I wanted us to look at. The second one, which I want us to look later, is the danger. The danger of what we are awaiting, or what a solution is. For instance,
before you continue,
okay.
Oh, sorry. Or before you continue, let me just welcome Roba. Welcome Roba to the to the studio. Wacha Alex amalizie, alafu tukuje kwako sasa. Alex, you can.
Yeah, the second I was looking at, because ina imenisumbua. One of the classical example we were looking at in Africa for hope was Senegal, and we saw what happened in Senegal on Friday night when Faye decided to fire Sonko, and how Sonko again has revamped himself. What people don't know is what Sonko has done all of a sudden that is going to make it so difficult for the French. So Sonko had a contingency plan because he knew it was coming. What Faye didn't know is that Sonko was ahead of the game. And the question is, are we ahead of the game the way Sonko is ahead of the game against France and the establishment? For instance, immediately he was fired, he wrote a statement and said, now I can sleep with a lighter heart, knowing that this is done. Now we are going to the next thing. Little did I know what the next thing was. That within 24 hours, the Speaker of the House had already resigned. And when the Speaker of the House resigned, Sonko was reinstated. And therefore, they are going to have on Tuesday a vote in the House, and Sonko is going to be appointed to be the Speaker of the House because they have the largest members of Parliament, and therefore becoming an entity that is supposed to vet the next Prime Minister. So that means Faye may not be able to have a next Prime Minister because Sonko has to become the what? The Speaker. And once Sonko becomes the Speaker, he will not be able to give this guy, and therefore the business of the House will not be able to run until I think November, when legally the guy is able again to break the House and the government, and people will go to re-election again. So I like the kind of game some countries are playing ahead of the establishment or ahead of the West who are controlling them. For instance, Sonko is ahead of that game. I thought it was the end of him, only to realize that. But the question to us is this. Now, you know very well this loose coalition that we are having. If it wins the election, the probability of sustainability of the coalition we currently have will not last for 1 year, given the abrasiveness of Gachagua, the demands of Gachagua, the abrasiveness of Madam Julia's presidential candidate Matiang'i, the ego of Sifuna, the Shamba boy Roba. So I don't know how we are going to deal with that. So that was the next thing. I was like, what do you foresee? And what are the parameters and firewalls we must put in place so that in 4 years we will not have turbulence that already Senego won and decided they needed a new start. But given the fact that the president was sold out, now they are in a political turmoil. Instead of addressing people's issues, now again it's leadership issues that now they are tackling. How can we deal with that before the elections? Because if we win, not when, if, because so far it's like Ruto is winning. If we win, do we have a contingency plan to handle matters so that we don't get ourselves to such, and if we get, do we have a place whereby Mwananchi will be protected through parliament so that the leadership do not take the thing and we wait again for 2032? That is my fear. That is the other thing I wanted us to discuss. But let's go to the first one, what Ruto is doing to make sure that he wins.
No, he steals. Use the correct English.
Hey, I can see. And election strategy. There was another day that I asked people here if the opposition is strategic or has a strategy or on the same. But okay, the other day I'm speaking on about strategy. The other day when Gachagua was in Britain, and I want you to answer me this, Alex, before I come over. The other day when he was in Britain, he termed himself as a very strategic person. In the sense of that he knows everything even before Ruto knows. Ati Kasongo anasikilianga vitu kwake. I don't know if you're still there, Alex.
Yeah, I saw that. And part of it is true because that is why all those changes are being made. And I think he has made a strategic mistake because more often than not he has said watu wamenipigia kutoka polisi wameniambia hivi na hivi na hivi. You never heard Raila, even if he had raw intelligence coming out to investigate such. People kept wondering, where is he getting this information? But Gachagua ni mchokozi. He will, ataweka tu kidole yake kwa mapua ya Ruto amwambie ni watu wako wananiambia. Which is really good out in the media, but in terms of the people who are giving, you have to, in this country, there is there's a clause whereby you protect the secrecy of information you get. A couple of years ago, we used to have people who were in crossfire. What was his name? This Mzee died, and Tucker Carlson used to be there. And the guy revealed the name of one of the CIA officer who, and then the issue had to go up to Supreme Court, whereby the secrets, you protect the name of a person within the system or within the government that give you raw information that something that is clandestine going on wrong. For instance,
Informants.
Yeah, for instance,
Protection of the informant.
recently when the Trump administration came in, there was the Minister for Defense. He made a mistake by releasing a WhatsApp communication they had to the media, and it came out and there was firestorm. But how do you protect? Because these people are human and sometimes they fear, so they give journalists information, but they need to be protected. So I think Gachagua sometimes is careless when he's saying apata hizo vitu kutoka kwa. Let him say that those are insider jobs. You know they are coming from there. We are not just guessing, because Ruto knows the truth that this was happened and Gachagua amejua. But don't go and say ni watu yenu. So you end up making changes to be within where you are getting information. But not only that, the punitive measure is corporate, because you don't know the specific person, so you end up punishing maybe 30 people that you are presuming. So in the end, the information that you used to get that nobody knows where you erase. For instance, what Ruto just did was totally absurd, changing the entire security of the country by masquerading that is changing the presidential escort unit. Naelewa. So Gashagua's statement, as much as they are good onto our ears, I think when he says that is when I think Ruto goes and aggressively tries to restructure, and when restructuring, the corporate and the ripple effect that gets people who should be there because they love the country, and now watu wanawekwa huko ni watu ambao obviously they are psycho fans. So I think Gachagua is right on the political and rhetoric, but you see now the purge that is happening is because again of those careless statements. I mean, he should tone and balance. The truth, what he said though, is true. We should not ignore what he said, that some of these things Ruto does not even know. He comes here and lies to us that, if you are a president, you can. It's like, nikuja hapa nianze kukuambia, and not because I want to say it, but I should say it so that you can understand. Valerie, nikuja hapa nianze kukuambia, unajua mimi ndio babako, unajua mimi ndio nilikuzaa, unajua nililala na mama yako. Mimi ndio nililala na mama yako nikakuzaa. So when Ruto comes out to tell us that, I receive raw intelligence, honestly, who receives more than you? So why should you tell us? So it tells you that Ruto doesn't know anything. That is why he's what? He's afraid. The moment Ruto said, I received raw intelligence, I started being suspicious if the guy really knows what is happening in that country, because you cannot just go to your children and take your clothes off and tell them, this is what I used to make your mother pregnant. And that's what Ruto is doing to us.
Oh boy,
the president has the prerogative
Alex,
to get the raw
topic. You know what? Alex has learned out of what he has to tell us. Now he's talking about. Seriously.
No, but Ruto is doing that daily. I'm just trying to make it easy for us to know that what Ruto is saying and why Gachagua is saying this
is
true.
Typers,
but
I mean, he started telling Farah that maybe because he was on Typers. I mean, that was for me. That was he took us to West Africa. You have come. It's okay, Alex. I can hear you. Just go ahead, sir. Just go ahead.
Robert, you can talk.
No, I'm just waiting. Just go ahead.
Amepotea.
Can I come in a little bit?
Yeah, you can carry on before we.
Your uncles are fighting. Your uncles are fighting. No, that's all.
We are
Pigana
not
hawa.
fighting.
Pigana hawa sasa. Pigana kwa nini sasa?
Team
Robo anakuja na
Alex.
ngware kwa nini? Kuja na ukali.
Hey, so I came here because I had something to say, and because I heard what you said. Okay, Alex, thank you for bringing some of the stories up, Musimamo. I think I had you up almost before I came here to the show. But let me just say, I'm not seeing you like 2 or 3 days now. I don't know. Your show just like, I don't know what you guys changed the time. I don't know what went last week, but I hope you have gone to the regular schedule. So
this week we are going to the normal schedule. Yeah, last week I had.
Yeah, so I saw you. You had some hours. I'm saying one person. Maybe I was by myself watching it, even though I never came to the show. I say that was people are just like, what's going on here? But anyway, there's a lot of things we have to talk to right now. There's a lot of things out there, more especially in Kenya. So I'm not going to touch anything in Senegal because, to be sincere to you, Alex, I don't know nothing about who's the president of Senegal and where was that. I have no idea. But I know there's a young man who took some power for that a couple of years ago. But other than that, I don't even the names. So I'm sorry I will not touch that one because I don't have a background on that and I don't have any research which can just give me some of the information just to bring up here. Then also,
Robert, it was just a case study.
Yeah. So it's a case study I know from Senegal. So he was talking about that case study, how we can use it with the current, the so-called United Opposition or the so-called Tupi. So we don't know. So for me, I will use that case study after we win the election. After that happens, I can know. So it's just like, to my opinion, we are getting ahead of that. Don't get me excited that we are going to win. I would rather have that one after we win, as long as there's no Ruto on power. That one, I'll take it anytime. So I'll wait for that section of what happens with opposition after they take over the government. Gachagua being Gachagua and other people, then it's just like we'll have a situation where there's no governing. And because the way it's, I don't know by that time what the name they're using, the way it's set up, maybe it might create a situation where there's this kind of like people are just cutting themselves around. We don't have a unity. So I would wait until that one comes. It's a democracy. But for now, let me go with the current affairs where I just feel like much was said by Uhuru Kenyatta, my president ever, the best president. That's why I keep on saying best. People keep on saying Kibaki. I'm not a Kibaki. I've never supported Kibaki because I feel like he's the one who messed up the Kenya democracy and he kind of messed up the 2007 election. So Uhuru Kenyatta is my president. He's the best president. That's my choice. It's a choice you can't take away from me. So keep your mother's. I don't know whether she will ever become a president, but at this point, her and Kibaki 2007. That's where I come my negative about them, and that's why I said for me Uhuru is the best one. And Uhuru, when he came to presidency, he kind of switched himself, and even the way he was talking today, he talked like presidential. You can just see the difference between him and the economy we have in State House right now. Is just a big difference. Okay, so let me go and talk about what's in the country. For me, what has shocked me is the way that Kasongo and his people, they are trying to use a tribal card as tribalism as one way to keep power. That one has shocked me. And by the way, Alex, about the security, I don't care. Yeah? I don't care. I don't care about the security. I hope if he is even Gachewa, I just, for me, when he was talking about caring, I don't care about this guy called the current.
I don't think you understood what Alex was saying.
No, Alex was. I know what Alex.
The change of the security wasn't just the presidential security. He changed everybody that would call themselves intelligence, that would call themselves DCI, that would call himself head of police, CID, whatever you want to call it in terms of Kenyan internal security is challenging now. And you cannot say you don't care.
No,
you
I
have
don't
to
care.
care.
You know what?
Why would you not
don't
care?
Because do you know why?
Okay.
Yeah, if tomorrow somebody will just do whatever it does, I don't wish anybody, but for me, I don't care at this point about his security because this man, he cannot manage. If he cannot even
not
manage,
his security, you're brushing off the meat of the thing. Our security, he's changed our security. Get that right. Our sisi wa Kenya amechange security yetu to be a tribal matter. Everything secure in Kenya is now under Ruto. It is not independent. It is tribal, completely tribal. So you cannot say you do not care. You must care. That is a very serious thing.
Well, why should I care when I want this guy? He has a couple of months to get out, and that's why the reason why I'm saying I don't care is because everything he does something, it comes to bite him. That's what I say. It's just like he's distracting himself, and that's why I don't care. Don't give him that chance. Don't advise him. Gachawa, don't advise him. Uhuru Kenyatta, don't advise him. Let him continue doing his own suicide, committing suicide to himself. That's what he has been doing. So, having said that, I mean, to tell the truth, this guy, Ruto, if you see even the way he came in, the one thing I want, let me start his trip. I'm still waiting somebody to show me that they are in denial. There's an investigation here. They're going to, I just said 5 million per hour, Kenya shillings. That's what I wanted to start from there. Then he comes to Mombasa. After he gets to Mombasa, look at his speech, his speech. Look at the people around him, speeches, tribal speeches. All he had to do is just like, he's taking our country back to 2007 at this point. That's the way I just feel. He's taking it back to 2007, whereby these things that like Uhuru Kenyatta said, in fact, that's a fact. That's how it started like this. But the reason why I don't care about him right now is losing. He's losing because whatever he thinks is working for him is just taking him on the other way around. So about security, he can change his security, he can put his own wife on top of whatever, his brother, whatever. I know. What else? What's not new here? We were told during the election which was happened in the election which you just had. Were we not told that almost every press, every county, or everywhere, it's his own tribe. Its own tribe. But now my question comes in: what's the oversight of this one here? And that's where I say sometimes, okay, he has powers to do some things, but the problem is our parliament. And the parliament could have stepped in, come and just say, hey, so and so, so and so, so and so. How comes this people from one community? I'm one person, and I wouldn't mind if I had people from one community as long as they are qualified. But some of these things, like security, they do it just because someone's from his community. And that one makes it very, very difficult for some of us to swallow, even to trust whoever comes from that community that this is not tribal. I mean, this idea of tribe has been come on stage right now for almost 2 weeks. And he keeps on doing it. What does he have in mind? We don't know. I don't know. But this is what I can tell you from my own research or from my own talking to people on the ground. So this man believes that, from what I'm hearing, he just believes that at this point, that maybe somebody's out to get him. And that's why, because he feels somebody's about to get him, you have to put your own blood. That's what he thinks. Your own. I mean, to tell you the truth, we are going back to Nyayo. Has gone back to Moi era, whatever is happening here. This man was not ready to govern the country. What has done and whatever he's doing right now and whatever movement is doing, people are laughing at him. Even those ones who are just like surrounding him, to be sincere. I mean, just look. So the good thing which is happening to me is that some of these people are speaking. So some of this information is not like we don't know what's going on. And yeah, I agree with Alex when he said Gachagua could have not even said the source, but he has been saying it. But the problem is for Kasongo, the source might be, he can't even know where it's coming from because there's a lot of people around there. It's not like it's one person. So let him keep on guessing. But what I'm hearing, from what I'm hearing, this man feels that he's going to lose the election. And now he's trying to put himself, he said, another way, another alternative. I don't know what to say exactly what it is, because I want to have also, I don't want to be like, I started this and yet I don't have enough evidence. So if this guy is planning something, maybe that's how he feels they want to rig the election. Let's just put it that way. And maybe that's his plan. I think at this point, he has kicked the end of it. That's it. But there's another alternative. Yes, I keep on telling you here. Kasongo might not run for re-election. You guys get it from me. He might not. The chances of him running for re-election, it is 50-50. 50-50. So think about it, 50-50. And that's why I came here with the Jubilee shirt saying Jubilee celebrating, because I've started seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. He's going to go out. He's going to go out, regardless of what. But there is a very good chance he's not going to run for re-election. And we might know it when it gets before December, maybe by January next year's December, depending on whatever things go between now and then. And that one I can tell for free, that one is just there. That one is just there.
Valerie, remind me, I'm clipping exactly this part. I'm clipping this. I am clipping this. January next year, I'll replay this for Roma.
Yes. By January, so when I said 50-50,
I'm clipping this. I'm clipping this.
Yes.
Video
Clip it.
So the thing is, by January we will know. So if clipping it, I'm telling you, it's just like if these things go the way it's going right now, it's not on track. And because of that, now he might have just preparing. From what I'm hearing, he will start preparing maybe where to go so that he will protect him and maybe whatever he has done or whatever he's asked, whatever he has done, to protect. Maybe by protecting means maybe he can just support somebody else, and that one is there. So let me now talk about Uhuru Kenyatta's speech. Uhuru Kenyatta's speech was, to me, it summarizes what has been going on in the country. Everybody has been aiming at the Cree people at being tribal. So are you going to be tribal at the same time, the same people who voted for you and he became a president? Now, because they are against you, they don't. And that's why Kenya, we are so bad.
And I support you now, that if I don't support you next time, you call me tribal. That one is not right for the country. I told him we are tribal commander, but it looks like it's coming back. And this man, the same man who's bringing it back, he thought it might help him, but it has kind of backfired on him. But let's see how far it goes. So there's one thing here. I think also we have something I want to bring new here. Not new, but something. So I'm seeing now that with Jubilee, the way they want it, I think it's going to go beyond Kisii and Mount Kenya. And I think they have a very good chance of maybe some part of Northeastern. And of course, the left further, we are talking about the Maasai there. It looks like TCP and Jubilee in left further, they are just fighting for the Maasai fort. It looks like that's where they might get, but keep you are very, very 100% right now. I think you are the one who said it looks now Jubilee belongs to Kisii and Nyamira counties. That one, if Matiang'i, it depends. If Matiang'i is part of the conversation, and if Matiang'i is just given, I mean, if he's somewhere up there, like probably if he's on the ticket, that one be a clean sweep. But if it's just like the third person on the like one, it's not even, but it becomes the third person. Okay, there will be Jubilee, but they might some other kutakuwa na watu wengine. Sitaki kutumia the word matoa because that word has some issue here before, but there'll be some issues there. But if it's on top of the ticket, it will be like three pieces. More before, I don't know, there's a county percent, everything. It's just a clean sweep for Jubilee. But now the problem comes, where is Jubilee headed to in terms of Mount Kenya? That's where I don't get it at this point. When they say, when Uhuru says they want to go out of Orlando Mashinani, I don't know where. And the last time he spoke was like last year. Then they said, oh, we were going to do this one here, but nothing has been going on. And they have, the problem with Jubilee is this. If they could have me, I think the guy who was doing very, very good was, what's his name? The guy was the former Secretary General. I think if they never even stopped him, Jubilee could have also competed in Mount Kenya. Because he had those vehicles coming for Jubilee and for Matiang'i, and he was doing the right thing. They kind of shut him down. Yeah. But now the problem is Jubilee has Uhuru Kenyatta, who's not a good campaigner, and Matiang'i, who's even the worst. So I don't see them. But Kioni, yes, Kioni, I think Kioni was the one. He was very good. In fact, if he could have been the guy who could have run, like in terms of the campaign, he could have done better. But now we have very, very bad people in Jubilee. I don't think Jubilee will grow more than it is right now. Maybe they will get some MCAs and maybe one or two members of parliament from Mount Kenya, but Mount Kenya looks like his TCP will clean everything, sweep. So Jubilee will be in Kisii. They might even have a governor, some governors there, some members of parliament, MCS. That one they will. That one's guaranteed, depending on where Matiang'i is. But here's the thing: will these people work together, or are we going to start fighting again for who? If that's the case, then we don't have opposition. So I don't want to make it that I won't speak here. You can just come in. That's my little take today, but I feel very good where we are in terms of getting Kasongo out of power. I feel very good.
Well, I can see comment section. before I
Calls
go
on
back to
Apigana.
keep
I told you that.
Sorry?
I told you. Mankolo anaanza kuumana hapo bana.
And Alex is calling me sick. And I can confirm. Hey, Alex.
Friendly fire. Friendly fire.
Alex.
I don't think it's serious. Usijali bwana Roman. It's not serious.
Sick. And he can confirm. Oh my God.
Even me, I can confirm.
Okay. Yeah, so let me leave there. The Naima, also another thing is, I don't know whether you saw this thing of now Wanga is saying, oh, this is your ODM, this to me your ODM leader ground. We are ODM. Yeah.
You know why? You know why?
Yeah.
It's very simple, eh? There was a poll that was done.
The one there where it says yes.
Yeah. Tifa. So when Tifa did this, Tifa found that Linda Mwananchi is 75%. 75% of the people are with the Linda. What do you call it? Linda Mwananchi. So now, because they want to retrieve the name of ODM, because ODM is still, according to that poll, ODM is still number one in terms of popularity of the party across the country. It is still number one. Even with what has been happening in elections over the years, Raila's party, whatever that old man did for the party, actually made it quite popular. Then, because of influence, wakasema sasa UDA is number 2, and then coming in at third is what do you call it?
DCP.
DCP. So these guys of Linda Ground realized that they do not have any negotiating power if they class themselves as third. Now, on top of that, what I think has been happening is with all these shenanigans that Akina Gladys Wanga, Gladys Wanga are the slowest politicians, if you don't know. Right now, Luo Nyanza is also split into three. There is the class, I think you guys have grown up in being in close proximities to Luo Nyanza. There is the Migori and Siaya. No, Migori,
South Nyanza and the other side of Nyanza.
Yeah. So you find that Siaya and Kisumu have always been producing the prominent leaders in ODM, or actually national. So even Uhuru is one of the ones that are going against. So you've got the faction of Nakaluma, all these other guys saying that, wait, Migori and Homa Bay need to be recognized. Why is it always coming from this other side? Bona sisi hatupatiwi hivyo.
Then so, keep then Mbadi should now take over. Let him take over if he wants to, because Uhuru has declared he's going to run for Senate. He's going to
that is what I was coming into. That is what I was coming into. Now Uhuru realizes that he still wants to be in Senate because it looks like Martha Karua and Orengo, which I'm trying to say that, as Orengo's been saying, I'm the de facto party leader, has actually started negotiating with the other side. If you don't read between the lines, he started negotiating with the opposition people. So Orengo has invited them, saying that, listen, you can bring some people to Siaya, it's fine. We can zone this for you. Meaning that the way these other guys are playing
Martha Karua?
Yeah, Martha Karua, yes. The way these other guys are playing that,
it's okay. It's so Martha Karua. I mean, you guys.
I know you don't like her, it's fine.
No, not that I don't like her. It's just like,
okay. You know, Martha Karua did a very bad thing to Raila when we're doing Kibaki. Can we push past that? Let me finish my conversation about this. So it means that even when Sifuna is talking to these other people, it means even Sifuna is negotiating with them. It means there are things that are happening behind the scenes that we're not seeing. I know Gachagua bloats his mouth, but you can also see that a lot is being said without it being said. That Oburu faction, there's fights within itself already because the Raila family is being shunned out. Obviously, when Alex was here before, he did mention that the money that was supposed to be going to the Raila family, right now, Mbadi amejipiga kifua akasema hii pesa iende huko, and the guy was going to keep that money, and he's been keeping it. And he knows the amount of money he's accumulated at the moment. He can chest himself with money. Because ever heard of this phrase, I'll slap you with my wallet? That is what is happening with Mbadi right now. Mbadi amejiona, I am richer than the Odingas, I have more resources, I have more money, and I can throw my weight around. But what is happening in the background is the people with the people. The Linda ground people, Linda Mwananchi people are also negotiating. They're negotiating with their partners on the other side. There are things that have not been ironed out. If you see Sifuna flying back and forth in in Western, there's something cooking. And the only person that seems to be getting a bit jittery, because he also wants, you see again, he's also getting greedy. That's the unfortunate thing, is Babu. Babu needs to focus on the governorship if he wants it. But I think he's seeing the way Orengo and Sifuna are moving. The supremacy is gaining stronger than our friend Babu. Babu's strength is actually in Lunyans. Very strong, very strong. But he also wants to view himself as a national leader like the rest. Because if you look at the theatrics that Oburu is also not Oburu, Orengo is doing, where he went for Masai's Rex Masai's memoriam at the end of Unko. He's going to see other kids like that, so that also the Gen Zs can see, oh, this guy cares for us. For me, it's just a question. It's 2 years, bro. It's 2 years. It doesn't nakuja, but it's political. It's a political strategy. If it works, well done. So I'm seeing that the Linda Ground people are slowly feeling the pressure because their party is deteriorating. People are doing deals behind their back, just like they did deals behind these other people's back. The same medicine is coming towards them.
Kip, let me ask you a question. Maybe I'm the one who's not getting it.
Yes.
So we've seen this keep on saying, oh, Obura's our party leader, and that's it. They never say who's the Secretary General. They never say, so the thing is...
Wanga did state this, huh? Wanga did state this. Wanga did state that the Secretary General of ODM is Sifuna.
When? What did she say?
She said, no, she said it derogatively. She says that he's a secretary general of ODM for the courts, meaning that the courts stated that he is Secretary General, but they have their own.
Yeah. So the thing is, we cannot have like the people from only one region, people from one tribe. You are the one who determine what happens on the ODM. Then you call yourself a national party. You call it a national party because we are still not on a new election. Yeah. So
the same thing with Omunyoro. They are doing the same exact thing.
No. What I mean is, remember where ODM was at this point. ODM is a national party, but remember this is
still very popular.
No, this is the first time it's going to elections without a presidential candidate. You know what that tells you? It's going to lose a lot of states because there's nobody on top of the ticket.
Yeah.
So, but if anything happens, some miracles happen, maybe they keep it to Sifuna or whatever, they surrender. They surrender to Sifuna, and Sifuna takes over as the president.
They are not going to surrender to Sifuna. That one we can
and everything. Now, that's what we have been saying. Now that one becomes a very powerful thing, and because of that, they might be able to carry on, and it might survive most parts. But I think at this point, Kasonga has killed it in terms of I mean, it's
Guys are having they're having difficulties to get a crowd, but even in their own backyard. There was a pundit who was saying that Gladys Wanga is even going to changa za wanawake. Any small funeral, she has to rush to it. She's panicking. Total panic, absolute panic from their side. Uhuru saying that he's going to contest for it just goes to show you that he's panicking. Sifuna has not come to state that. I'm running for Senate or whatever it is.
And that's what tells you. Wanga, the so-called, was supposed to be the Makamu wa Rais, this conman. He's gone.
He doesn't talk about it anymore.
Uhuru who told us he's going to be the presidential candidate or is going to be negotiation. He's going to defend the Senate. So what does it tell you? ODM is on the bad hands. Uhuru should step down. Wanga should disappear from up there. Then the Sifuna and Boba Wina takes over. And that one, it will bring everything. Unless now, if there's not there, there's no negotiation, then it's Sifuna and Boba, they should form a different party. That's my opinion. Just go out and get something else.
I don't know, Msimamo, if you're still there, and maybe you can just respond, because I can also see that Baba is back. Baba Alex.
I only wanted to respond to one thing, that Roba is very confused, and I want to confirm that. And I'm worried because some of the things he's saying here, I'm wondering if we are in a show really listening to him and let him go away with it.
Alex, go ahead.
And because Roba has told us why he's very proud he's wearing a Jubilee t-shirt, and he ends up in his finishing statement, he tells us, I don't see us even winning the MCA seats. And I heard him. He said it. He said it.
Alex.
Hold on, Roba. Roba, you ended up saying, hold on.
Can you be my advocate? I've not said at MCC. I've not said that.
Oh, you didn't say that?
No, what I said was.
You didn't say that, my friend. Okay, then I should not even respond to you now. Now I'm not responding to you. Let me say this. Now I will not. Hold on. It's my time. I will not respond to what you said. Let me give my submission. From where I sit, and I carry from what Kip said at the beginning. This issue of Uhuru lying to us with good speeches is not going to help anybody. And I think Kip has said it clearly, loudly, in as much as Matiang'i, we want him. In terms of numbers, Jubilee has completely refused to grow beyond what we anticipated. Number one, Jubilee has become a Kisinyamira party. And even that Kisinyamira party, there are now a lot of questions coming out because it's a Kisinyamira party, but being controlled from the Mulima. Those are issues that are being raised now. And I think Kip said it clearly, because had I said it, ningepigwa mawe. Now, secondly, the dominance of Gachagua in the politics of the mountain is not something that we can argue anymore. It's a thing of the past. Gachagua, in his speech yesterday or today, he said there's a record of 11,000 people seeking to vie as MPs. There's a record of about 83 or something wants to vie on gubernatorial and senatorial. There's a record, 34 gubernatorial, I think 80 something on senatorial. And he was giving these figures. Then he dispatched a special team to go to Olkarau to make sure that things do not. And that seat, by the way, was held by Jubilee, for the record. Now, we've never seen Jubilee in all these by-elections that we have had, that at least DCP imejaribu, ODM imejaribu. We've been making all rounds of noises here through these parties ambazo we are. So the person that we are even wearing their capes and their colors, they are not anywhere in any by-elections. So I don't know how they want to go to a general election if they cannot go even to a by-election. I'm sitting here wondering, why are we being duped and lied to by people who only give good speeches? But when it comes to reality whereby we want to see results of the practice of democracy, they are not near anywhere. We expected a fight in where? In Mordekir. Why? Because at least you took Kioni out, you put a Masai, and we wanted to see the influence of that Masai in Masai land, because Uhuru just said, that now this is a person we worked under with TNA. My prayer was I could have seen, a condensation of from Kisii and the mountain, and now the encroachment to other areas. We are not seen in the coast. We are not seen in the west. We have not seen northeastern, and yet you want us to believe that Jubilee is positioning itself for the future. From where? And this is why I was speaking earlier, and somebody did not understand what I was saying. You cannot pick a presidential candidate just because he's loved by people. In case anything happens, the Sonko thing comes in whereby a person can go and impose himself to be the Speaker of the House, and the president will not be able to carry his duties at all. For instance, if everything goes from where I sit from today, and elections in Kenya sometimes can be very disappointing. Now, if elections were to be done today, Matiang'i might win the presidential candidate with no members of parliament, a few seats from Kisii. Gachagua may not win the presidential candidate, but he will have the dominance of numbers across because of how he has been doing things. Ruto here too will have a lot of seats. How can Matiang'i govern with the people's will when he did not know how to coalesce and speak with the people so that he can get enough members of parliament? So, and that is why this issue of Jubilee and the issue of Matiang'i for me should die as soon as possible in our hearts, because they are not growing. There is nothing there's no change they can bring without numbers in parliament. You are not going to depend on somebody's womb to give birth and then try to change the DNA of that child. You can never change the DNA of the child. Yes, you can adapt them, but you cannot change the general DNA of that child. And this is what I'm saying. In as much as we may say Gachagua will never be the president of that country, where Gachagua sits, he might not take the position of the presidency, but the role of the presidency, where we are headed to, the man is almost like a president now. Almost does not count, but that is where he's headed to. We like him, we don't like him. Why? Because in the politics of today of Kenya, a party that did not exist 2-3 years ago, now it's competing with a party with money, with roots, with a former president, with a former internal security minister, with people who actually were saying who is who from bootstrap. And we're asking, yes, Jubilee and all these good speeches you want to tell us they had today, what is the effect of it kule chini, so that we can know that we are rooting for a presidency and we truly want change? Ama we want a circus whereby you change a person, but the structure of the politics will not change. But that's not what really the Kenyan people want. The Kenyan people want structural changes that will impact them. So for me, I'm sick and tired kutetea Jubilee, because Matiang'i is not heading anywhere. I will not put his t-shirt, I will not put his cape, I will not vote for him, because where it has reached, Matiang'i is only for the kisses like Roba. Period.
I can see Robo wants to respond to you.
Wow, Alex. What? Seriously. Yeah, you know what? I agree with you, Alex. To be sincere, let's be sincere. I'll be sincere here. Jubilee is not growing. That's the problem. I'm wearing this Jubilee thing because I'm trying to find my heart. Is it Jubilee? Is it where? It's not like I want to wear on this Jubilee. I will be wearing something else until I'm not like Jubilee now.
Finally, that's sentimental value.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yes, it's not like I'm just wearing it. Tomorrow I'm wearing. So by the way, my brother just came back. I got these things and listened. So don't worry. I'm wearing this one here, and I'm wearing TCP. I'm trying to get it myself. I'm just supporting the opposition. Simple as that. As long as there's nothing yellow, either me, even sometimes even the drink I drink, I will even something yellow. I don't want to touch it. Yeah. So anything I'm just supporting. But yes, Alex, to be sincere with you, and like I said before, there's an issue of Uhuru and Matiang'i. They are the worst people in terms of campaigning. Because if you remember, in fact, they said it, I think it was the end of the year, they said they'll be going to the grassroots come this year. This is now May, almost the end of May. And yet, for the first time, they're in Kiambu. I mean, why couldn't you all this meeting in Garissa first? Start from Garissa, yeah, or Migori or somewhere else, or whatever.
That is the problem. That is actually the problem.
Yeah, so
if you insist on Central, I do not understand. They have the opportunity, they have the funds to move.
They have the money
to all these other places.
And you know what? They have the mic.
If you need,
yeah, they have the mic. They have the mic. Because if Uhuru comes, yeah, if people
will hear, Uhuru. No, you don't need Uhuru.
What I mean for them to start, get us a good start.
All you need is a good orator, somebody that can speak. Don't reward a tribe. Just do look at who the Secretary General of DCP is right now. Medho can go and talk shit.
What happened?
That is what people want. The energy.
I thought the Secretary General was this guy. What happened?
After Angata Malala, Malala knows how to talk. Malala is a good orator, by the way.
I don't Malala is a general.
If they can pick Malala, if they can take Malala, they can switch teams. Akuje huku Jubilee.
Malala is the deputy leader.
I thought he was the Secretary General.
He was the Secretary General. Yes, that's what I know.
No, so he's a deputy leader.
No, so
those changes. But the thing is this. Now that you have agreed, yes. I'm glad that you have agreed. Now, Roba, now we can have a conversation because I don't like having conversation from a point of lies. You believe it's not growing. Now, let me guide you on that so that you can help me.
Sick. No. You have to say he's no longer sick now, yeah?
No, he has healed himself.
No,
yeah, I'm a part
Alex, you also before you speak, me, I was thinking if this guy could have found, if I was Matiang'i, I could find a way to be anticipate.
That is where now I'm coming. Hold on, Nani, Robert. Now, yes. Let me tell you, Matiang'i is a good candidate. Yeah, and I think the person who positioned him very well and who had a vision for him was Kioni. And I think the establishment and also the Jubilee Party as a whole feared Kioni, and how he was removed was suspicious, okay? And he took it graciously. But the other day, he also came and told us that when it comes to the mountain, to be honest, Gachagua has taken, including me, who is in Jubilee, there is no possibility of me winning my... And he gave an illustration of how Gachagua played him when he came to his constituency, which he agreed and gave Gachagua credit. Now, this is my thinking. The person called Matiang'i, the person is still popular in the country as a person. And he needs to redefine himself and ask himself deeply, where did he go wrong? And once he finds that, he should be bold enough not to continue. Any political leader that stayed with the person that nurtured him without revolting remained the same. Look at the people who remained with Raila for a very long time. They ended up dying a natural death. Look at the people who revolted from Raila and saw how they were being managed, including Ruto himself. Today, they are still relevant in the politics of Kenya. Matiang'i must understand that he's being managed and he's not heading anywhere. Now that he has a cloud of all the Kisii people and other people, where to start with? I'm not saying there are not other people, really. Matiang'i, wherever he will go, the Kisii people will go. That is essentially what I'm saying, okay? Now that he has a beginning place, he must acknowledge that going to Jubilee was a mistake. And he must rectify that ASAP and start working with Sifuna, not Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is not in the ballot. And he's not going to campaign for him anywhere, apart from those good speeches.
Alex, he will provide the money.
Look,
project, let him bring the
what
money
is that money helping if the party is not growing? We have seen, we have held on to the money.
No, I'm
but
saying,
where are we headed with the money? It's just like, look, hold on, Nani Roba, let me guide you. Moi na Nick Salat is a classic example. Money and everything. They could not, Baka Nick Salat got tired and say, I don't want your money anymore. Let me just get a state cooperative job because hapa nimekuwa sycophant way too long. That is where we are headed to. The other party is Jimmy Wanjigi. He has money.
I'm excited.
Just hold on. Hold on, Roba. You will respond to all those things. We are waiting for you. You will respond. The other thing is Jimmy Wanjigi. With all the money, whatever he will do, he will never go anywhere beyond where he is. With all these good economic plans. In politics, you have to see where the niche and the people's will is, and you gravitate there. You can have money. It is a factor, big one. But at the same time, there's that euphoria too. And that is where Raila used to look at, and Ruto also. He has bought these so-called leaders that he thought were going to give him votes, whether they will give him or not. But he was siding with Mwananchi in one way or the other. But where Matiang'i is headed, whether he has all the billions of money, Uhuru and his surrogates, Jubilee will not get seat, actually, even in the mountain itself, unless DCP does grave mistakes and bolts in its nominations. That is where Jubilee will pick 1 or 2, 3. But Jubilee haiwezi shinda Northeastern, Jubilee haiwezi shinda Turkana, Jubilee haiwezi hata shinda Kuria ama Western, as we say right now. So why would Matiang'i, a presidential candidate that is respected by the GNCs, continue to stay with Uhuru because of money? I think that makes me question Matiang'i's capability. If he's serving the people or he wants to serve the money.
I think Alex, on that one, I think he made a big mistake. He could have come and him and Gachagua at that time when he started doing it, they built this together. They said, we are partners. What's wrong with being a partner? But instead, he decided to get Shubri, which is now, to be sincere with you, it's just like the same issue with Caronzo. Caronzo, what else can he, I mean, him at least, he has his own whatever, he has wiper, but the reason why Caronzo cannot go the next stage is because he just like, he doesn't have much. It's the same thing with Matiang'i, it's just like he doesn't have much now. But at this point, what's the way? What can he can turn this thing around? What can he do? He cannot scam me and tell us.
Roba, you hit it right well. There's no difference between Matiang'i and Kalonzo except for money. It is all about tribal politics for both of them. If you look at them both, ukiwaweka pamoja, huyu anasema kuna Wakamba, huyu mwingine anasema kuna Kisii. That is it. That is the only difference is somebody ananyemelea pesa.
And they want to be on top of this.
Alafu ule mwingine ananyemelea popularity ya mwingine. It's the same script. Kalonzo haezi enda anywhere without being babysat by somebody. He used to be babysat by Raila. Now he wants to be babysat by Wamunyoro. The thing about this presidential candidates, that is why.
If I was Matiang'i, or Kalonzo,
first, before I say
the best thing I can do, Kim, is to call a conference. Of all and unite. If you want to win, unite.
Robangoza. That is why, as I my party, we are trying our best. I always say funds are not what we have. But at least she tries, she goes and does things by herself. Okay, let me put that out of the way before you guys start shooting me with that. But that is why I agree with you guys as a second choice for me and first choice for you guys. I liked where you are heading about Sifuna. Sifuna can go anywhere without money. Yeah. Without money. Hii story ya kusema tunataka pesa. This man can just call a rally anywhere and people would come. Why doesn't Matiang'i do that? Why doesn't Kalonzo do that? Wamunyoro, let's not kid ourselves. Wamunyoro did the same. He even started his own rallies in his own background. Kukaa tu kwa nyumba. That's what we call it, Wamunyoro. And alikuwa anakaa Wamunyoro, and he just makes speeches there. He excites the crowd. He excites the people. And I think these people should actually do what they're doing.
No, Matiang'i is too much cautious. That's what
Matiang'i
too much cautious. Too much
it's how he started. How he started his campaign was he stated, I don't want politics he's trying to be couth. He's trying to be couth in an uncouth world where, I cannot go with words of abuse. I cannot talk like that. Then the next thing he does the same thing that Kalonzo always does. Calls a media house. He has a bunch of people behind him, and then states things in English. And make it so serious that
they shop once a week for campaign.
Excuse me. Mtu wa chini anakaa hapo anaboeka na shindo. What is this guy saying? I cannot. Some of the way they speak is not easy for some of us to swallow.
Unajua kitu mnakataa kusema ni moja. Matiang'i has failed the expectations of Kenyans, and we must move on and find another presidential candidate. That's what you guys are not willing to say. I said it long time ago. I moved to DCP. I moved to DCP not because I didn't like Matiang'i. Matiang'i did not have. I agree with what Ruto said. Matiang'i has no plan apart from having the plan of being a surrogate of Uhuru. There is no plan that guy has. There is no plan Matiang'i is having for us.
Sasa unagonga ndugu yako mkubwa hivyo baba.
Sio kugonga ndugu. We need a country. We are bleeding. We are bleeding.
I'm Sifuna guy. We are just trying to pretty good. We are Sifuna. I'm the one who brought.
I'm trying to be a Sifuna guy. You're wearing Jubilee things now.
Hii maneno ya hii mtoto ambayo inakunywa maziwa naitwa Sifuna mpaka. Let me tell you another thing that you people do not know. Eventually, unaona, if you look at, unajua mkianza kuleta mambo ya Sifuna hapa, nitamchapa hapa mangumi mwanze kusikia vibaya. Let me tell you, Sifuna hakuna mahali anaenda because first of all, Caleb Amisi amemwanza. And the second thing, the day I saw two people speak things, and because we are so allergic of not listening to other people, we are not able to conceptualize the politics of Kenya sometimes. The last thing I will want, hold on, the last thing I will want is the Luos to capture again the governorship of Nairobi. When Atandi and when Robert Alai endorsed Babu Owino and said the Luos must take the governorship of Nairobi, I had to come back and ask myself, does my party DCP hear what Atandi has just said? So if Babu Owino is not going to be a candidate of that the DCP is going to endorse in Nairobi, watakosana na Sifuna. They are not going to go bigger. So we better agree that as soon as possible. So this issue of sitting in Sifuna, if Sifuna wants to come out right, he needs to know that some of these people go around. He needs to start dealing with it as soon as possible, because eventually there will be the reason for his fall. And that is why I put a break on sitting in Sifuna, because the Luos are positioning on Babu Owino to lie that he is anti-ABCD so that he can get the Kikuyu votes and therefore take. When Atandi, a person of that nature who allows Onyonga to be beaten in Kisumu, endorses Babu Owino, immediately I start doubting Babu Owino as a person. Iyo na sita kudanganya. When Robert Alai starts saying hatuna mtu mwingine except Babu Owino akue governor wetu, then I start doubting again Babu Owino. So that coalition, for me, it's politics, and we have to say what we need to say. You cannot force me to agree sisi ni Sifuna wakati Sifuna hako na Babu Owino. Sifuna and Babu Owino cannot go together. It's going to be detrimental to us at the end. They rather stop being together as soon as possible. That is my take as a person. Then I can agree sisi ni Sifuna. But as soon as they are together, hapana, mimi nimekataa hiyo maneno.
So what I mean is, the people in Nairobi, you know, they know very well. If they don't have somebody who can call them, they are going to lose a lot of seats at places like Nairobi. So they know, even if they can say green the ground, green the money, whatever, if they keep on, so they are probably going to take over. Okay, I agree with you.
Linda Ground is dead.
What's that?
Linda Ground was killed.
Yeah, no, not that. Yeah, at this point, the good news is at this point, UDA momentum has been stopped in terms of them trying to trying to swallow ODM some part of ODM. It's
Who said that?
I'm just saying. I said it now. I say
Homa Bay, my friend.
Yeah, but they are there, but there's resistance from the Luo, some other Luo people. So we thought they have been swallowed, but we came to realize what I didn't know, like they are being pushed. So the push they are getting is very good for Ruto. Ruto says that's the only thing he has after abusing the Mount Kenya. Now he thinks he can come Luo Nyanza.
Robert, they are not being pushed out of South Nyanza. If you look at the alternative and the candidates they are having for UDA, it is so scary. If you look at Homa Bay itself, the alternative for Gladys Wanga is his former deputy, who is Magwagwa. Magwagwa clearly won this thing. He was only forced by Raila that we cannot do that and I'm going to be the president. You look at Kajwang the other day was saying like, look, now we are done here because the candidates that Ruto is putting here are candidates that people actually want on the ground. Look at Agustina Neto is coming back. Look at Jakakimba is coming back. Look at the candidates UDA is actually, through Raymond Amolo, is putting in both Migori and Homa Bay. You should be scared. You should be scared. Don't say they've been pushed. Pushed from where? Look at this young boy now telling us he wants to buy from Embakasi East. Which part? He was taken to Kibera by Ruto. Now they want to position him again in Nairobi, Junior Raila Junior. He's a UDA more. Okay? So when you're saying they are being pushed, when the real son of Raila Amolo Odinga is being sponsored by Ruto himself, what does that tell you?
No, I'm talking about the people.
Let's have conventional wisdom when we are operating and say they are being pushed out of Luo. In fact, they are in Luo Nyanza right now. They want to impeach Orengo.
No, Orengo, that one couldn't have. That one was.
Even if it cannot happen in the Senate, if it succeeds,
but they're doing it.
If it succeeds, Robert keeps on rubbishing things that are true.
Alex, I follow that thing of CIA. That thing, because it's they came there.
You can't rubbish it. Politics is not real. The effect of it, allowing people to sit down to start negotiating at night, it's also effectful. It might not happen, but the fact that you are so threatened at night, you have to start now sitting and taking calls from the president. It tells you that there is an effect. Unanielewa? So the effect does not mean the real removal of the person, but there will be. There will be, and that is what we are fearing, that a place that could not negotiate with anybody, now it is totally negotiating with everybody. He was never used to negotiate with anybody. Now they are negotiating with everybody, from DCP to Sifuna to Kalonzo. ODM is the almost Malaya's party right now. They want to negotiate with everybody because their base is not there anymore.
Yes, you're right. Hey guys, I'll be back. Give me a couple of minutes here. Let me do something really quick, then I'll be back here. And I need to talk some matters of work.
Topic imekuwa moto moto. Valerie.
Yes, Kip.
Sasa
Poa sana.
siasa imechemuka.
Moto imewaga. Kuna
Well,
swali.
you live close to my area, najua wewe unakaa na wakale sana. If you can pull our accent like that, wewe ndio kwetu. Hapo Tarbo.
Nyinyi kirani. I can see Alex umeulizwa hapa mbona babu wasikue na Sifuna. Naona boss lady hapa amekuuliza
why. Politically it is not going to be it's not going to be possible. If we get to sikia hii kitu. Let me ask you. If we get to a point whereby we are going to negotiate. A lot of people first of all are saying that they want DCP but they don't want Gachagua. Gachagua said he wants to run. But still you people saying pana. We want Kikuyus at least to stay out. Now, if that is possible, then we endorse another candidate. Do you think, again, they are not going to say for the first time they want to take also the governorship of Nairobi? Because they have said it, and the most popular person right now on the ground, against Sakaja, na akona pesa, is doing groundwork, na akona Wakikuyu water. You know it. Why do we keep on lying? Nikakuya ama Gakuyo. That guy is a mobilizer. My friend, it's only you people don't want to put him here. Muone how effective and powerful akikuwa kwa markets and akikuwa kwa ground. You know, I used to undermine the guy, but I've looked at his videos, how he's campaigning, how he's doing his things, not the theater, these theatrics ambazo babu anafanya hapa, ambazo anangojea Wakikuyu wa muendose. The guy is on the ground. So do you want to tell me if the Kikuyus are not going to endorse Babu Owino is going to remain there, knowing who he is? Babu Owino will want to be in power by all necessary means because case yake might come back anytime. And if I was Babu, I will take any other seat to remain in power, even if it's a member of parliament. Why? Because it will shield me until I will be guaranteed that the statue of Nini imeisha kabisa. So that is one thing I'm looking at all the time. Kuwa Babu may not be looking from the same script as Sifuna. Sifuna is a person who can refuse and say, I'm not going to vie for Nairobi Nini senatorial seat. And you will be comfortable and still get a national role. But it's going to take a one election before maybe Babu kufika mahali Sifuna amefika sahi. That is my idea. Secondly, looking at how Nairobi has to be structured in the next election. Wakikuyu wameangamizwa Nairobi sana if you don't know. Whether you don't listen to Gachagua when he speaks about stage and all those things, sometimes you think it's just a tribal, you brand him as a tribal person. But from stages, markets and everything, they've been affected. Do you think our mama wakikaa chini hivi and they know the person ambaye anawatetea in Nairobi has never been Babu Owino? It has been this mtu yao huyu mmoja ambaye hatutakangi talk about him, Gakuyu ama sijui ni nini. Do you think they are going to sit down and just agree watolewe Nairobi the way wanataka kutolewa hivi? Look, I mean, the politics of newspaper is so sweet. But the politics when it fika ya pesa ya mfukoni, it is totally different. And I've really tried to understand how Babu can become a governor of Nairobi. It is only through the Kikuyu votes and the Luyas unity. Now, do you think the Kikuyus can give up the presidency and also give up the Nairobi gubernatorial seat? I want you to be honest to me, my daughter. Be honest. Do you think that is possible?
I don't think I don't think it's possible.
And that's why I keep on
let
saying, then,
everything go.
if that is your answer is simple, then the equation of Babu inaenda wapi? Now tell me, if it's not possible, the Kikuyus are not endorsing Babu, you tell me what are his options from there.
See, remaining the MP of Embakasi East.
Okay. And then still remain with Nini na Sifuna. What will Sifuna help him?
Nothing.
And knowing Embakasi East majority ni Wakisi, this time Baba is not around, you think Babu anaenda kuwin hiyo seat? Na vile Wajaluo wamefanyia Wakisi? This politics is complicated beyond what you think you don't know. Ile tutaweka Millicent Omanga. We jua hivyo.
Sasa uteka sister yako, wewe na Jongo unapendaga Mili kama sister yako sana. Uteka uwe kweli.
Tumeambiwa Nairobi kila mtu akwe na kona yao. Dagoretti mulitutoa ya Simba. Tumewaachia. Lakini utawala hatuwaachii.
Na Nairobi rap umesema hapana.
Na Wakamba pia wamesema wako na yao. Na Kibra tumeambiwa ni ya bedroom ya wenyewe. You know, if you don't see how this politics is headed to.
Hapana, Alex Ngoja. Uteka Mili kweli.
Kwani amefanya dhambi gani ambayo Ruto hajaifanya?
Acha kumtetea hivyo.
Amefanya dhambi gani Ruto hajaifanya? Hatuwezi ya community. Wacha nikuulize. My host, let me ask you. My sister Millicent Omanga amefanya dhambi gani ama amefanyia mtu ama amefanyiwa dhambi gani ambayo Ruto hajaifanya ama hajaifanyiwa?
Sasa alifanyia ule Gen Z kijana sijui nini bana. Easy Alex cannot talk about that one.
Babu Owino, let me tell you, when the politics of Nairobi, wakati politics, because already wameanza, let me tell you, this thing could have been easy for Babu. The moment Ruto introduced Jalango to fight Luyas and the senatorial seat in Nairobi, they brought a war that Babu will, and the Luos. And I will go categorically what Nani said. It's not me who said it. This is Karoli Omondi saying this openly in JKL. So I say, tumeshinda viti nyingi hapa Nairobi, courtesy of Waluya, Wakisi, Wakikuyu, and Wanini, Wakamba. And they have been our closest allies over the years. Now that we have negated them, are we going to win Nairobi seats? Karoli Omondi asked that. Now, wamesema they want to fight the Luyas through Jalango. My friend, let me tell you, the politics of Nairobi is changed. Wacha Wakikuyu watafute gubernatorio, tuwape. Wacha Waluya waendelee na senatorial. Lakini hapa chini, Embakasi East na Dagoretti ya Simbarati, sisi lazima tuchukue. Ya atudanganyani. Hao wakitaka waende Kibra waweke bedroom, sisi hatuingiagi bedroom za watu. Tunaheshimu wa baba. No, I mean, that is what they have done in Nairobi by trying to fight Sifuna. Ama amoni yo kitu, it's really destabilized Babu Owino. Ama munafikiria the politics of Nairobi as, ama you have forgotten kuwa the Luyas will never forget that Baba is the one who sold out Tim Wanyonyi. You think the Luyas have forgotten that?
Yes.
You know, you people just forget history like that. Unataka kutudanganya hapa. Sensationalism ya Babu Owino. Babu Owino is not winning anything in Nairobi. Hata hii Embakasi East. He is not. He is not.
Network yangu.
Babu Owino is not winning even Embakasi East. Take it to the bank. Hata jenge, hanging walls, hanging trees of Babylon. Ashindi.
We actually have a candidate in Embakasi as well. the chairman of PLP, vice chair, is running there. Sema kuna watu, Babu is a red herring huko. Yes. Babu knows data. He's doing exactly what Ruto does. He goes and pays for polls, pays for the questions, and then publishes it. He pays for questions that make him.
Nairobi is complicated because, you know, for a very long time, the Luos wamekuwa wakipata, the Luos MPs have gotten like Mathare and other areas because courtesy of Baba, and many Kenyans who live in Nairobi have been democratic. They have not been very tribal.
Not even
but
that.
The way Wanga,
we like him.
The way Wanga, Mbadi, Oburu have taken ODM, imeleta chuki fulani ambayo I don't think they will ever erase from the people who loved Baba. Hata kijana ya Raila sahi asimama ati anauliza kura Nairobi. A lot of people will not vote for him based. Yeah, no, hapana, si sahi wamesema leo akikuwa kwa church ama jana, si wamesema sasa anaenda sijui ni Embakasi ama ni gani yeye niona tena amechange. It's no longer Kibra again. They've changed the constituency for him.
Those are kisses are going for that one.
Wachana, it's not about kisses. It's about the purging of the Luo community in Nairobi. It's not about any tribe anymore. People can decide to actually punish ODM for what it has done to the nation. The way Gladys Wanga speaks, the way Junet speaks, the way all these people have been speaking, the Kenyans who never remembered this when they were voting them will remember this time around. And that is why somebody like Jalas, whether he's good or bad, and I don't see even why he became a member of parliament. I think that was, in the history of Kenya, even Sudi is much better because, you know, for me, Sudi, I look at him as a street smart guy, but for Jalango, there was no reason to become a member of parliament. I mean,
speaking of which, what about this, the guy for ridiculous?
So this issue of Nairobi, munafikiria ati Babu watabaki na nani? Si ati nachukia Babu. The Luo factor in Nairobi and how it is going to affect Nairobi, including huyu jamaa alipewa tu vizuri hapa huyu Robert Alai alipewa vizuri na watu wote because his ward is an elitist ward. People didn't care your tribe. Compare because when he was chair wa housing ya Nyayo, he did very well. But the way he has projected himself in the Nairobi, Gunism politics, I don't think any sane person can go to the voting pool again to vote for Robert Alai, whether he performed or not. Why? Because how they've projected themselves and how ODM has disappointed people who viewed it as a national party. Now, somebody saying ODM is a national party. It used to be. It will never be again. Nanielewa, it will never be again. What they did in Kakamega, what they have done to Sifuna, the Busia used to be their biggest constituents. Okay? With the highest, you've seen what they've done to them. The effect in Kakamega, you've seen. Now, Baraza wants to vie the governorship through UDA, and Savula actually has officially, decamped to UDA. So you ask yourself, ODM inaenda kushinda wapi? Where Western, at least people used to believe in it. I don't think there's space for it and room for it. In Kisii, in fact, hizi zingine ni kuibiwa tu walikuwa naibiwanga. People believed in Baba a lot. And if you look at the members of parliament from Manduku, from Kibagendi, from Gisairo, from Varongo, the young thugs of Kisii, they totally believed in Baba, even when they disagreed with him openly, but they still believed in him. Where are they right now? So when you tell me that ODM is a national, it used to be, it is no longer, and it will never come to be. whether Babu becomes the chair or Sifuna is given an opposition again to, and the worst thing Sifuna can ever do, because I heard Roba saying this and Nikacheka, whether Sifuna is given ODM again and he decides to remain in ODM, that will be the worst political decision he will ever do. He must move away from ODM in order to continue to be relevant. He must seek his senatorial seat away from ODM to be relevant. I don't know if you see that or not, but that's my own position, that if Sifuna continue to insist, and one of the things that makes me
no, the ship has sailed.
Sifuna,
The ship has sailed, Alex. We all know that. There's no way you can fight that money. There's no way you can fight that money. I wish Sifuna can see it. You can't fight the money. Get out. Leave. You've been chosen. You've been weighed. You've been measured, and you've been found wanting. Go for it. Even if it's not senatorial, if it's not even presidential, just get out of ODM. They don't want you. You've already been told by Tifa, you have 75% of the people in ODM. Toka na vitu wako. Toka na watu
yeah,
wako.
I mean, that is what he needs to do. I mean, he should be on his way. But this idea Roba was saying that, no, whether they convene a new NDC, I think the Kenyan people are fallen out with ODM, and they've supported Sifuna as an individual. And until Sifuna shows where he's taking them with a clear vision, I still believe that Sifuna still will be a bubble. The person I think who surprised me against all odds, was my party leader. Because he kept postponing the launching of his party. Mpaka I think Njiru na mimi siku moja tulicheka hapa tukajiuliza, kwani huyu Gachagua hii party yake ana launch? Unajua nani used to be very excited. Njiru used to be very excited. Nasema leo tuna launch, anakuja ako ready, anaanza show. Only to realize imekuwa postponed. And you remember the last purge when we were launching the party, tukapigwa, the venue ikakuwa changed, so such things, tukapata frustration. We never knew that we are going. At that particular time, I was not in DCP anyway, but I was closely watching it because I was wondering what is the next move for Gachagua. But how DCP has become a party that we can talk about it around our dining table on a daily basis in Kenya. 1 year after huyu jamaa ametolewa the deputy president still surprises me. Unaelewa? That Jubilee is not relevant anymore. And that's why I said, let's not talk about Jubilee. Let's never waste time talking about Jubilee anymore. So Sifuna has to do better than DCP. Information, in grassroots mobilization, and now he must do it on a countrywide, top-notch. I don't even know the right word I can use in terms of making the whole country light that now we have a party for the future. That's what Matiang'i failed to do. And I think that's the vision Kioni had for him. But I think Kioni was prevailed over because, first of all, he was appointed. Secondly, he was a surrogate. Thirdly, he executed more intelligence than his bosses. And I think they did not like it. In my own estimation, one of the most far progressive politicians, whether he's a mole or not, who knows how to act on his basis and remain relevant hata kama anashindwa kura, is Kioni. I am not overprojecting the man. Hate the man or not hate him, you will listen to all his interviews from the beginning to the end.
I don't hate Kioni. I don't. That one.
No, I don't say you hate him, but I say whether you hate him or not.
I know you're saying it to the audience.
Yeah. But when you listen to the guy, he's a political genius. Because even the way he presented Matiang'i to us, mpaka wakati ana brand magari anafanya all this, I mean the hype he caused to the country, we cannot underrate that guy. Unaelewa? So Matiang'i disappointed Kenyans. That disappointment, DCP elevated it. Akatuweka hangi. Now, if Sifuna does better than the two,
Well done.
then I believe that he will be. The question is he willing to? One of the things that I look at Sifuna and I feel bad is he recently met our Zungu somewhere. And that is how you start getting sold out. You saw him go to that meeting. That is how you start getting sold out.
With the EU people.
Yes, that is how you start getting sold out. And it looks good on him. But for those who understand the politics of neocolonization, you know very well. They will offer him money and they will offer him, experts, and they will know how to, kumcheza tu mpaka last minute. And I think that is what he has started doing. So his launching will be grand, but it will not be the people's launch. It will be a EU launch. Unaelewa? And that is my fear. That is why I'm not going to sit here and say mimi ndio Sifuna. Gachagua, by all his evilness, which I know them, hata uniambie mimi nazijua kuliko zenye hujui. He launched his party with no help from anybody. Because everybody was willing that this guy should die. So his launch of the party was not foreign agenda driven, unless later on it picks up.
One time.
Unaelewa? It was for political survival first before one time. Which is okay. Even me, I need political survival before one time. So Gachagua resonates with me better because I felt like after Raila and others sold us out, I also felt like I was impeached. Okay? So Gachagua and me are on the same level. I feel impeached and he was impeached. Okay? So us launching our party, whereby nobody helped us, I feel more comfortable and I feel at home. So if you people are saying Sisi ni Sifuna, you must also show us that you can launch your party better than us so that we can join you. But as far as I'm concerned, you are eventually joining us. Naona Valerie amelala kama Njiru.
Alex, sijalala. Alex, sijalala. Mimi bado sijafika age ya kulala ovyo.
Hujafika age ya kulala ovyo kama Njiru?
Bado.
Siku anajuanga Njiru analala ovyo akifunga kamera. Sasa nimejua.
Topic isipoenda direction yake anakuwa na boeka. He disappears. Guys are not talking about Gachagua. Leo alikuwa anataka kuja na excitement ya Uhuru. Kona, we're not talking about Uhuru's presidential that we get excited. I think it is more of revelation or self-congratulation sometimes my brother does. You feel how I feel about this
Naona huku comment section wamerespondia Bundi, wanasema Sifuna atoe jam. Another one is saying Sifuna can easily be a true puppet of the West. Another one is saying timing is everything and Matiang'i understood this. You can't come in with a lot of fire only to fizzle out long before the D-Day. Look at Morara Kebaso and others. Matiang'i is coming pole pole but surely. We all need to survive first and foremost. Yeah, that's what people are saying.
Let me respond to Troy, Helen. I think This is also the mindset yenye nani ako nayo, Madam Julia. But I think we have been surpassed by it. Hii kitu ya slow cooking gas, that things will be cooking slowly. That was our expectation. But where we sit today, the question and still remains. And I follow up from where we started our host. And I listened candidly before I came up here. Then I realized maybe we have a conversation to have. Kip said, and I thank God Kip said it, it's not me. Because I think watu wanafikirianga siku hizi mimi ni psychophant to Gachagua. I'm not a psychophant. He only makes sense to me. Kip said clearly that Matiang'i na Jubilee stronghold yao kwanza alianza kudanganya ni South Nyanza, badala tu aseme ni Kisii Nyamira. But kumbe alikuwa strategic. Alitaka tu kwenda polepole. So that is the only stronghold tuko nayo. So beyond there, tumeuliza with all these by-elections that we have had, including Olkarau, which was held by Jubilee, we are not seeing Jubilee anywhere. So Ellen Troy wants to come here and lie to us that hata kama tuna lose all these, we will win the presidency with which members of parliament? You are not getting anything. Gachagua is not giving your own person that used to be the Secretary General of Jubilee on the media was heard saying that, look, Gachagua is eating from Jubilee. And that is true, even in the comment section. A person who has been in Jubilee for 20 years, before even it was formed, alikuwa huko, na ametoka huko ani. Alikuwa Jubilee mpaka ametoka. The mountain is no longer in Jubilee. It is in DCP. Yes, now, Matiang'i unasema hako. Anakuja na nini? In Murdikir, where we put a Secretary General so that we can look diversified. Did they even campaign? Did you even hear the candidate for Jubilee? Did you even hear anything about Jubilee? So you cannot talk like Matiang'i as an entity without looking at the vehicle under which he is traveling with. The vehicle called Jubilee, to me, and I will tell Matiang'i with all my heart, now uzuri, he is not like he doesn't know some of us. He knows. We have told him this vehicle was dead on arrival. People did not expect you to go to Jubilee. They were disappointed, but they gave you time to see what you are going to do. But over time, they've realized Jubilee was never to be your vehicle, but at least you have a window to revamp and rebrand yourself before 2027. That is the only advantage that Matiang'i has. But if he sticks with Jubilee, Matiang'i is headed nowhere. Him and Maraga are in the same WhatsApp group. So he's a good person. He has performed. We do not negate any of his accomplishments. We agree. But the road to power is political vehicle. And any political vehicle needs to have a base. And currently, and you saw now, vile wanaongeleshwa kama watoto wadogo. Yani watoto wadogo. You know, Metu, I like Metu. You know, Metu speaks, injects. Metu ni mtu anaongea na hizo ndevu zake pole pole, but he can really hurt you. Akasema, how can a party with 5 million support 3 million? Na akaachia hapo. He was basically telling Matiang'i and Kalonzo that we are not going to be subservient. So you're already seeing these signs. So the question is, Helen Troy, ukitupigia kelele hapa chini unatuambia Matiang'i ni slow cooker, hizi beans zitaiva vizuri. Yeah, tunakubali, but tuambie members of parliament watatoka wapi, governors watatoka wapi, because a party that wins an election needs, there is a minimum of 20-something gubernatorial states or counties. You have 50+1, you have ABCD. We don't see that any close. In a combination whereby they will have a united those who have more like DCP, I've said they're not going to play subservient. They will want a bigger cake. So while we are propelling Uyo Matiang'i, the question is, are you honest even to yourself that Matiang'i, Jubilee is not growing, Jubilee will not get members of parliament in Northeastern, will not get in coastal region, it will not get in Western, maybe Nairobi, maybe Kisii, and that is it. It's not getting in Ukambani. So how do you lie to yourself that Matiang'i is the man to watch? Tuache uongo. Let's be honest in our politics so that we ask ourselves, hey, tuko na shida hapa. What should we do then? First of all, we need to do this, diagnose our ills and then ask ourselves, yeah, but that is true. We are stuck. Then the question is, if we are stuck, is there anything we can do? Then we can have a conversation from there. But we have to agree first that this issue called Matiang'i was dead on arrival. He made mistakes. We kept on kumtetea hapa, watu walitukatasha, it's a wrong move. Insist, thinking that, he was smart enough, Uhuru was smart enough, they will change the trajectory. But what we have seen is DCP imeenda na the mountain. And we were hoping for the mountain. That is the first thing we were hoping for. And today Uhuru said he's giving leadership very soon to Matiang'i. So when he steps aside, na unajua Uhuru akistep aside, you will never see him again. So Kioni at least used to represent us in the mountain. Who is going to represent us there? That is when this crocodile called Gachagua will swallow us completely. Or swallow you, not us. I will swallow you because I'm part of that crocodile. So wacheni kudanganya Matiang'i. Ambia Matiang'i, look, you made a strategic mistake, but people have made those strategic mistakes. You have an opportunity to revamp yourself and work with other like-minded politicians. Find a way of making sure you are with Sifuna in the same party. Find a way before December. Find a way. But insisting on staying in Jubilee, you are not going to lie to me here to Matiang'i can be the president of Kenya through Jubilee. Hiyo ni uongo, tuachane. Kalonzo will not allow that, DCP will not allow that, and the rest of the country will not allow that. Why? Because power is gotten through parties and Jubilee is not going to... Jubilee is dead. It had its power for 10 years, ikaisha. We are not going to recycle it again. That is my point of view.
The thing is, Alex, the only way Jubilee can recover itself. Those who may think I'm saying it the wrong way, they need to leave the mountain. Wachana nayo, accept defeat, leave. Don't put all your efforts there. Go to the rest of Kenya. Turkanas need to see you. Coastal region needs to see you. Wajir, enda huko kwote. There are other parts of Kenya you can go and do your stuff. Imagine, hii kitu Ruto anakimbilia naita tyranny of small numbers. Why aren't they not seeing that? Hii anaitanga tyranny of small numbers. Why don't you fight there? I'm on Alex. What is their problem in concentrating themselves in Nairobi and Central? So, kuna Wakenya wengine. Because if... And by the way, that's how Raila built ODM. He went outside Nyanza, he went outside Nairobi, and went elsewhere. So I hope it's a kickstart. Wakisema wanaenda kukutana na watu mashinani, that I want to see campaigns like tumapatia. Ulisema deadline gani, Alex? December.
December. I mean, we are already in mid, and negotiations has to be thorough negotiation. People have to sit so that one uniform decision that is air to the people will prepare the people for the election. They have a very little window, and up to December. We don't need to go to next year during the election year to start again having those Oka thing. You know, ile Oka going to hotels every week. Ile Oka hotel room. We don't want to start those Oka nonsense. Unaelewa? Whereby we used to go, Gideon Moi used to go with with Kalonzo to hotels every day to give us press conference. You remember vile wali to deplete? We don't want that. So that is why I'm saying that, look, Matiang'i is a spent force. Not only that, he is not going to look ahead and understand that truly and honestly, at some point, Kenyans really called him and told him, we need a change in this country. And he accepted it. It was not Uhuru who called him, it is Kenyans. And he listened to the will of the people of Kenyans that this is the way to go. I think he's doomed to be the greatest political failure of our lifetime. Why? Because he was predestined for greatness. But he ended up disappointing himself. That is all I can say. Hii maneno ya kupembeleza Matiang'i na with good words, he's not a woman. Kupembelezwa. Ambiwe ukweli. If he can man up and do what he needs to do for the nation, let him do. If he can't, let him go.
Bundi, naona hapa umeulizwa na Njiru. DCP has gone to the mountain. Uhuru will step aside. Do you think we need to join DCP ama? Umesikia swali ya Njiru kwako Alex?
Rudia.
DCP has gone to the mountain. Uhuru will step aside. Do you think he needs to join DCP ama?
Uhuru, what you need to know is this. Uhuru is not Uhuru. Uhuru is Mama Ngina. That is Mama's boy. Unfortunately, people forget that. Uhuru has never been a man of his own. Do we agree on that? Do we agree on that first?
Gani kama Uhuru ni mama's boy?
Do we agree
That is
or
Mama's
don't?
boy. That's
Yeah.
Mama's boy.
So Mama is not going to agree. The person who came and akavunja ng'ombe zake na mbuzi zake, sasa hao ndio anaenda kuwa boss wake. I mean, power does not work that way. For us, we see power on TV. These are people who have been in power. It's so difficult for these people to see Gachagua to be their head. So, waenda kujoin Gachagua. They rather even with Ruto.
Alex unakatika katika kidogo.
Network is bad.
Yeah, I think he'll just nini.
Muho Kenyatta. Unanisikia sasa?
Sahi unasikika.
Yeah, nilikuwa natoka kwa nyumba wifi ikakatika, so yeah, at some point Ruto appointed Muho Kenyatta the chair of East Africa Community Business Union, a very powerful seat that I never knew. That's when I asked, how can Muho be accept to be appointed this seat? I came to know that it's part and parcel of the Big Boys Club. So the possibility of, I don't think Gachagua has reached the league whereby the Kenyatta can join him. They rather join Ruto than Gachagua. And Gachagua, according to Kenyatta's, Gachagua can be lethal to them. Unajua uzuri wa Gachagua, akiamua aseme nyinyi watu mko na pesa nyingi, akishapata pesa anaweza maliza the Kenyatta's. It's not like Ruto akona soft spot kwenda kwao kidogo. Gachagua is somebody who can finish them completely. So sometimes we forget the beef these people might have or have had before and think they are serving our interest. Beyond our interest and our noises, there is business interest. Na ukisikianga vizuri kabisa, hata hizi vitu Gachagua anajua zote. Gachagua is so endowed with the businesses of Ruto, which means he had interest in also those businesses. And that is why he's privy of that, which is not wrong. Even if me, I was a president, hizo vitu lazima nichukue kubali sipokubali. Huwezi kuwa rais alafu nitoke nje mkuje kunichekelea. My next 10 generation will never be poor. Hiyo nayo, that is the trend in Kenya. But siyasema mniogope.
Hapo nitakuchapa kiboko bana Alex, you can't talk like that.
My friend, I cannot be a president and cannot be the first lady akuja hapa kutype comment section. Nitamuelevate. So
nitakupiga kiboko. Tema hiyo.
Having said that, you have to know that Uhuru cannot join Gachagua. Hiyo ni uongo tuko nayo. That's why Gachagua grabbed it, he took it, and he has been able because he understood that honestly, he is not going to be joined. That's why the Mois have never joined the Rutos until today, because of that ego. So if you want to know a classical example, is the Mois have never joined the Rutos completely. So the Kenyatas can never join Gachagua. Thank you.
Well. But kuna mwingine alikuambia hapa pia Alex that Babu kwa sababu I think on the incident that you were talking about Babu Owino for the gubernatorial seat and also for Embakasi. Naona hapa pia umekubaliwa.
Got to go eat something. I'm coming back, eh?
You know, at least watu walikubali kuwa gubernatorial Babu achukui. So wakati tulifika Embakasi ndio watu wamekasirika na mimi, but hata hii hawachukui. Hiyo nawaambia Millicent Omanga atachukua kama hataenda kwa women rep. Na akienda kwa women rep, Ogeto, who is the current speaker of Nairobi Nairobi Assembly, County Assembly, is going for it. Kama hataienda, hata hii Kebago inaitwa Morara Kebaso, tunaweza tu mpea because akona furniture store kule Utawala. He will take care of that. But hii kiti, it is not going back to the Luos. That is my point. The way Gladys Wanga has acted, tumeshtuka that all these years we were voting against our own brothers in Nairobi, thinking it was democracy. Kumbe we were making ODM a tribal party that has come to bite us. ODM has beaten us more than any. We never voted for Kibaki. We never voted for Uhuru. We stuck with Raila Amolo Odinga. Only for Wanga to come and tell us, no. Na sasa hata sisi, we will be able to say that no. Unafikiria mwanaume kuambiwa ngo, alafu unashika kidole unaweka kwa macho, ama ukumbuki ile picha vile Uhuru alichukua kidole akaweka kwa macho akafungua mdomo akasema ngo. Unafikiria tulisahau?
No. Hapa comment wanasema Uhuru hawezi join Gachagua. I think hao wanataka kubaki tuna hiyo chama yao ya Jubilee, but yeah, it's not okay. Let me say the same way we see. Do you think the same way we are seeing ODM venye imeenda kukua sasa chama ya a certain region rather than a national party is just the same way where Jubilee has landed? And also Alex, I've seen today walikuwa na grassroots ninio kule au ODM, and nani was talking very proudly, anaitwaje kijana Kasmuel Marco Ure akisema hao wanatafutia Ruto kura. So ODM has just remained such a party.
ODM is not going. Wachana Marco Ure. Walipewa pesa wakakula. If you look at his history, let him eat. I mean, I can't blame him. Hata wewe ukijipata hiyo situation, you can only be a fool to refuse to eat political money and be elevated just to build, your ground. So Marco was nothing before the demonstration. He found a space and he has used it effectively. I mean, let's be kind to that guy. And also let's also be kind to Gaucho. He never went to school, umewekwa ukapewa board. I mean, with all the work that he has done, by even actually, hakuna mtu alikuwa anataka kuwa ghetto president. The guy called himself ghetto president. And obviously, out of that, he has gotten a job. So, and that's how we build ourselves from scratch when we come from families that we don't have anything. But there's a question you asked earlier about, do you think about the same Uhuru? Hiyo sikusikia vizuri.
If you think Uhuru can join DCP or decide to join Gachagua, do you think that can happen?
I don't know why people fail to see. Uhuru is in essentially, let me tell you, that Ruto becoming a president was not by accident. Everything Ruto to become a president was a game and a ground that was put by the Kenyattas. If you don't remember, at one time, they even used the Kikuyu traditional blessings. Mamangina, Ruto knelt down and so everything towards Ruto becoming a president was not a Kikuyu thing. It was the Kenyatta's thing. They laid the ground because on one way or the other, whether we agree with the duo or not, when they were facing the Hague, I think they became too close because they knew they have to help each other and come out of it. They used emotions and they made sure that the community supported them. So they have one history together that we can never take away. Anytime people face death, for instance, Uhuru has come out telling us that I have cancer and anytime I can leave you. So when people are facing death, they are more forgiving and they're willing to work with anybody at any particular time. If you heard the speech of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta today, there is a part alicriticize Gachagua huko, nikacheka tu nikasema, my party leader, he say, this is a national party. It doesn't belong to a community. And that is why we put APCD. Matiang'i is not from this. And that's why I asked Nani earlier, nilikuuliza. Don't you think Uhuru has confirmed that before Jubilee was a tribal party, now he is diversifying? Because he was giving an example of the latest appointment. At the same time, I told my party leader, Gachagua, that look, the problem with Kenya ni hii. And I said here, I'm a tribalist, but I know the nature of our politics. Nikasema, if Gachagua wants to survive up to 2027, he must make sure that everybody that handles the party issues, the DCP, must be a Kikuyu. And to make it worse, must come from Meru, not even from Kiambu. Because that is the nature of how our politics have become. When a party is small and you are nurturing it, unfortunately, if, for example, you saw what happened, Uhuru just spoke that the party was stolen by Kadini Kega and also by who? By Sabina Cheke, the people that he least thought could sell the party. So what's wrong with Gachagua doing that? Now, if that is true, Gachagua is doing that. So what Uhuru is also doing is putting people on the surface. But basically, Uhuru, he's supporting William Samoei Ruto because even when you saw the tenders, the biggest tenders that were unveiled by this government, Uhuru seems to have gotten almost 40% of the government tenders. And we don't want to talk about that. We don't, honestly, nobody's speaking about that, the tenders Uhuru got from this. And I've never had that conversation. The only person that I've heard speaking about it over and over is Morara Kebaso. And obviously, yeah, we don't like the boy, but sometimes he does bring issues, emote issues that obviously will rabble us and may break coalitions. but that is the truth. So for me, I conclude by giving those illustrations this way. Uhuru is more in UDA than more in Jubilee. That's my take.
So ni mchezo ya town tunachezewa hapa.
Ile ni kalongolongo. Ile ni kalongolongo baba na mama ama ni taapo. Ile ni hide and seek. Sisi ndio sarakasi. Sisi ndio mpira inarushwa huku na huku, but ukiangalia vizuri the person you know, hata Nania said it, it's only that we failed when it was tumultuous that Gachagua will have become the president when the Gen Zs, in fact the person who feared most about Gachagua's president was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. In fact, Raila is on the record saying that Uhuru urged him to go speak with Ruto. It's on the record. Ama ninadanganya. So hii mchezo saa ingine ni ile we are in denial. But that's why I'm telling you, it doesn't make any sense that Jubilee is not growing and nobody cares. I don't think on a normal level, if Jubilee was not growing and you have a serious presidential candidate, you will still be comfortable the way I see Uhuru comfortable. He only wakes up to give very good speeches. But if you look at the president of the former president of Botswana, when he was exiled in South Africa and he had to use his resources and work with Boko, the current president, and the opposition, I mean, the guy worked hard to make sure that Masisi, on every day he had a radio interview, he had a radio talk show. He really injected. He really injected. So Uhuru comes and gives one speech. Oh, that was presidential. Oh, that was like, can we hype it? We blow things out of proportion, man. You know, my friend, Uhuru is the biggest political con of our lifetime. He knows the power he has, but he will never use it. He knows how people love him. They want to listen to him. He's so economical. He doesn't want to be seen to be heard. He only wants to be heard when it benefits him. So Uhuru is a con to me, not because of anything. It's because he knows the power and the love we have for him, but he will never use it. Ama nimedanganya? Tell me, how much do you respect that guy and love him? But how many times do you hear him? You tell me, the host.
You can hear him maybe once after 6 months.
So how bad does he want Ruto out?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I can give it a 2.
See, hata hiyo umempea 2, ile tu ya 100 over 100. Mimi ningempea -2.
Because there was a part today.
You can see somebody who wants a divorce. Unaelewa? Because political disagreement is like divorce, irreconcilable differences. Ama nimedanganya?
Because today there was a part that he talked and said, kama unasikia kuna mahali ambapo panakulemea, unasema tunasaidiana. I don't know if you heard that part.
That's why I said I listened to everything Uhuru said. I don't want to repeat it. It was so painful to me because sisi wakisi tumekuwa conned openly. Achana hiyo. Haiumizi Wakikuyu. Wakikuyu unajua already wako na party yao. Sisi unajua kama kuna watu wako wheelbarrow this time ni sisi.
Hamna party.
Sister wacha niende, Kipa ameenda. Roba aliogopa conversation after confessing kuwa kuna mahali inaenda. Jiru alikuja hapa na maspeech mzuri za huyu jamaa zikamshinda, akafunga studio akaenda.
Actually Njiru anakuja in the next 5 minutes. I'm only remaining with 5 minutes. Njiru akuje.
Acha Njiru akuja aongee peke yake hapa. I can't debate with Njiru because Njiru vitu anataka kudebate ni vitu haziko. Unajua Njiru ni Elon Musk wa Kenya. So
Ati naona Akeshi hapa anakuambia I used to support Morara Kebaso ni aje we. Alex, if Morara runs for any political seat utampea?
Akienda, yeah, he's a young upcoming man. He had to cave because he made grave mistakes when he was doing his businesses. He never paid taxes. He was going to jail. Like any other person, you have to understand Kenya vile unaishi. So I wouldn't want to go to jail because I want to make people happy. Unaelewa? So Morara did what was supposed to be done. But when it comes to political ingenuity and magnanimity, I think Morara has a future. Morara can debate. And Morara, given the fact that he hasn't no strings attached, he can make a very good legislature in parliament, but he should not be given administrative duties because Morara can bankrupt. Morara ataiba kuliko Ruto. Nanielewa? You know, kwa hii kipindi ya Dr. Fwene kama sijui nani, Morara lied openly that he started business akiwa class 8. Akasema alikuwa anajilipia rent ya 2-bedroom house. I don't know if somebody saw that interview. Akadanganya that he was paying a 2-bedroom house akifukuzwa Maseno. But then baadaye anasahau anasema, you know, things were so tough mpaka akalipiwa scholarship akarudi shule tena. So like his inconsistencies could be seen in that debate. Ukaona huyu jamaa naye anajikaranga tu, tukimuona but tunanyamaza tu, nasema ni mtoto wa nyumbani. He's upcoming. So and politics wants people like those. You can't be 100%. Inataka mtu ako na kichaa. Kama hutaki kuwa kichaa kidogo kwa siasa, wewe enda kuwa padri. So I think Morara ako na kichaa kidogo ambaye inaweza msaidia kwa siasa. It's okay. I mean, if he goes. But gubernatorial, no. Vitu zingine, no. But legislature, I don't think he can go for MCA. But if he goes for MP, I will vouch for him. I'll vouch for him. I think he did his part at that particular time. I think he made mistakes like any other person. He was young because he's very young. He didn't pay his taxes. The state was coming after him. He was going to jail for a very long time. His properties will be freeze. He wouldn't be raising his children. And I mean, the best he could give was.
Oh, he has children.
Yeah, he has 2 kids. He has 2 kids, very young. We go to church together on that side, Utawala, in the Seventh-day Adventist. So he is also very active in the church. So I think the family told him, look, you're too young and you have a great future. Just relax kidogo. But in terms of debate, in terms of vision, he has a gift that many don't have. That's a fact, you know. But watu kusema kuwa he betrayed them. The nature of politics is that the higher you grow, anybody who has risen to the politics of Kenya to the apex or to the zenith has known the art of betrayal. Raila betrayed almost everybody. Ruto has betrayed everything, including himself. Ruto even launched the women reproductive system in the church. He said some things. He has done things that sometimes he has betrayed his wife, he has betrayed his children, he has betrayed. So we shouldn't take Morara Kebaso as an example of a bad person. He can work as a member of parliament and grow and be forgiven, but not on high. He needs now to start from bootstrap. So if he starts from a member of parliament, I think I'm forgiving enough to give him that opportunity, because look at Kenya today. Who is worse than him? Yeah, they are all the same. That's the question I ask. Who is worse than him? So If you can give Kaluma an opportunity to serve Kenya, he can be given. If you can give Esther Passaris Nairobi to serve, you can give him, but not a bigger position. Lakini Kasmuel naye yeye siwezi msamehe, because I think Kasmuel, unlike Morara Kebaso, Kasmuel has become too petty all the time. Secondly, he has become too personal. Thirdly, he has become too tribal at a very young age. So I don't think he can become a good legislator in a metropolitan. And I don't think even if he goes Kwao Reserve, he can be given a member of parliament, because he doesn't seem to also interact with people from up country very well. But Morara does know both on how to interact, fortunately. So, yeah, I can give an opportunity, but he has to prove first that he's willing to be forgiven and to start fresh, so that people can work with him. But in terms of capacity, I think he has capacity. He actually, at some point when there was a vacuum in the country, he carried the mantle single-handedly. Hata kama Akeshi anasema vile anasema, that is true. I mean, he inspired people at some point when they had no person to inspire them. That is great to see a young person inspire people at that. So he made history too. He made history, though he used that history for personal gain, unfortunately.
Sawa, naona Mr. Njiru amekuja, basi mtabaki naye hapo Alex.
Usifanye Alex ona ona Alex ameenda. Okay, ni sawa sawa. I think nilikuwa hapa in the beginning, nikaenda then nikakuja tena. Yeah, so I want us to continue focusing on that story of Uhuru and his messaging to the people, especially when he said that Ruto is not listening to the people, what people are trying to say. I think that was the kicker for me. Na by the way, nasalimia wote ambao wamekuja kwa show. And kama kawaida, mtoto msumbufu, Acacia is there. Sijui kama ni Acacia tree. Let me see who's there. I'm just recognizing whoever is there. And mwingine. Yeah, blah blah. So anyway, nilikuwa nasikiliza nikiwa hapo chini, and there are so many things I was able to get from the ongoing discussion. Now, those are some of the things now I want. We either advance or we critique them or we analyze them. So depending with how maybe people want. So maybe I want to begin with that small segment of Uhuru. Let me see if there's a place I can see it, because I want to analyze it, because nataka sasa watu waniambie. Let me look for it. I hope I can get it. So Uhuru Kenyatta. So I just want good. This one here. I want us to angalia hii, then we analyze this. Sasa ona ani sasa una gaslight Acacia. Sasa unataka uzuri Acacia hizi ni tusi. Ameniweka moyoni.
Wenzangu, issue ni simple. Watu wanapiga kelele kwa sababu wanasema, jameni, mimi ni mtu ambaye mshahara wangu kwa mwezi ni shilingi 20,000. Hiyo 20,800 inaenda kwa petroli peke yake, kwa matatu kuenda na kurudi nyumbani. 12,000 inaenda kwa nyumba ambaye nimekodesha. Nimebaki na 2,000 ya kulisha watoto wangu na kuwapeleka shule Hiyo ndio shida, ongelesha shida. Hapana ongea mambo ya kabila na ya nini. Ama ni namna gani wenzangu? Na kama unataka tusaidiane kutatua hiyo shida, semeni tutatue hiyo, lakini kwenda kuweka shida ati uweke ati ni kwa sababu ya huyu, ni kwa sababu ya huyu. Na jameni, hakuna mtu ambaye haoni shida iko wapi. Si tuiweke kwa meza tuitatue. Kama kweli sisi ni Wakenya na tunapenda nchi yetu, kwenda kutugawanya huko, shida ni kwa sababu ya yule. How does that help move this country forward? Inatusaidia kweli jameni? Neturataitheka jameni, tujue shida zetu ni shida za taifa na zinatuhitaji sisi wote tutatue. Jameni, Wakenya hawatakula maneno wakiwa na njaa, wataka chakula. Mtoto hatasomeshwa na maneno, ni turekebishe maneno ya mashule. Mgonjwa hatarekebishwa kwa maneno, ni tutengeneze mahospitali yetu. Barabara hazijengi na maneno, ni tujenge barabara. Na mambo yale mengine ambayo inahusu Wakenya. Na mambo haya haina kabila, haina rangi, haina dini, haina lolote, yahusu kila Mkenya pahali popote ulipo jameni.
So that is what I want us to handle. That element where Uhuru is saying they are ready to give a consultative solution. Yeah. That's a key. Unajua hiyo vitu yote Uhuru alikuwa, those are key statements. Tunaweza saidiana kutatua hizi shida. Tunaweza saidiana. So yule ambaye anataka kusaidiwa yuko tayari. Yule ambaye anataka ama yule ambaye ameleta shida, has he acknowledged there is a problem? Unajua huwezi saidia mtu ambaye haja acknowledge kuna shida. Ni kama Acacia ama wewe Ann, wacha nitumie Acacia. Ni kama wewe Acacia, mimi nakuja kukuambia, unajua venye uko na shida mingi, lakini wewe unajichukulia uko sawa, hakuna issue. So utaanza kuuliza huyu mtu shida yake ni nini? Huyu mtu ni vile Waswahili wanasema, huyu mtu ni mbumbwazi ama ni huyu mtu kichwa yako ni timamu? Unakuja kuniambia nini wewe? Ati niko na shida. I think that was a statement which to me I think it was directed to the wrong people, because how they have perennially said there is no problem in our nation. Number two, he was trying to segment the problems which the government is unable to handle. But how do you even explain to them the problems which Kenyans have, and they already ascended to power on that pretext of they wanataka kusaidia mkulima mdogo, Mkenya mdogo in life. That is how they came to power. Walikuwa wanasema serikali yetu itakuwa ya mama mboga, serikali yetu itakuwa ya mtu wa bodaboda, serikali yetu itakuwa yule mfanyikazi mdogo mdogo. Now they have come, they have raided the payslip as it is always being said. So sasa hata payslip saa hii watu wanabaki na karibu pesa hakuna. They have attacked everything in a civilized society. So hakuna kitu imebaki. So and I don't think they have relatives who are suffering. I'm double sure. Najua ya kwamba kuna distant cousins wa Ruto wanaumia na hii serikali, and maybe wamewahi mufikia na wanamwambia boss, history yako ni too much, but I don't think he can listen. So I don't think even Uhuru is offering an advice which is worthy, because for me I don't think they are worthy to get any advice from anyone. So it's good to sound it as as the leader of the nation, because maybe as the leader of the nation, people could take that information serious. But I don't think like Uhuru is the only first person who has been able to iron out the problems which we are having. Kenyan problems are very basic. They are very basic. Ni shida kila mtu anaweza elewa, because shida za Kenya ni getting people away from resources. That's all what there is. You don't want people to eat, you don't want people to survive. It's like you are cutting oxygen from people. Hiyo ndio shida ya Kenya. People cannot afford lifestyle. People have no money. So those are the problems which we are dealing with here. So let me see what Acacia is saying. Enyewe, if Ruto had done what he had promised, unajua Acacia, saa zingine when you are not serious, you promise anything, especially hii mostly inafanyangwa na vijana wale sio serious. So sijui kama Mbudi ako kwa hiyo school, mimi siko kwa hiyo shule. Kuna vijana wanapeananga mistari kubwa, na ukisikia mstari ukiwa kubwa, you have to be very cautious about that, because the bigger the promise. Ukisikia wale watu wanapeana promise kubwa, wanatumia ile kitabu ya Sterling, if you have to lie big. Kama unadanganyana, usidanganyane kidogo, danganyana ile kubwa. Saa zingine ukisikia mtu ni kama anaongea sukari, ukisikia mtu ni kama anaongea unashiba. You have to be very careful on what is being said there. It could be ile mtaro utarushwa, utakuja kutolewa hapo na bulldozer, because at times lies are very sweet. Na unajua wengine wetu ambao at times tunaongeanga ukweli, tunaonekananga ni kama we don't think. Unajua saa zingine ukiongea ukweli sana, sasa huyu ananiambia nini bwana? Mbona huyu ana plan? Mbona huyu ana plan? That is the problem sometimes of speaking the truth. When you are speaking the truth, unakaanga ni kama una plan, because unajua you need a clever person to understand the truth. Kitu itabidi ngoje. But sasa unajua Ruto anakuja kukuambia ungoje when he is already in power, and you can see some of the bad things which he is doing in power. Hiyo ndio ile kitu inakasirisha. There is no even attempt to do the right thing. So wacha nisikie vile Mbudi anasema ati niko shule ingine sipeani promises ati napeana. Mbudi, najua kuna pahali najua huwezi toboa bila promises. I know. Hiyo pahali huwezi toboa bila promises. Hiyo pahali lazima uambiliane. Hata Mungu mwenyewe aliambiliana, nitawapea nchi imejaa asali na maziwa. So there are some places where you have to promise. So, but you know the beauty of God is that God delivered that country which was full of milk and honey. Ni hao mabeshte wengine wetu walichukua shortcut. But promises are always there. So promising is not bad. You can promise. That is how Kiprile anaweza kuguza mlima. Hawezi kuguza mlima bila kupromise. So promising is good, but as long as you deliver. Sio kupromise harafu inakuwa tu ni hivyo. So promising is not bad. So Kiprile, don't be worried about that. So there's a number of power games which we have to start looking at, and maybe Kiprile, as I came here first, naona saa zingine mrembo akienda ni kama mtaki kukua hapa. These days you don't want hard voices, mnataka those shrill voices, which is okay. I don't mind. Mumeniona nimeingia studio kwanza, mkaruka nje kwanza, mkashtuka kwanza, sasa ndio mnarudi. You mean Valerie is not here? Kiprile, usijawapokonya Valerie. Kama mnataka Valerie akae zaidi, ni nyinyi mumwambie akae zaidi.
Sura yako ni ngumu.
Wewe tusema tu sura yangu ni ngumu, and there are some places whereby they appreciate that face. Wewe tusema
sura yako ni ngumu sana. Sura
It's
yako ni
okay.
ngumu sana.
Uzuri Kiprile. Wacha nisiongee mingi. Anyway, wacha kwanza nikuchezea hizi video. Kiprino, kuna watu wanasema my heart paragasha. Wewe tusema tu hivyo tu. Wewe tusema tu.
You know, at least Valerie softens the show with her face.
Yeah, and that one is okay. Sasa mimi kazi yangu ni kukuja kuwakausha sura. Sasa I have heard what Budi has. I would also try to react to what Budi has said, because I think Budi ni kama ameadvance.
una compete na Method and Mandev.
No, Method amenicopy bwana. What do you mean? I have been this way from 2011. Ungesema Method ananikopi. Zumumianzia kuwa na Method sahi. I have been hearing from 2011.
Hearing everywhere.
Yeah, so Method amenicopy. It's not the other way around. So namwambie Method akopi vizuri. Sio unajua, naona Method ni kama amekopi, lakini kuna vitu ameshindwa na kukopi vizuri. So if Method wanted to copy rough faces, yeah, anaweza kujia hiyo. Unajua, some of us we like being rough by design. Unajua bwana Kipuri, lazima mwanaume akuwe rough. Unajua
una sura ya radio.
Unajua nyinyi watoto wa Serra amujui the importance of rough men. Unione kando nikueleze the importance of rough men. Hata Samson mwenyewe was very rough. Alikuwa na makundo 7. Unajua inaitwa makundo, like he had 7 knots in there, na zinateremka hivyo mpaka chini kabisa, na ile wakati zimeongolewa ndio mambo mashida yake. So a man should be rough naturally. Ukiona hawa wanaume mnapaka mpaka mafuta sijui nini, mnaenda sijui mnafanya huyo story imekwisha bwana.
Nishaulizwa hata nikacheka tu. You laugh. When can't even say it. You can't even say it. Ati mwanaume anajipaka Vaseline kwa matako yani.
Yeah, kuna vitu zingine kama hizo lazima muache bwana.
Yani niulize swali all my 40 years man, siulize hiyo kitu bwana. Sasa utajiangalia kwa bira, utajiangalia kwa kioo kipaka wapi bwana?
No, unajua mwanaume anafaa kutegemea kitu inaitwa
parare. Wacha iparare tu ni sawa.
Kipuri, kama ukiniangalia saa hivi, do you think nimepaka mafuta?
Unapaka lotion kwa matako. What the fuck? Sorry, excuse my language.
No, but
just imagine a man on a mirror akijipaka hapo bana.
No, they do it. Sasa.
There are men who do that, seriously.
Of course,
Kwa nini wasikikataa? Acha iparare bana.
Yeah, ndio nimekuambia. As a man, you have to be. Naona Ana anasema bit rugged. So
play the video bana, play the video.
Mara yetu ya kwanza kuona viongozi wakiongea mambo machafu ya kuleta vurugu, na ya mwisho tuliyaona mwaka wa 2007. Tusifikiria kwamba hiyo mambo ilianza hapo. Ilianza kwa maneno kama haya ambao watu wanaongea.
The political temperature in Kenya has just jumped several degrees, and this time the fire is coming directly from Kiambu. At a Church Jubilee Party delegates meeting on Monday, Uhuru Kenyatta delivered one of his sharpest public attacks yet against President Ruto's administration and key UDA allies, not the calm measured Uhuru Kenyatta Kenyans grew used to after retirement. This was a visibly irritated former head of state speaking like a man who believes the country is drifting toward dangerous waters. And when Uhuru speaks this directly, Kenya listens carefully, because in Kenyan politics, silence is never empty. It is usually strategy. But now the silence is over. Uhuru accused leaders allied to Ruto of prompting divisive ethnic politics ahead of 2027 elections.
Tumeanza kuona wengine wakianza siasa ya mgawanyiko, na wana haya wakiongea haya, wanaongea haya mbele ya wakubwa wa nchi, na wanasimama na wanaongea mambo ya kuchochea, mambo ya kulete vita, mambo ya kugonganisha Wakenya.
Without naming names directly, his target was obvious to anyone following the week's political storm. The spark, remarks made by UDS Secretary General Hassan Omar during President Ruto's coast tour in Mombasa, and those remarks lit a political matchstick near a petrol station.
Adui wetu, yule hatupendi, yule ataka kuturegesha nyuma, yule fisadi, yule aliyetangulia kama rais wa jamhuri hii, yule anafadhili upinzani, yule aliweka vikaragosi, yule hakuwa na azma ya Raila, yule hakuwa na azma ya sisi kuendelea mbele, yule aliyotusaliti, yule na watu wake tutawaweka katika kaburi la sahau ili waende huko mbele watokomee.
Hassan Omar's statements were interpreted by critics across the political divide as profiling the Mount Kenya community and attacking Uhuru's political influence. In a country where ethnicity has historically shaped voting patterns, alliances, and sometimes violence, the backlash was immediate. Uhuru did not mince words. He warned that no community should be threatened or isolated politically. He accused leaders of reviving divisive rhetoric that Kenya last witnessed during the toxic build-up to the 2007 post-election violence. That comparison landed like thunder because 2007 is not just history in Kenya. It is political trauma tattooed into the national memory. Uhuru essentially told the country, as I quote, "We have seen this movie before and we know how badly it ends," end of quote.
Na ya mwisho tuliyaona mwaka wa 2007. Tusifikiria kwamba hiyo mambo ilianza hapo hapo. Ilianza kwa maneno kama haya ambao watu wanaongea.
And here is what made the moment politically seismic. Uhuru openly suggested that senior government leaders were remaining silent while dangerous rhetoric spread publicly. That was not just criticism, that was an accusation. An accusation that the state is either unwilling or unable to control inflammatory politics inside its own camp. For a retired president who had largely maintained strategic restraint, this was a dramatic escalation, and suddenly Kenya's political chessboard looks completely different, because this fight is no longer just about Uhuru versus Ruto. It is now becoming a battle over the soul of the 2027 election.
Na hakuna mtu ambaye anasimama hapo kusema msiongee vile mnaongea. Wanaruhusiwa tu waongee yale ambao wanasema. Sisi kama taifa, na ni vizuri tuambiane ukweli, kwa sababu tusipoongea ukweli tutarudia makosa ambaye tumefanya nchi hii.
Meanwhile, Ruto's allies are hitting back hard. Leaders within UDA have accused Uhuru of secretly financing anti-government politics and attempting to destabilize the administration from behind the curtain. The accusation being pushed aggressively online is that Uhuru never truly left power psychologically, that he still wants to influence the country's direction while operating from the shadows. But Uhuru addressed that too. In a revealing moment during the Jubilee meeting, he explained why he remains politically active despite retirement. According to Uhuru, he intended to leave active politics completely after handing over power peacefully in 2022, but court battles involving Jubilee Party leadership forced him back into the arena. In simple terms, Uhuru is arguing, as I quote, "I didn't come back to politics voluntarily. Politics came back looking for me," end of quote. And that line matters politically because it reframes him not as a power-hungry retiree, but as a reluctant defender of his political legacy.
Hiyo mambo sijui dynasty hustler imewaletea nini? Imewaletea nini? Imewaletea nini? Sasa mkuje muambiwe siasa ingine ya ukabila itawaletea nini isipokuwa shida? Musikubali.
But let's be honest, Kenyan politics does not allow powerful men to retire quietly, especially not men named Uhuru Kenyatta, especially not when 2027 is approaching like a freight train with failing brakes. Mount Kenya is becoming restless. The same voting bloc that massively backed Ruto in 2022 is now showing visible fractures, rising living costs, taxes, unemployment, Fuel hikes, business pressure, and growing anti-government frustration have weakened the emotional chemistry that once powered the hustler movement, and Uhuru appears to sense an opening, not necessarily to run, but to influence, to shape alliances, to become kingmaker again. And this is where Kenyan politics becomes a psychological thriller, because the emerging fear within parts of UDA is that Uhuru opposition figures, dissatisfied Mount Kenya elites, and anti-Ruto forces could slowly begin aligning ahead of 2027. That possibility alone is enough to send political strategists into panic mode.
Hakuna mtu ambaye anastahili kutisha kabila tofauti. Sisi zote ni Wakenya na Mwenyezi Mungu anajua ni kwa sababu gani alituweka pamoja kwa nchi ambayo inaitwa Kenya. Sio kuja hapa kutugawa na kutupiganisha. Hiyo sio haki. Na nataka niseme hivi kwa sababu mimi hii siasa ni ukweli.
Meanwhile, figures like Rigathi Gachagua and Cleophas Malala have also condemned Hassan Omar's remarks, describing them as dangerous ethnic profiling. And once the tribal politics label enters a Kenyan political conversation, things escalate very fast, because Kenya's elections are rarely just contests of policy. They become emotional identity wars. And now the biggest question hanging over State House is this: is Ruto losing focus on governance while fighting political proxy wars? Critics say the government is spending too much energy battling Uhuru, managing succession politics, and responding to opposition narratives while ordinary Kenyans struggle economically. Hospitals lack medicine, youth unemployment remains painful, farmers are under pressure, the cost of living continues squeezing households like a vice grip, and yet the political conversation keeps drifting back to ethnicity, loyalty, betrayal, and succession mathematics. To many Kenyans, it feels like the political class is rehearsing for 2027 while trying to survive 2026. That frustration is becoming combustible. Even Hassan Omar's wait for 2027 message backfired badly online because many Kenyans interpreted it as political arrogance at a time of economic pain. And now social media is flooded with one dominant sentiment: why are politicians fighting old wars while wananchi are fighting hunger? That question is becoming politically dangerous for the ruling camp.
Akiendelea kuongea hivyo tutaenda kumtoa kwa hiyo kiti, aende akienda.
We cannot allow such utterances from a leader who is going to lead us. We cannot allow that. I want to tell him that is a no-go zone. We are behind the President of the Republic of Kenya. You are not the one getting elected. It is the president who is getting elected.
Hatukuli chakula ya mwingine, hatuchukui kitu ya mtu mwingine. Sisi tunajifanyia kazi kwa bidii yetu na hatutaki kusikia mtu yeyote ana incite communities zingine ziwe zinatuangalia kwa njia isiyofaa.
Still, Ruto remains one of the most resilient political operators Kenya has ever produced. Never underestimate William Ruto in a political corner. This is a man who survived impeachment wars, ICC storms, handshake isolation, elite resistance, and still climbed to State House. Politically, Ruto fights like a man who grew up learning how to survive with one matchstick in a thunderstorm. But Uhuru's latest intervention changes something important. It signals that the former president is no longer watching quietly from the balcony. He has stepped back onto the battlefield. And in Kenyan politics, when former allies become open enemies, the ground shakes beneath everybody. The road to 2027 is now beginning to look less like an election and more like a slow-moving political earthquake. The alliances are shifting, the language is hardening, the ethnic nerves are exposed. Kenya may be entering its most volatile political season since the handshake era collapsed, and if this latest showdown is any indication, the fireworks have only just started. Newsroom, Maisha.
Mama Mary chukulia, I will come back kwa hizo vitu zingine.
Thank you, Njiro.
Yeah, na kipu ngojea kidogo because ni ile Mama Mary saa zingine anakuanga she want to leave and I would want her to leave without saying her word. Okay, go ahead Mama Mary.
Just outside here waiting to enter to work. Habari Kiprio wa Kenya wetu pahali popote mko. Njiro, habari yako? Asanteni sana kwa kuamsha huu mjadala. Watu lazima waangalie mbele na waelewe nchi yetu iko mashakani. And in fact, so many things have gone on during this week. Mambo ambayo si ya kufurahisha wa Kenya, lakini siwezi kusema leo tu. Ni hiyo imekuwa kama kawaida. Tukiamka tunakuta mambo ya kutujaribu na kutuumiza roho zetu. Lakini tuko tu tunajitahidi. Hiyo misemo ambayo imesemwa na watu wa huko Coast, na pahali popote watu wanaongea mambo ambayo ni ya kudhuru wengine. I just want to ask those politicians, wao wamedhulumiwa aje? Wao wamedhulumiwa aje ndio waweze kuwa na hii uchungu ya kuongea hiyo maneno wanaongea? Hassan Omar, you live in a mansionette. You don't beg. You don't go around selling njugu karanga. Huendi huko barabarani kuuza mali. Wewe ni mtu ambaye akona mali yake na unakaa kwako. Kila kitu uko nacho. Uko na gari, uko na pesa za kuweza hata kununua petroli. Huyu mwingine Sudi, tuliona ukipima pesa na ratiri. Hawa Kamket, shida iko wapi? Wewe uko na shida gani? Walifanya vile walifanya 2007 na hiyo mambo ikaisha, lakini haikuisha vizuri kwa sababu watu wengi waliumia. These politicians, wao wamedhulumiwa wapi? Hiyo ndio swali niko nalo, kwa sababu wananchi ndio wangekuwa wamesema tumedhulumiwa, but you are making people who have been living harmoniously to realize things which are not existing, so that you can make sure that you make people die. Ebu ni waulize wa Kenya, if these politicians don't go talking this rubbish, waongoje wasikie kama Wakenya wenyewe kwa wenyewe wameanza kugombana. We have the government ya kuenda kuarbitrate hao watu ambao wanagombana. But you cannot be the person who is putting words in people's mouths, in people's minds, everywhere, preaching. Why this time? Wewe Hassan Omar, ulizaliwa jana. Wewe Sudi, ulizaliwa jana. Wewe Ruto, ulizaliwa jana. You've been existing in the country which was very peaceful. In fact, 2020 kuja hivi mpaka 2022, people were peaceful. It was just a single centimeter. Watu walikuwa already wameungana pamoja. We were calling ourselves Kenyans. We were not calling ourselves Kalenjin, Kikuyu, Luo, Wakamba, nini. We had no that word in our mouth. People had come together. Sasa nyinyi ndio mnatoanisha watu waachane, waanze kuchukua rungu na mapanga, waanze kuuana. What kind of peace are you preaching? Wewe unasema unataka kuleta Wakenya pamoja. How can you bring Kenyans together when you are talking like that? Mara hamtaki kusikia ati mtu wenu atashindwa kwa kura kwa sababu ya ile madhara ameleta kwa nchi. Ameharibu nchi within a very short time. Lakini mnasikia ati sasa kwa sababu hiyo haitafanyika tutaiba. Muibe kura. Ati ndio aendelee kuumiza wananchi. Wananchi wamekataa. Na mtu hakubali kushindwa. Mwenye hakubali kushindwa si mshindani. Kwa hivyo ndio anapanga hii njama ya kuwa wananchi wengine ambao hata hawaoni chuki yoyote na mwenzake aone chuki. awe na chuki na mwenzake. It's very terrifying when you look at how these people are talking. Na ni watu ambao they are preaching peace. What kind of peace are you preaching when you are putting people into this kind of situation? Watu ambao wameishi vile wameishi. Mbona hatujasikia watu wanagombana? Nyinyi tu ndio mnawasha moto. Ndio mnaamsha akili za watu ati wafikirie vibaya. Kitu ambacho watu si ati ni kupewa walipewa. People had to join a society and they had to pay money to get whatever they got. But now you are trying to create as if you have got all the history of our country. You don't have it. If you have it, you could not be talking the way you are talking. And by the way, this is the government that said we don't like history. Ruto alisema na mdomo yake hapendi history. Kwa hivyo atawakimbiza na ile mambo ambayo ana invent mbaya ya wakati huu. Sababu ndio unaona sasa nchi imedharara, imekuwa mbaya. Hakuna mtu anapenda mwingine. Na si ati hatupendani. Hii shida imefanya watu wachukiane. Because now people are seeing others are eating, others are not eating. Na si ati ninakula kwa sababu niko nayo. Ninafanya kazi usiku na mchana ndio nikule. Lakini umefanya mwenzangu aone kama mimi ni tajiri na mimi si tajiri. Na kama mimi ni tajiri si kuiba. Nilifanya kazi na nguvu. Sasa unaonyesha wale ambao hawana waangalie huyo ambaye ako nayo. Na si ya kuiba, ni kazi amefanya ndio waende sasa wamumalize. Ndio watu wote wawe level moja. And I remember Ruto said, kwani wewe utaki mwenzako awe kama wewe? Kwa hivyo ndivyo akaanza hii levy ya kukata watu pesa. Ndio muwe sawa. Mnakuwa sawa namna gani? Mimi labda nilisoma nikawa doctor. Mwingine amesoma amekuwa mwalimu. Mwingine amesoma amekuwa biashara. Kila mtu ako na kiwango yake ile anapata. Huwezi kutosawanisha ati useme kila mtu sasa awe kiwango ya chini. Because we would agree most of the people in our country, they live poorly. Lakini wacha waishi hiyo maisha, sisi tuwe tunasaidiana na wao. Lakini si kusukumia sisi ati tukatwe pesa yetu ndio wao wapate. And by the way, hata sisi tukikatwa hiyo pesa haiendi kwa hao maskini. It is now making each and everybody, whoever had and hadn't, wawe kiwango moja. So the poverty is being spread all over the country. Na sielewi kwa nini Wakenya hawaelewi hivyo. Sasa unakata yule anafanya kazi pesa ati ndio upatie huyu mwingine in the midst. Hizo pesa hata asifiki kwa huyo maskini. Huyo maskini anazidi kuwa maskini na yule alikuwa nayo anazidi kuwa maskini, na kwa hivyo kila mtu sasa anasawanishwa na umaskini. That is how this government is working. Kwa sababu ndio muweze kutembea na magoti mkiwaomba. Na mkiambiwa angalia hivi mnaangalia. Mkiambiwa kimbieni hivi mnakimbia. We have been captured. And that capture is what we want to break. We are not slaves of anybody. And we are not going to be slaves of anybody. And we are not going to give up. Hii serikali wasione sisi ni wajinga ati kwa sababu tunanyamaza. Kunyamaza si kusema wewe ni mjinga. Unafikiria, which next step should I take? What should I do to get out of this captivity? Serikali waache kutuumiza ati kwa sababu wanataka kusaidia maskini yule na ni wao wanachukua wanaweka kwa mifuko yao. Ndio sisi wote tuwe sawa. Hatuwezi kuwa sawa. Mimi kama ninafanya kazi usiku na mchana, mwingine analala, huwezi kuja kuninyang'anya kile nimepata upatie huyo. Wacha mimi kwa nia yangu, kwa hiari yangu nigawe nipee huyo. Lakini usije kunisukumia ati kile nimepata ni vita itakuwa. You cannot take my charge to give to someone else. It can't work. So for me, Kenyans, muangalie muone vile tunakuwa driven to this obstacle ambayo ni kubwa sana. Ile shida tunaelekezwa ni kubwa sana. Na hiyo shida si shida ya kukosa pesa. Pesa ziko kwa nchi, lakini tunaelekezwa direction ya kuuana sisi wenyewe. Kuuana sisi wenyewe. Kwa sababu ya nini? Tumedhulumiwa kwa kila jambo. Si masomo, si mashamba, si everything, si kwa health, kila kitu imegandamizwa. Ndio tuwe maskini wa roho kabisa huko ndani. Tuwe sasa hakuna mwelekeo isipokuwa kusikiza mambo machafu yale yanatoka vinywa zao. Hiyo apology Omar alikuwa anajaribu kuleta. Hata si apology. In fact, he was trying to explain himself. He was taken out of context because we are gibbons. We don't understand words. I'm sorry. Kenyans, let's work hard and let's join hands. Tukatae hii mwaliko tunaalikwa ya kupigana. Hakuna mtu anataka kuuawa. Hakuna mtu anataka kuluzi mtu wao. Hii mambo imeletwa na hii serikali. Na kumbukeni 2007. Nitakomea hapo. Asanteni Njiro. Wacha niingie kazini. Thank you.
Sawa Mama Mary, we appreciate that. Tukipata nafasi tutakuingiza tena. So let's roll on the videos. Zile tumewekewa hapa na Kipril. Saa zingine neti yangu inapotea but it's okay.
Fuanagine yamo. ODM tuko tayari. ODM nataka power. Our party leader Daktari Uhuru Oginga, Senator and the leader of this party. Our leadership that is present here today, our National Elections Coordinating Committee, na aspirants wote, mimi included. Kwa sababu, you know when Homa Bay people were here, I forgot. Ningekuja haraka sana, so that I say also, declare that I'm also sitting governor of Homa Bay and aspiring to become governor again in Homa Bay for a second term. The party leader has outlined the reason why we are here as aspirants of the party. I know that the National Elections Coordinating Committee opened the portal so that we carry out registration for aspirants, and it will close at the end of June. But even when it closes at the end of June, we understand that there are constitutional timelines for aspirants who, especially those who are serving in state offices or as civil servants, in February next year. So I think Madam Rita will explain all those timelines and how she's going to handle the processes moving forward. But we thought that even before we get to end of June, we meet, we see each other, we give each other confidence that the party remains steady, the party remains strong, the party remains one under Dr. Uhuru Oginga as our party leader. We had a movement called Linda Ground. And the movement was to consolidate our bases. But some people came, and instead of thinking about their own movement, they came to this Linda movement. And they called themselves Linda something else. Koro ginawa wenegi. Koro 11 OD tuko tayari. I'm saying this because aspirants will be doing their own materials, t-shirts, posters, and so on. We don't want you to create confusion on your poster or your material or banner. Hiyo mambo ya Linda Ground, tumewacha. We are the ODM party under Dr. Uhuru Oginga. Wawinjo reka nyoma ber. So when you do your poster, when you do your materials, it's ODM. And the color is orange. So that we don't create any confusion in the process. We created a movement, but people who did not have good enough imagination went and stole the thing, so we've left it. We are ODM. Anything else is a splinter. And the party ODM is only one. And I say this also for purposes of the media. When we do functions, the media reports that the Linda Ground faction There is no faction. There are no factions. The party is ODM under Dr. Oburu Oginga as our party leader. Anything else, labda wanajitayarisha kutengeneza chama ingine.
No, Kipril hapo nitasimama kidogo. Hawa wamelemewa mpaka wamesema warudi kule walitoka. Kipril, hebu react hapo kwanza. Huyu hawa ni noma, si noma.
Maliza kwanza, inaisha, maliza kwanza.
Hatujui. We are the ODM party. Anybody who's elsewhere, we welcome everybody. When you're ready, just come to the ODM party, because the ODM party is here and it remains strong. My brothers and sisters, transitions are never easy. Transitions, particularly after the loss of a leader of the caliber of our late party leader, His Excellency Daktari Engineer Raila Amolo Odinga, those transitions are never easy. And we want to thank our party leader, because when we were going to make him party leader, we did not inform him.
Unaweza react kabla niweke huu mwingine. Yani wameacha ile matambara yao, wameona wataisha.
Weka hiyo image. Weka hiyo image. The first one. Finya tu hiyo image. Then we can talk. Yes, we can now talk.
Yeah. Now the question which I want, kuna swali nataka kukuuliza kwanza. Ngoja kidogo.
Soma hiyo kwanza.
No, nasoma na nimesoma. Kuna swali nataka kukuuliza. Can they recover even as they return back to ODM? Can they recover?
Can you see there 73%?
So inabidi warudisha Sifuna na Sifuna watarudisha.
Hizi rudisha. And I'll explain why. There are two reasoning I have for this. I've always told you I have to kind of look at what ODM is doing, because it is still the most popular party at the moment, according to Tifa.
In the north and south of Limpopo,
It's still popular. Lakini unaona 73% wameenda na mtu wetu wa Ingoho. Unaona sasa watu wetu wa maji.
So that means they are feeling rejection in the ground. Na ndio wanafikiria sasa kurudi to the original ODM they can recover. So that means they understand what is happening. Ndio wanaacha hiyo matambara ingine yao, right?
Sio matambara imewapatia disappointment hapo 24%.
Lakini are they aware that kidogo Kipril, as we talk, are they aware that hiyo matambara ni sababu wako na Ruto? They have suffered this humiliation juu wako na Ruto. Wataachana na Ruto so that they can recover? That is the question.
That is what Ruto has told them, eh? That is what Ruto has told them. Ruto has told them, hakuna utadu nini. The only negotiation I have for you, this is what I think, the only negotiation I have with you is the whole of ODM to support us. So hii kitu ya kusema ati nini? Umeambiwa lazima ukuje na kila mtu. That is why they are rushing to June. Why do you think the June thing is being rushed? I'll give you an example. There are two situations. Two situations is to basically prepare themselves for the zoning that is inevitable for ODM. That one is, there's no question about it. Homa Bay has already been invaded, and parts of Migori have already been invaded by UDA. So they have been told to rush. They are rushing. Unaona hata huyu mwingine amekimbia amesema pana. So unaona hata Uhuru hata huyu Gladys, they've removed their ambitions to be deputy. Umekataa sasa usema tuende kwa hii kitu ingine. Secondly, the second reason why they are rushing this registration and declaration of members is so as to force the Sifunas, the Babus, it's also to force their hands to say, okay, can you come and register as you want to run for Senate of Nairobi. Babu, you want to run as governor. Alex came and gave a very good analogy here that the Nairobi gubernatorial seat is going to be very difficult, especially with the alliances that the rest of the opposition is with. I don't like talking tribal politics, but it is what it is. Huh? Before with Jubilee, it was an alliance of the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins. Let's not mince words. That was what it was. And in Nairobi, we are very cosmopolitan. And if you look at what, very good explanation from Alex. If you look at the Nairobi factor, is the fact that we have the Kamba, we have the Luya, we have the Kisi. Let's just look at those communities on their own. Kisi, Luya, Kamba, and then now the guy who's always been locked out, the Kikuyu factor, for the last 3 elections. Wamefungwa nje kwa hiyo Nairobi seat. And the reason why the Kisis, the Luyas, and the Luyas and the Kambas were supporting the Luos because of Raila Amolo Odinga. You understand? So if you ask me, if these 3 communities, the ones I've told you, are told by Gachagua, and then there's an agreement with the Wiper person, there's agreement with the DCP, all these people have agreed to take the Kikuyu candidate. Babu Window will not pick it. Do you agree with that statement? Niliona maths.
So unasema Babu Wino will not make it out to win the race of governor or to get a ticket. Where are you?
He's okay. ODM wants him to come and declare he's running for governor of Nairobi. ODM want him to come to do a raka. And by the way, Sakaja won the gubernatorial race because of Raila. Let's not mince words there. Raila endorsed him. Raila refused to endorse Igathe, and he went for a meeting with Sakaja. Everybody knows that. Sakaja, actually, he won because of Raila. There's no mincing words there. So that is what Babu needs to do, to declare his gubernatorial aspirations with ODM. And then Sifuna has to declare his senatorial aspirations with ODM. This is to force them to tell us, the people, and tell them, and also tell Ruto where they're heading. Are they forming a new party, or are they still fighting for the so-called soul of ODM? That is where they're rushing it for June. If you see Jubilee, if you see DCP, their nominations are happening next year. You've heard them say that nominations don't need to happen now, but they've pressed. Why are they pressing for the deadline for June? Njeru, why? Zoning can happen, and also to know
ODM, eh?
Yeah, they want. Yeah, ODM. Yeah.
Maybe they want to work with the Ruto program. Unajua, these are stooges for Ruto. Maybe Ruto amewaambia ni muende na by June mkue mumejipanga. I think they want to respond to somebody. Isi wao, they are puppets for somebody.
Yeah, it's Ruto. No, Jerry, you have to engage me. See ati unaangalia vitu zingine hapo. Let's talk. So that is what I see with this Wanga faction. And the more we listen to them, the more we can confirm that hiyo ni party ya watu wa maji. It is for the Luo nation only. For those who may call me a tribalist or whatever it is, tumeacha kupembelezana hapa. ODM has become a Luo party. 100%. Every time they talk in Kikuyu, I mean in Luo. And it's the same thing. You can go and say it as much as possible. DCP is a Kikuyu party. But nobody gets offended with that. Are you offended with that, Njeru? Do you take offense if I say that?
I always hear people saying politics are local, and I think that's a definition of local.
Yeah, so
Why
would, yeah, so don't take offense to that. ODM used
of
to be the
course,
so-called national party.
unajua in Kenya tunajifichanga on national politics, but we are regional. We always say that we are regional. So
and for the first time, I think we had an agreement here in the beginning of the party. Jubilee is Nyamira and Kisii party. Take it to the bank.
having imported from Kikuyu land, so it's an imported product.
Yes. No, it's remote control by Central. So that is why people like Alex decided hapana. Hii story ya kujifanya
There was a
ati story
question
ya
there.
kujifanya
Na kuna swali nilikuwa
this is our party.
nataka kujiuliza hapo when we because it looks like the issue like Matiang'i being in Jubilee is like scattering, is like cutting his opportunities even to have a credible campaign. So ile swali najiuliza ni how can Matiang'i invigorate himself politically, become a key principal with his political party with a political party Jubilee, which is perceived as a Mulimba party, but now it has to have more inroads in Kisii and still be a principal who can co-work with all the other principals who have their individual parties in some of those regions without scavenging on each other, because I think Jubilee and the DCP are scavenging each other, and that is the problem and the fear of both parties.
Can I give you an example of how I see Jubilee? Jubilee is Nyamira and Kisii are like Takes and Caicos. You know, the Takes and Caicos, Trinidad and Tobago, there are islands that are owned by Britain. You know that?
Of course, ni kama Micronesia, though it is owned by France. You know Micronesia?
Yeah, so they basically hold British passports, right? But they are governed by the King of England. And that is what I think people will feel when they'll realize that Jubilee is being controlled by Central. That is why it is a non-starter that a principal of the United Opposition is a deputy leader, not a leader. Martha Karua is chairperson, party leader. Gachagua is party leader. Kalonzo is party leader. All these people are actually party leaders in their own respect. And if Sifuna decides to go to another party, he has to be party leader. Eugene Wamalwa, party leader. You understand? So for me, I don't even know what happened to Eugene. Amenyamaza sana. I think he's going to be overtaken by Natembea. Atafukuzwa huko na Natembea atamkanyaga vizuri. But you can understand.
Nilisikia jana kwa ile akikashifu ile tribalism tena. I had him yesterday.
He's also a very weak person. Ni mtu wa kupewa tu. Ni kupewa tu macheo. Kalonzo is even stronger than him. So for me, it's an non-starter to call yourself a deputy party leader, yet you do not have your Uhuru needs to be chairman. Na iishe hapo. Give the party party leadership to Matiang'i. Complete. Ikiti ya kuwa deputy atoe. Cannot be deputy party leader. He has to be party leader. And he must run it. He must run it. Jubilee will hold an NDC for Uhuru to hand over to Matiang when? Guys, stop underrating Wakisi. I want you to listen to Kenyatta, why Central Bank had... Hii kitu ya story ya kusema Central Bank kila sasa. Yeah? No! Robert, I will keep iterating until Jubilee moves away from Central and looks at the rest of Kenya, other zones of Kenya. It is a Kisi party. Yes. Na siko ubaya. Siko ubaya. Tucheze Uhuru because inaonekana umeboeka.
Na mimi nimeboeka Maroba.
Cheza Uhuru tu, tusikie Uhuru.
Unataka Mr. Ngo? Mr. Ngo.
ODM. Asante. Sasa kwanza, I want to take this opportunity to welcome my fellow aspirants to this forum today. Some of you might be wondering why I'm speaking first before the others. The reason why I'm speaking first is because I'm the one who invited you here. And therefore, if I'm the one who invited you, I must tell you why I invited you. So that when you speak within the agenda. First, I'm very, very happy to meet my fellow aspirants because aspiring means something. If you want to aspire, it means there is something special in you. There is something burning in you. There is something burning, and it is not burning for your self-seeking, for yourself. It is burning to serve your people. That's something which is burning, must be burning to serve your people. It should not be, if you want to aspire, because you want to get rich in politics, I can assure you, you will really regret. Because I have been there. You know, this is my 7th term in parliament. This is my 7th term. And apart from that, I had also served as an elected leader here in Kisumu town as an elected councillor. So if you add that, that is 8 terms. 8 terms as a serving member of the assembly here and also Parliament of Kenya. Parliament of Kenya and also the East African Legislative Assembly. Now I want to tell you that if you want to get into politics to make money, there are very few. There are very few, and I think somehow they are lucky because they get away with stealing somewhere. But if you want to serve straight, just serve. Serve your people and be faithful to that. If you are lucky to get...
Yeah, I think Bwana Budi anataka kusema kitu Kipril. We will proceed with it. Aya Budi, go ahead. I've just seen your message.
Yeah, pole. Najua tuko park na wasikiza, lakini bado tunaendelea tu hizi watoto wanacheza. So let me say this before I go back. If you look at what ODM is doing, is coercing the Linda Mwananchi by force. And the reason they are doing that is the aftermath of the Kisumu rally. It shook them against all odds with the state machinery and everything. That rally even shook me. That is when I realized it's not a small movement per se. And that is when I realized that we need to separate Babu and Sifuna as soon as possible, because Babu atakuja kuwa na kichwa na itakuja kusumbua later on when we want to make a country. But the first thing Gladys Wanga says, tuachane manene ya Linda, which means they are calling for a truce. But I don't read that. I read more than that. What I'm reading is very simple. I think if you put the clips for Atandi, the clips for Robert Alai, and the clips for various leaders who spoke last week and the last 2 weeks of Babu gubernatorial candidature in Nairobi, you could see them gravitating towards making a truce with Babu Owino so that they can frustrate Edwin Sifuna. And I think their plan is very clear. They are going to give Babu Owino the ticket, but they have already decided their candidate for the senator in Nairobi is going to be Edwin Jalango. They want to separate the duo by all necessary means. What they don't know, the Sifuna movement doesn't care about Babu Owino. And I've said it over and over here from the very beginning, mnafikiria ni mchezo. Don't trust Babu Owino at your own behest. Babu Owino knows that DCP will field a candidate in Nairobi. And they have also realized him staying with Sifuna is dangerous to ODM, and more especially Kisumu. And they have seen the effect of it. Now, them calling for the candidates to come early, it's to tell and force the elected leaders to be given direct nomination if they adhere to party rules. And they agree that they are going to support the party decision-making organ, like they are going to go to what? It's not about zoning. It's about taming Sifuna and Babu Owino. Because if you listen to Gladys Wanga very well, at the end he says, oh, this is within us, but it doesn't mean we have closed the nomination. Those who are in state jobs, next year, June, we will open only for you. But for those who are in politics, hatutaki tusumbuane now. We want to speak with one unison. And therefore, if you want to get an ODM ticket, the guarantee to get it now, the ticket is to adhere to the party rules, so you are not going to speak against these unilateral decisions that we are making, and we will reward you with that. Now, the question is, will Sifuna abide with it? No. Will Babu rethink twice? Yes. Do we have truly Linda Ground and Linda Mwananchi? This is where now I think I concur with Caleb Amisi, who was called a traitor last week because he knew what he was speaking about, that Sifuna must know that he has to go this thing to the very end. Because for Babu, he can secure, but for the rest of the proteges, antagonists within ODM who are from the Luya community, including Oparanya, you have seen kitu ameanza kufanyiwa by the Ruto the administration, is to make sure that they don't need them as ODM, because they will need them on a different angle. Now, it's not about nomination. It is to making sure that Babu and Sifuna separate. And it is interesting that I'm going to watch that to see where Babu is going to sit as a person. We are going to see Babu's cases obviously reopened or being threatened. You have seen on the circle, people like Musiri are being used. Tiwaanze kuchangia DJ Evolve, so on and so forth. But I don't think DJ Evolve is in any cooperation with them. You are Mekata.
I think the judge who did the out of court settlement is also very clear that this was a deal that was accepted between the two. So I'm not sure if they will use the court again by force, because the Ruto administration know how to do that. But I think ODM has decided to separate Sifuna and Babu Wino by force. And I'm of the opinion that Sifuna may be loyal, as always lawyers can be loyal within a certain perspective. But Babu Wino, I don't think he will be loyal. So the nice talkings of Atandi, a person who threatened that people should not come to the Linda Mwananchi should not come to Kisumu, speaking nicely of Babu Wino, to me was suspicious. If you can put that clip, it will enhance the debate. The nice talking and the U-turn of Robert Alai about the governorship of Babu Wino in Nairobi, and the support, but also now the adamant soldiers of Rigathi not trusting Babu Wino and seeking that they rather work with only Sifuna, but the gubernatorial they should go for it, also puts Babu Wino in a precarious position whereby he has to make a decision. In whichever case, I think Babu Wino is meant to run as an independent, not through the party structures. It can be much better, but more difficult because, again, Nairobi, any party that wants to rule Kenya must control Nairobi. We saw 2013 when Kidero was ruling Nairobi, and the first two of TNA and URP were ruling. There was a lot of embarrassment from Kidero, more especially when we came to 2017 election and the stadium saga, whereby we realized that the Nairobi governor had too much power in who was going to have a rally where and where. So Nairobi came out to be not just a county, but to be a super county, whereby I think the president must also do what. So it will be interesting that no party will just leave it for an independent candidate to take it. But having said that, I still believe Babu Wino is the one who will betray Sifuna. And I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that, because they have set a trap on him. You come, we will give you whatever you want now. Because now the tone of Gladys Wanga, the tone of everybody has changed. And it is not a tone to bring both Sifuna and Ani. Sifuna has become a thorn for them. They wouldn't want Sifuna any near, because Sifuna does not just come as Sifuna, he comes as Secretary General. And as a Secretary General, he has too much power in terms of the decision and the forwardness of the party. And that is what they don't want completely, because they have tried everything in their capacity. It is not working. So that meeting is not a meeting for delegates and also for parties. That meeting is to scatter Linda Mwananchi. And I think they are almost successful in doing that. Their tone tells you, and the agenda is very simple. Uhuru say, mimi ndio nimewaita hapa na mimi ndio taongea wa kwanza. And you can see all through that meeting what they wanted to achieve. I watched it, I finished it, and I think people like Omolo Tiendo will have to rethink. People like Millie Odhiambo, they have to rethink. People like Kajwang, they have to rethink. Orengo have to rethink. Now, if they truly want to get out, they have to get out now. They have no option. The only other place now they have to go, let's move ahead, Karoli Omondi. And Karoli Omondi have told them very correctly from the very beginning, we have no part in ODM. This is it. Let us move forward. Let us agree. Let us stop saying Sisi ni Secretary General or ODM. I think that is the thing of the past. That is my take on that.
Okay, so you think ODM is trying to recover itself and trying to separate?
There's no recovering here.
No, they are not
They're
recovering.
trying
They are
to.
forcing issues. They are
They're for,
forcing now.
they're
And
forced their hand. It's
and
like
are the
you ever played poker where
eh,
your hand is forced. Umeambiwa
okay?
lazima
That's
utoe.
okay. That's okay.
Onyesha
And
kadi.
then is that force going to work, or it is an attempt in futility? So that's what I'm trying to ask them, Bwana Mbudi. Is it going to work? Yes, they are attempting
It's
to
not
force this.
working. It's not working because Ruto has gone ahead. If you saw last 2 weeks, UDA was actually in Kisumu, active in Kisumu. Unaelewa? And they have already given people direct nomination in Luo Nyanza. There will be no nomination of UDA in Luo Nyanza. And I think the greatest battle we are going to see, it is between the senatorial seat of Siaya. That will be Oburu Odinga, the party leader, the youth leader, versus Rafael Tuju. I think the Ruto is a very happy man. He has set a stage for Luo Nyanza that has never been since independence. We are going to see very interesting elections.
Okay, fine. So tuendelee na video eh?
It,
Are you
it,
satisfied now?
it will work. It will work. It will work.
And also, Mami spoke about naitwa nani, Omar Hassan. They, there are comebacks ambazo remain for ages to come. I don't like the young man Mohamed Ali Jitopevo, but his comeback should be aired over and over because that's the only way we can help Mombasa. Alisema hivi, kule kwetu Mombasa anaitwa Ugali Sosa. And somebody made a very nice video of Omar Hassan having hips like a woman. We need to play that like 3 times before we finish this show.
Sijui nilitumia Njeru hiyo video. Ni kile mbaya. Acha nimtumie.
Utuwekee kama uko nayo. Mbona unanitumia? Siweke tu hapa tu na ndiye DJ. Nini mbaya wewe?
Ni video ingine kali sana bana.
Hiyo story ya my hips hata mimi nimeisikia. I was not keen to it because you know Omar Hassan used to be epitomized even in our university because he used to be an na sijui kwa nini watu kama tulikuwa tunachukua ni kama walikuwa watu wazuri sana. You know, he used to be a alumni of Moi University, sijui wakitembea huko, he was being over epitomized. Anyway, but weka hiyo hips hapo.
Alikuwa Moi?
Yeah, ni alumni wa Moi bwana.
Hii ni kali sana. Angalia kwanza bana, you have to validate.
Hakuna kitu tuna validate bwana. Hii ni media. The media does not sieve. Tuna validate.
Bado hajafika bana. I don't understand why it's not come through.
Hebu ni kuna kitu nimeona imekuja kwangu from you. Okay, wacha Oburu amalizange story yake.
Something for yourself that will be a plus and we shall congratulate you for it. But don't grab. If you get a chance, don't grab. And this our party has that principle. You remember there is one time when Sonko came with a lot of money to our party. And we chased him away with the money because we did not know where that money was coming from.
Iko sawa hii.
We were saying, why should
weka.
somebody come and start buying support with money? If you are a true supporter of the people, your people should give you support without spending too much money. It is money which is spoiling the politics of this country. It is money which is making the people elect those who don't deserve to be in leadership. But as aspirants of ODM, I would want unity. Our party is as strong as you are united. Because you are the ones who can make the party strong. And you can make the party strong this way. This is the way you want to make the party strong. Even those who did not participate in the election of ODM, which has just ended for the main party, even if you did not participate in those elections, even if you are not elected, even if your supporters are not in the office, you don't have to worry, because the people who are going to nominate are the members, not the officials of the party. The people who are going to nominate you are the members. And you should, if I were you, I would concentrate on registering more members so that I have more support. If you want more supporters, look for them in the membership, not in the office. Don't look at them in the office. The office is, some of them are already prejudiced. Maybe you did not participate. Maybe your opponent took them when the elections were going on. Maybe your opponent used some resources on them, and they might not be very friendly to you. But don't worry. Don't worry. Me, I tell you, don't worry. I have been through nominations and nominations. From KANU time, I was in nominations of KANU. And I can tell you, in Fort Kenya,
That's a beautiful one. Bwana Budi, hiyo ndio ulikuwa unataka ama ni nyingine?
Iko ya TikTok ambayo Mohamed Ali anasema huko kwetu tunamuita ugali sosa, and then wamemweka hapo yeye mwenyewe kabisa kabisa, the real Omar Hassan with real hit. AI.
Haya, Kipulili tutafutie hiyo. Mimi nitaomba, umesikia explanation. Look it for us.
Conversation about the that was part and so that time he was king the gubernatorial for Mombasa. There was a lot of body shaming from his side. His own people were asking, huyu jamaa kuna ndevu kweli? Ni mwanaume. So he has always been attacked based on, I don't know if you remember that. But this time around, I think after becoming the UDA Secretary General, Okweli ameongeza hips. Whoever that is saying that this time around is not body shaming, it is the reality. Kama kasichana kadogo kanaitwa Toto, aliingia tu kidogo tu hivi. My friend, you cannot, nani, Jmo alifanya some script about yeye. I don't know if you saw the Jmo script about Toto. You know, I really laughed, but it was the reality.
Oh, that was a bad one.
It was the truth. The lady aliingia akiwa, but bro, sahi hata
Very
hivi
beautiful
tosha
lady.
hivi tosha hata
Very,
kiti
very
ya
beautiful.
mbele. Like if you saw everything in that script,
It was in a car. Alikuwa kwa gari. Oh my God, the
kwa
Jemo
gari,
knows.
apart from the
Jemo
makeup,
knows too far.
yeah, apart from the makeups is the fact that akiingia kwa gari one side inaenda chini, means the weight on the car. That
Tutafute hiyo
balance.
Jemo bwana. Hiyo Jemo ni mbaya sana.
So I was looking at like, oh, so some of these scripts are not just satirical. They are a reality of honestly what we may not be able to say, but the happenings of the society. Omar Hassan has ameongeza yenyewe tangu akuwe kwa hiyo kiti. And the good part of it is Malala amereduce sana tangu atoke kule. So it tells you a journey of two leaders.
I found it. Njeri, it's there. Hassan. Hello.
Hello, mbona ingine nimeiweka but I don't know.
I think it's because I'm hanging. Ngoja kidogo. Nimekwama. Let me try again.
Kidogo.
I'm trying again. Hold on. Yeah.
Kijana huyu, acha nimuite kijana kwa sababu ni rika yangu. Huyo Hassan Omar, sisi kule Mombasa tunamuita ugali sosa, ni wale wa kujaza. Wewe unatishia watu na Mungu amekufanya utoe yaliyo moyoni, kwa sababu wewe ni wale ambao unatuambia pia sisi ni wabara, turudi kwetu. Tunataka kukuambia hakuna mbara atarudi kwao. Kenya ni yetu sote. Kwa hivyo utazoea hii sura, utazoea sura ya Wakikuyu Mombasa, upende usipende. Utazoea sura ya Wakamba Mombasa, upende. Utazoea sura ya Wakisii Mombasa, upende. Utazoea sura ya Wamasai Mombasa, upende. Utazoea sura ya Waluya Mombasa, upende. Utazoea sura ya Wajaluo Mombasa, upende na utazoea sura ya kabila zote Mombasa, upende usipende.
This is the sportcheck.co.ke. Sport it, check it and know it.
Wacha nipatie Alex yake hapo afurahi.
Is Toto. What are you doing? I want to just congratulate people of Bomet for choosing me women rep. My name is Toto and tutaongea. Tutaongea huko ndani. Tupatane huko mbele. Sawa sawa. Tupatane huko mbele. Nishikilie tu Toto. Sawa, tupatane mbele. We, Kipchoge. Kwa nini unapiga kelele?
Wacha nisimamishe.
Sasa you're doing an amazing job.
Asante.
Uko salama?
Niko salama.
Sawa, tutaongea. Wacha niingie through the experience.
Twende tu.
Hapana, tutaongea.
Toto nilikusaidia.
Hapana, Kipchoge, tutaongea. Kuna through the experience. It happened September. Sude, nitakulipia KICC ya Chemotesini. Unajua Chemotesini? Nitakusaidia, nitakulipia ticket.
Si nikuja tu ninunulie chai. Nini nilikubeba na ndugu. Watu wako wanakuaminia Toto.
Hapana Kipchoge, tutaongea. Najua ulinibeba na pikipiki Kipchoge. Sasa unajua V8 ni gani?
Toto.
Kipchoge, tutaongea Kipchoge. Nitakulipia ticket. Kipchoge akona mambo sana.
Unapata ticket. Sasa hadi kiyangu naenda nao. Si mimi ndio nilimbeba na hii pikipiki ya kikampeni. Nirudishie kii basi. Sasa Toto.
Yes, ballooned.
Huyo mama naye amekula bwana. Ile yani it was like
She was a little girl. She was just a little girl.
Yeah, of course. Macorruption hapo nini hivyo yeah, you know.
Support two term ili tupange serikali ijayo kwa muungano yetu.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me say something. I think there are some things that are a blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise that people say things when they mean so bad, but it turns out that they've actually done good to us more than we could have tried to do it for ourselves. The utterances of Omar Hassan, to me, have shown the danger and what actually Ruto speaks with now his current
controlled leadership of ODM, of UDA. Remember before he showcased UDA as a national party. Alikuwa huko na Mudhama, akaweka yule mama Mkikuyu Secretary General, and like the leadership of UDA seemed to be on a national level to a point that people like Mudhama had a big voice. We don't even know how he managed to get them out without a fight like the one we are seeing Sifuna is having. Now, what tells you somebody like Omar Hassan, his utterances latest are not just personal utterances. These are private thoughts that he projects out without us actually not knowing that is the voice of William Samoei Ruto. And I like the response of my party leader, Gachagua, because Gachagua did say that the women rep of Lamu spoke, Ruto was there. That man spoke, Omar spoke, Ruto was there. This is the voice of William Samoei Ruto talking. Now, having been very close together during the campaign, obviously, this man knows how Ruto operates. So when Gachagua was saying that is the voice of Ruto, it is true. That is Ruto's mindset on how he wants to deal with the Kikuyus. Now, that is where now the issue of Kindiki comes in, whereby Kindiki needs to know that he is not on the short list of the DP of William Samoei Ruto, because there is that fear. And that is why I wondered if Roba's mind was really good, because Roba came here and made some outrageous statements ambazo zingine hata nilishindwa kumquestion. One of it was that Ruto is not going to seek the next term. Come December, Ruto is going to say, I'm not going to be a candidate. I don't know where he got that from, but Ruto is seriously seeking running mate away from the Dema community. And when you hear these utterances, they are not by accident. If you saw Mbadi speaking, and I want you to put that clip and also put your Omar Hassan and you compare, this is a meeting they both had. They were together, Ruto, Mbadi na Omar Hassan. Ukisikia au nini 2032 na ile asira yenye Mbadi alikuwa nayo, and the same sentiments ambayo Omar Hassan ako nayo, it tells you. So the sentiments of Omar Hassan should solidify the mountain together to look beyond. Mtu yote anataka kuwadanganya hapa tuta, you must look beyond and understand what actually UDA wants for the Kikuyu and the Gema community. If you're not going to see that, then I think you people again are too blind and you don't want the reality. But again, Omar Hassan's sentiments were purely William Samoei Ruto's sentiments. Let us not kill the messenger. Yeah, that is my take on that.
And why are they pretending? Because kama Shorei leo kwa TV alikuwa ati ana pretend ati hata venye alishtuliwa ati na Omar. I was also shocked to hearing Omar say speak that way. So Ruto is the messenger. So is Ruto shocked by the reaction of Kenyans? Ama tu he doesn't care, like unatuma mtu anafanya kitu and then inakuwa na ripple effect.
No, you see Ruto has different mouthpieces. No, he has different mouthpieces. Ikikwama hapo unatuma yeye wengine. So like if you've noticed, his political pawns are usually from other communities other than the Kikuyus. Other than the Kalenjins. You would never hear any really derogative language coming from Kalenjins. It always comes from other communities, and for years it had been the Kikuyu people that used to talk derogatively. Always, utasikia tu Kimani, Chungwa, all these people would talk derogatively. But then when he wants to cool things down, he will send the Kalenjin caucus to come and speak on his behalf, to come and clear the air, to come and say, hatukusema hivyo. You see? So Kina Hassan, I don't know if Njiru's hanged. Kama Njiru amehang. So that is what I believe. Ngoja Njiru akuje. Did you hear what I said?
No, network yangu ilifail. Nimerudi tena. Go ahead. Say.
Yeah, so what I was saying that yes, these are Ruto's mouthpiece. But when it comes to derogatory statements, it never comes out from Akale. It never ever comes out from Akale. It comes from other communities.
Before it was nani Cheruiyot alisema kidogo Kiprire. Kuna Cheruiyot alisema noma sana ili ya kusema Gachagua is planting Mungiki to attack Kikuyus. What about ya Cheruiyot na?
You see,
unasikia ya Cheruiyot akisema story ya Mungiki ni Nyeri.
But if you understand how he said it as if he's the savior of the Kikuyus. Compare Cheruiyot's statement and Hassan and Mbadi's. Mbadi's, it's directly attacking a community. Cheruiyot anaisema ni kama anataka protect the community. Do you understand? Nobody likes the Mungikis. You understand? Who likes Mungiki? So Cheruiyot saying Gachagua is a bad person who's trying to bring back Mungiki, who will come and harm the Kikuyu community. While Hassan Joe and Mbadi are more like the Kikuyus are bad people. Just look at the difference. Try and read every little statement Kalenjins always do that are on Ruto's side. It's either they talk as a whole, they'll talk about a community. They will never talk about a community. They'll talk about thieves, talk about politicians. They will say that they have been sent by Uhuru. That is the farthest they can go. But when it comes to heavy attacks, Ruto has idiots that follow. Gladys Wanga, Mbadi, what's her name? Women rep for Nairobi, Anitongajo. Pisaris. There are very, very many mouthpieces. There are very many mouthpieces for Ruto that will say the very controversial things. He tests the grounds. If the grounds are hostile, he changes his mind. He's not the one who said it. It's his goons. But you will never say a Kalenjin said that. You will never hear it. That is why you don't hear any ukisikia when you hear people talk. Yeah, obviously they say they'll never give. I cannot deny that that's what people are saying. I think it's unfair, but whatever. Other than saying they will never have another Kenyan president, they don't castigate the Kalenjin community. Where's the scared? I hate Kales, I hate you, or I feel Kales are doing something stupid. But you will hear them castigating the Luo community. Because Ruto has kind of shielded us as Kalenjins, if you've noticed that. Shielded us from all that drama. And that is also to protect himself against the ICC. What do you call it? ICC, International Criminal Court. So that when there's a clash, which I hope never happens by the way, if there's a clash, it's going to be kulikuwa na Kikuyu wanapigana na Wajaluo, ama kulikuwa na Waluhya wanapigana na so and so tribe, or this tribe was fighting with this other tribe. But he will never make it that our Kalenjins are going to be involved. He's a very manipulative person. Very, very, very manipulative. His politics are dirty. It's awful. And that's actually, I think that is how Gachagua is also protecting himself. He's protecting
his community against such aggressions. Kama mngekuwa na Gachagua, if you did not have Gachagua as Kikuyus, this guy would have had Kikuyus fighting with other communities if it was not for Gachagua. Hata mkimuita tribalist.
So how has Gachagua helped the situation? Maybe I want you to help me understand, like, how has Gachagua saved the Kikuyu nation in terms of that?
First of all, by consolidating them. The consolidation. That's number one. Number two, by debunking everything that Ruto sends the Kikuyu way. He debunks it. You hear the way he says it. Atupendi vita, which is actually very good. I like it. But if you did not have Gachagua, Ruto would have akina Kimani Chungwa, akina all these idiots that you see around that the offices in Central for Ruto. They will be battling with the Luos. No, you guys are bad. Then obviously you've got idiots on the other side. I'm talking about politicians, not the people, throwing things back to the Kikuyu community. They start fighting. On that side, Kalenjin sit on the backside. Oh, chao pigane, nini. Then Ruto can come and say, pana usijali, nimewapatia hizi vyeo kama watu wa Nyanza, na nyinyi watu wa Central, nimewapatia hizi vyeo, tukue pamoja. Then he forms this so-called national unity garbage. He's going to come and talk. That was his plan. It has always been his plan. He meets Kalenjin leaders before he meets any other leaders. It was signs from the time they had stolen the elections for us. It was actually 2 weeks before elections, and Gachagua stated it. Gachagua said, the first day, when they were still in Karen, they're still staying in Karen, house of the deputy president. This is before he came and completely destroyed State House. He sidelined the Kikuyu community, and he said, I'm only meeting people from Kalenjin, especially the Nandis, and a lot of Kikuyu. This is when I wish the UDA leaders that were there, that were Kikuyus, should have seen the signs coming at that point in time. I think Rigathi Gachagua saw it. Because he did mention it even before he was impeached. He did say it. Wanaenda wakakutana peke yao kwa Karen, I think they were discussing how they're going to run the country as just purely Kalenjins. The epicenter of what Ruto is actually doing, if you're not looking at the architecture or design of Ruto's dictatorship, from a young boy, he had admired Moi. He had admired Moi kabisa. And he wants the country to run the way Moi ran the country for 15 years, let's say 15 years. The first few years of Moi were actually great. I am told Moi was a good leader. He was just a stooge that was going to be just there temporarily until, what is the name of the great attorney general? Yeah, I remember his name. Why do I always forget names? Attorney General. I'm trying to remember. Very great guy. Alikuwa anavanga suit ni kama alikuwa yes, Charles Njonjo.
Charles Njonjo was supposed to be planted Moi there so that he could take over from Kenyatta. Moi was a plant, by the way. And I'll tell you, Moi was actually the best vice president Kenya ever had in terms of discipline to his boss. Moi alikuwa nasikia kila kitu Jomo alikuwa anasema. He was even better than Jaramogi. And you're right. Ruto will send the Luo nation to fight for him in 2027 if things don't go his way. Charles Njonjo, yes, correct, Alex. That was the guy who was supposed to be a president, and Moi was just planted there. But some of these people, when they do such plans, they don't understand. Once you sit on that chair, it's the same with Uhuru. I don't understand why Uhuru never understood. There are certain characters that ukishaeka hapo ni kupe, kutoa ni ngumu. I wish Njeri would participate with me.
I like hearing somebody talking kitu yake yote na inaisha, so sitaki ku disrupt na kusikiliza.
Sawa, imeisha.
Haya, wacha nicheze video yako.
Kuna serikali ya UDA. Wangapi wana support hapo? Kwa mikono ya tutam tujue ni wangapi wana support. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Warembo! Warembo! Mimi naitwa Mheshimiwa Collins Omondi Ogenga, MCA wa Kayole South na chairman wa ODM Embakasi Central. Nawapenda. Aya, ODM! ODM! Naitwa Odalo Rafuok, the incoming member of parliament Mathare. Asante.
Thank you, Chairman.
ODM! Mimi nataka niseme jambo mbili na Gladys Wanga, nataka unisikize. Hii ODM kuna watu wanataka kupasua hii ODM. Na sisi hatutakubali kama Nairobi. Ile kitu mimi nauliza Gladys Wanga, tunafuata Uhuru, tunafuata Winnie Odinga, tunafuata ule sijui women wa Kisumu ama tunafuata nani? Mimi nataka niambie watu wa ODM, sisi mwili tunafuata ni Uhuru Oginga. Ile ujinga watu wanataka kuleta hapa ODM hatutakubali. Sisi tulikuwa tunafuata Raila Molo. Familia Raila Molo Odinga, kila mtu asiweze kukata ODM. Junior yako huku, Winnie yako huko, mwingine yako huko. Total nonsense. Tunataka chama ikuwe imara. Sisi tunafuata Uhuru Oginga. Sawa sawa. Na hapa Nairobi viti zote ni za ODM. Tuko na Governor Ladu hapa na tufichi. Governor tunapatia Ladu wa Mwera. Tumeamua na Mungu awabariki.
Aya. Vijana oye! Vijana oye!
Secretary for the National Treasury, John Mbadi, has clarified that platforms such as M-Pesa and Airtel are not being directly targeted in the government's proposal to impose a 16% VAT on payment service providers under the 2026 finance bill. Mbadi says no direct taxes will be imposed on M-Pesa or similar services. His remarks come amid growing debate over some of the proposals contained in the Finance Bill 2026, particularly among young Kenyans on social media. Susan Wawero reports.
The government now appears to be taking early precautionary measures against possible public backlash as discussions around the finance bill continue to intensify online. One of the key issues sparking controversy has been reports that the government intends to increase taxes on M-Pesa platform. However, Mbadi says companies like Safaricom are not the direct targets of the proposed 16% VAT.
Specifically targeted at the digital services that are ICT driven, as opposed to the traditional financial services such as cash deposits, withdrawals, forex exchange, etc. It is worth noting that we had a session with Safaricom on Friday last week and explained that they are not among those we are targeting with the new proposals.
Mbadi has also addressed the proposed withholding tax of 0.01% on bank card companies such as Visa. He says the government's focus is mainly on international firms providing digital and payment system services in Kenya without paying taxes locally. According to the CS, previous attempts by the government to impose higher taxes on such companies were rejected in court after judges ruled that current laws do not classify the fees charged by those firms as professional services.
If these providers of these cards are Kenyans, the withholding tax of 0.01% is only helping us in enhancing visibility so that we can see them, because it's not a final tax. Now, for those who are not Kenyans, the offshore, obviously, it will be the final tax because you will not go after them again. So, we should encourage actually withholding tax on these services, especially for those who are not Kenyans, because then they will be benefiting and profiting from our economy without any support to the infrastructure of that economy.
Mbadi has also dismissed reports claiming that the government plans to introduce a 5% tax on income earned through digital content creation, saying no such proposal exists in the 2026 finance bill. As debate surrounding the finance bill 2026 continues to gain momentum online, the government is increasingly being forced to respond to public concerns early, with key question remaining whether the clarifications will ease public anxiety or fuel further scrutiny from Kenyans. Susan Oberu, NTV.
When you're playing Gladys Sholay, just get to that point. Don't play all of it, tafadhali. It's too long. Tazima tu. Which part of Gladys Sholay did you want to play?
You see hapa Gladys Sholay alisema vitu mob, eh? So wacha icheze kwanza so that we can know where to set it.
Presidential elections are held in every constituency.
Yes.
They are not held nationally. They are held in every constituency.
And that's what happens,
and
yes.
The person in charge of presidential election of the constituency or election of the constituency is the constituency returning officer. What we are saying, let's apply the law as it is and let the returning officers in every constituency be the ones upon whom the results are transmitted. And it is also there where the boxes are delivered.
Okay.
And the forms.
At the constituency.
At the constituency. He does an open tally. Let the media proactively show us the tallying process in the 290 constituencies.
And that's what they usually do.
No, they don't. What IBC has been doing to you media houses without knowing it, they gag you. They tell you, how they gag you is this. They normally tell you that don't announce anything at the constituency. Those things are provisional. We will give you a portal at Bomas
where you shall
feed. But what are you being fed? You're being fed garbage.
Okay.
That is why our presidential elections are heavily contested, whereas the MC elections, the county elections, MPs are not as contested as presidential. Because what takes place at the constituency levels, wherever there's been mischief, it is so easy to pinpoint that the mischief is in regard to these polling stations.
Okay.
But when somebody tells you that you're going to give you a portal at Bomas, then they tell you that now we are sending the results from Balambala Primary School, the polling station. These are the results. Next, they throw for you Mvita Primary School. Before you understand, they are somewhere in Kilgoris. They've taken you to Nairobi. You are not able to track. But if you are doing it constituency by constituency, that this constituency has received their results, they are doing their tallying. Constituency A is ready.
But the returning officers physically come to Bomas.
No. What I'm saying, the returning officers, we know what happens to returning officers when they are coming from the ground. What we are saying, they disappear. That is
none of them disappeared in the last
you know, in Nairobi, a returning officer from Turkana North will get to Bomas, first a returning officer from Limuru, and they will tell you that the Limuru people are many. But all they're doing is they're just calibrating numbers. Between Limuru and Nairobi, people are calibrating numbers.
Okay.
So what we are saying, and I support the Okia petition,
right,
is that let us stick to the constitution.
We do it at the
constituency level. Then the media, in terms of what they are showing Kenyans, tell IEBC we have our own calculators. We can do our own addition. We will write Mvita constituency. The RO has finished the tallying.
Okay.
He is ready to announce. Every Kenyan will stand and watch him making the declaration of results, and you write down Mvita.
But that's normally they announce.
No, let me finish. I'm saying what the media, because when there's blackouts, media blackout, that's just showing you IBC at Bomas. You don't see, you focus on what the Mvita RO is doing.
Okay.
Then you go to Jomvu is ready. Jomvu, Jimmy Anjigi has gotten 58,000 votes. William has gotten 2,000 votes.
All right.
You write down. And you do the math. Everybody, even the chairman of IEBC, he can be in his boardroom
and get the same results.
And then you will come to the same results, and then you will say, based on, and I'll give you an example, the American elections. It is done at the state level. Every state makes the declaration. The states make the declarations. Okay. The media witness the tallying process and the counting of those votes. And you will be shocked to note, the elections in America are held on the 20th of November. By early morning of 21st of November, the president-elect, based on media projections, not even the election commission, media projections will tell you, based on what we've observed in all the states so far, the president-elect is Barack Obama or Donald Trump. And he will proceed to give an acceptance speech. Do you know when the electoral college meets to vote formally? The vote is done in December. Around December, I believe 4th and 12th. That is when the formal declaration of the winner of the elections, the IBC, the Chebukati, they meet in December.
Okay.
That time, because everybody saw the transparency of the process, even the loser had accepted and given a concession speech, even Secret Service has moved in, the president-elect has started his transition process, the whole country accepts.
But also the press are not prevented from making from filming, because a lot of the clips are actually available in the media for the different polling stations.
Show me one media house that ever made here in Kenya. Show me one media house that ever decided in the last 3 elections to relay to you
the presidential
election. No, start from the tallying that they're saying we shut out Bomas. We are not covering whatever is being shown at Bomas. We are going constituency by constituency. Citizen tried it. They tried it in 2017. They tried it. Michael Kinyi, it's called Michael Kinyi, had set up a very comprehensive tallying in 2017. That time I was Raila's campaign manager. IBC told them, dare you? We will pull out your advertisement and even shut you down. CAK was on them.
Willis, I get your point.
No, that's, I think he's saying so many untruths, it's shocking.
But I want us to move.
Is it possible to actually get them?
What IBC has been doing to you media houses without knowing it?
Let's pause there. And,
they gag you. They tell you, how they gag you is this. They normally tell you.
Let's pause there, Jeru. And,
okay, go ahead.
Let's digest that. I want you to explain to me what he's saying from your own analysis.
Yeah, I from me, what I'm hearing is the contention here is the declaration of results, where in Kenya, results have to be done by a certain body, and the media has no capacity to announce the results from the source. So he is saying like, okay, Mutata, there is something he is preparing to table, which might make the results to be final from constituency level. So I think all what they are trying to say here is like they don't want a Bomas thing, where to resort your constituency in announziwa story inaisha. So I think I hope, and according to you, do you think without a Bomas we can evade election stealing? Because it looks like everybody thinks election stealing is done at the Bomas.
And that's what I think is happening. This portal garbage does not work. Portal does not work.
I think election stealing is done at Bomas of Kenya. You saw how that guy did that.
So you want to tell me that voter bribery, intimidation, all the other things will not affect what is going in the polling station?
It's
Even
too many.
if
Okay,
Bomas is not there.
right now, we had a discussion with Alex earlier on about the attacks in Kilifi with Ruto, with him smiling. Kijana ni sawa, yuko sawa. What that goes to show you, he changed all his he changed every single security person, meaning plus the IEBC guys, which is going to be risky. I don't know, Robert. Let Robert help with this. It's a very important thing.
But vile Willis ameelezea hapa, do you think Willis is getting it, or he is also trying to meander on a very serious issue?
No. Willis's point, I take Willis's point. You at constituency level, let us see constituency at polling station. We should announce. Hii ward imeshindwa na whoever it is. Ruto alipata hii ngapi, huyu mwingine alipata ngapi, and then the winner, the presidential winner from this ward is so and so. The presidential guy for this constituency is so and so. For this county is so and so. It's what we do in America. It's what we do in the UK.
Guys. Okay, go ahead, Robert. You can react to that. I'm restarting my computer in the meantime, but I'm within. Thank you.
Yeah, so you guys, if I go off because I'm driving. Yeah, so if you remember 2 weeks ago, when you guys left me in a studio myself, maybe today you don't do it, I discussed that topic with the guys on the comment section. And in fact, I told them what I've been saying for a long time, that our elections should be counted and finished at the county level. The county level should give us the results and everything, not in the Bomas of Kenya. And with that one, this is what I mean. Okay, we are not have more prosecutors, more people involved at the county level who are doing this. So, let's say I'm from Kisii County, South Magrango, they announce themselves at the county level. When I serve every constituency, presidency alipata hivi, na huyu alipata hivi, hapa tunamaliza. Tunaenda another
Robani, ni kama umeingia tunnel. Hi, Roba. Okay, we'll continue for a bit, wait for the guys to come back.
That don't announce anything at the constituency. Those things are provisional. We will give you a portal at Bomas
where you shall
feed. But what are you being fed? You're being fed garbage.
Okay.
That is why our presidential elections are heavily contested, whereas the MC elections, the county elections, MPs are not as contested as presidential. Because what takes place at the constituency levels, wherever there has been mischief, it is so easy to pinpoint that the mischief is in regard to these polling stations.
Okay.
But when somebody tells you that you're going to give you a portal at Bomas, then they tell you that now we are sending the results from Balambala Primary School, the polling station. These are the results. Next, they throw for you in Vita Primary School. Before you understand, they are somewhere in Kilgoris. They've taken you to Nairobi. You are not able to track. But if you are doing it constituency by constituency, that this constituency has received the results, they are doing their tallying. Constituency A is ready.
But the returning officers physically come to Bomas.
No. What I'm saying, the returning officers, we know what happens to returning officers when they are coming from the ground. What you are saying, they disappear. That is
none of them disappeared in the last one.
You know, in Nairobi, a returning officer from Turkana North will get to Bomas, first a returning officer from Limuru, and they will tell you that the Limuru people are many. But all they're doing is they're just calibrating numbers. Between Limuru and Nairobi, people are calibrating numbers.
Okay.
So what we are saying, and I support the Okia petition, is that let us stick to the constitution.
We do it at the
constituency level. Then the media, in terms of what they are showing Kenyans, tell IEBC we have our own calculators. We can do our own addition. We will write Mvita constituency. The RO has finished the tallying. He is ready to announce. Every Kenyan will stand and watch him making the declaration of results, and you write down Mvita.
But that's normally they announce.
No, let me finish. I'm saying what the media, because when there's blackout, media blackout, that's just showing you IBC at Bomas. You don't see, you focus on what the Mvita RO is doing. Then you go to Jomvu is ready. Jomvu, Jimmy and Jigi has gotten 58,000 votes. William has gotten 2,000 votes. You write down. And you do the math. Everybody, even the chairman of IEBC, he can be in his boardroom
and get the same results.
And then you will come to the same results, and then you will say, based on, and I'll give you an example, the American elections. It is done at the state level. Every state makes the declaration. The returning officer of the states make the declarations. The media witness the tallying process and the counting of those votes. And you will be shocked to note, the elections in America are held on the 20th of November. By early morning of 21st of November, the president-elect, based on media projections, not even the election commission, media projections will tell you, based on what we've observed in all the states so far, the president-elect is Barack Obama or Donald Trump. And he will proceed to give an acceptance speech. Do you know when the electoral college meets to vote formally? The vote is done in December. Around December, I believe 4th and 12th. That is when the formal declaration of the winner of the elections, the IEBC, the Chebukati, they meet in December. That time, because everybody saw the transparency of the process, even the loser had accepted and given a concession speech, even Secret Service has moved in, the president-elect has started this transition process.
But also the press are not prevented from making from filming, because a lot of the clips are actually available in the media for the different polling stations.
Show me one media house that ever made here in Kenya. Show me one media house that ever decided in the last 3 elections to relay to you
the presidential
election. No, such from the tallying that they're saying we've shut out Bomas. We are not covering whatever is being shown at Bomas. We are going constituency by constituency. Citizen tried it. They tried it. They tried it. Michael Kinyi, it's called Michael Kinyi, had set up a very comprehensive tallying in 2017. That time I was Raila's campaign manager. IEBC told them, dare you? We will pull out your advertisement and even shut you down. CAK was on them.
Willis, I get your point.
No, but I think he's saying so many untruths, it's shocking.
But I want us to move.
Is it possible to actually let the media houses get the results at the constituency levels?
Yes, at the constituency level, and even at the, in fact, it's at the polling station level that the announcement is made, and then in the counties, the announcement is also made. So it's an oral announcement apart from the result form. So then the results, the returning officers now come to Bomas and come and give them, and then that is when the consolidation, and the consolidation has already been done at county level and at the constituency level.
So do we agree we don't need bombers if we are going to get the results from the constituencies?
I agree.
Yeah.
No, from Mheshimiwa.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yes. I
Don't
agree.
need bombers. Yeah.
It can, see, all of it is the most important thing is that we are able to get a consolidated result. You see, the reason why they don't bring the one for the MP, so for the MCA, it's announced at the constituency level. Even the one for the MP, it's at the constituency level. The one only for presidential, because you're trying to tally the whole country in order to know the total numbers and to be able to come up with that they have gotten 50 plus 1 as required. There has to
Kipuri, mbona mama anajifanya expert at the end anajua story ya kura vinoma sana at we don't know hii mambo hatujui. Why is this woman suddenly pretending to be an expert wa vile numbers zinahesabiwa? Are you getting what she's saying?
You see, the problem is Willis has caught her off guard. I don't think that was what she was planning to discuss. You see, she's trying to interrupt constantly. What I'm hoping, if we are serious for these elections in Jeru, what I'm actually hoping is our politicians, Martha Karua, to a DCP, I think he's also got a plan to do this.
Can you poke holes? Unajua saa zingine when these people are speaking, based on what Shorey is saying here, can you poke holes in it? Like, do you think they are prepared to do cheating na wasipatikane based on what she is saying here? Because you can use what is being said to understand.
They're preparing to do cheating, but she's evading the question about the media houses actually announcing the elections at the polling station. She has refused to answer.
And that is the big thing. So let me ask you a question. Like, what is the problem media ikiannounce uchaguzi? Like, right in Embu, they say Kibaki amepata hii kura. Ama not Kibaki. Like, this person has gotten this kura.
It has to be consolidated at Bomas. I don't know why.
No. So, and during consolidation, do we get the true result? During what we are getting from the consolidation?
How can we get results from Turkana? Then the next second we're getting results.
Hebu nikuulize swali kidogo Kipure. Hebu nikuulize swali.
Unaniuliza maswali ngapi na I'm trying to answer one at a time. Which one do you want me to answer?
Nile inaniuma. Jibu alafu utajibu hizo zingine. Hebu nikuulize ina river source like ile mito inatokanga huko milimani. Na inaenda kumwaga pale Indian Ocean. Hebu niambie ni maji gani ukuwa safi? Ile maji na mwagika pale Indian Ocean ama ile maji kule kwa milimani?
Ile mlimani, ukisema mlimani, are you meaning the water basin or the forest?
Yeah, from the source. Like maji ni safi pale kwa source ama ni safi kule kwa delta?
I will have the water that starts from Kakamega forest or the water that comes from Kaptagat forest, but I will never trust the water that has reached in Lake Victoria.
Now that is the same analogy here. So people want us to trust numbers in Bomas, but we cannot look at the numbers in the polling station or in the county station.
So when you talk about Kaptagat forest, if you talk about Karura forest, if you talk about Kakamega forest, those are your words. They all go to Lake Victoria. But I'd rather drink the Lake Victoria water than drink the water in the Nile. Does that make sense? Because they all go where? To the Indian Ocean. So utakuja ila Indian Ocean ama Lake Victoria. At least that one is more cleaner. But I would rather we drink it from Kaptagat and Kakamega forest. Yes. So I trust that. Why the way Willis just said is so beautiful. Why don't people contest heavily on MCA seats? Ndio kuna kuanga nayo.
No, it is happening, bwana. In the MCA where I come from, nimesikia aspirants ni 40 wa DCP.
No, I'm saying.
No, I'm just trying to say
what I'm trying to say,
I'm
bro.
giving you like one county seat where nimesikia aspirant ni 40. Where I come from, 40 people, and it gashtuka. 40 is too much, man.
It's good. It's good. Nobody wants UDA. Hata afadhali mwende kwa Jubilee basi. UDA, what the hell, man? Who wants to go contest with UDA? I think also
lakini tunaona hao after fallout kuna wengine wataenda UDA tu hapo because at the end of the day DCP inachukua mmoja.
But don't you understand it's too late because UDA would have already filled a candidate on their own.
Lakini bwana watu 40 chama moja.
You should be proud of yourself.
No, that is too much bwana. Hadi nilikuwa nikiambiwa sio kasema watu bwana, are they serious? 40 people where I come from, 40 people want to contest under DCP. I think Budi should be very proud that chama yake is doing very well in Mlima. That was too much. In fact, hata nimesikia ni record by the way. Hata wakati wa Kibaki ijaifika ati watu 40 wanataka kupigania na chama moja. Like, and the UDA does that. So I'm hearing now UDA is hoping they will feel they have been mistreated in the DCP. Au ndio they are waiting for that windfall. Unaelewa? Kipril. Wanangojea wale watakasirika. Are you good? Umepotea? Wacha Shoreya ongea because I can't hear you.
The consolidation point. It's not that any other magic happens in Bomas. It is a consolidation.
Okay, they usually dance a lot and do a lot of things which may be deemed unnecessary. So I guess the petition makes sense, especially how the eroding public distrust between you people and the public. So I guess leave alone the media. I think people themselves counting the votes.
And this is, the elections, the last ones, what was happening is all the results were being posted on the portal. The whole world was able to watch. In fact, it was the most watched portal during during those few days. So the whole world was counting and tallying. So by the time Chebukati was announcing, people had already done their own tallies. I remember we had done the tally long before because remember you're being called by your agents and being sent for
the details.
Yeah, the details. Then we were consolidating it. So even by the time Chebukati was announcing, most people knew what the figures were.
Okay, there's.
Yeah, sure. Carry on.
Okay, there's this looming crisis going around concerning university funding model. I don't know if you've seen the video of students from Technical University of Kenya, wako wengi, and they've been barred from taking the exams. There are so many of them, and it's because they have fees arrears. I have a picture here of my colleague, Tumia, to show that for the past 2 years, mtoto wake hajatumiwa help. The help has not...
the higher education loan board.
Yeah, hasn't disbursed.
Yes, and that's for 2 years. So you can imagine, we have so many students dropping out of university.
Do you mind if I forward this? Ni upuzi kwangu. Yo, hainisaidii because
Story ya university unataka sasa hakika. Tusikie hapo kidogo alafu upeleke mbele.
Okay.
Hapo kwa university is a serious kicker. Because
kuna watu
wanasema jamaa anafanya kazi nini.
Okay.
We are in a crisis. Watoto hawasomi. Parents are in despair. Where exactly are we going?
I'm hearing about that.
Nataka kusikia empathy yake if she is empathetic. I want to hear reaction yake on that issue. ama ni kitu itamuguza.
For the first time, because I know I deal with very many students, and usually many of them say that once the HELB loan has been approved, or the higher education fund also, the scholarship program has been approved, they say the money comes
they were approved,
consistent,
but the money has not been disbursed. Hakuna pesa. I think I can even show
I'll ask that question.
Yes.
I even have another one here. They were approved 230,811 shillings. This is now for the academic year 25-26. Hiyo pesa ikutumwa. Alafu kuna 367,200 shillings. This one is for the year 2024-2025. Hiyo pia ikutumwa.
Yeah, that's serious. Yeah. So I'll make a point of making sure that I ask.
I'm wondering why it was approved na
Why are you shocked?
I know. I'm just really hard.
The truth of the matter is this.
I've seen so many students dropping out.
If HELB had money, we went to university the days when HELB had money. We were lucky we were students during the Kibaki time. And that time, out of every 100 Kenyan shillings, the Kenyan people were contributing to KRA. Only 18 shillings was going to the
it's fine.
Kibaki had 82. There's enough money to give around to students, to government agencies and departments. Here, you're talking of 92 shillings. Out of every 100 shillings you contribute is going to debt finance. What is happening is now the government prefers to pay those debts and to tell the students and their parents, go and find ways to educate yourself.
No, but
let me just finish.
The scholarship program has been introduced.
The point is,
maybe the disbursement is a challenge, and I'll find out why. But I know that now the students tell me it's working. I mean, the ones I've talked to, they're telling me it's working quite well because they're able to get up to 90% of funding for their university fees.
The truth of the matter
so
is,
if the disbursement challenge, that one I will actually speak
the truth of the matter is,
speak to the CEO.
Mheshimiwa, don't try to turn this thing to be a disbursement problem. It's not a disbursement problem.
What
I'm telling you, if the HELB CEO is there to disburse money to students, that is all that HELB does. HELB is not in the business of selling guavas or tomatoes.
Okay.
Their business to give students money. And we've seen when HELB had money, HELB will give students money. Now, the demand from the students and what they are allocating to HELB, they can't meet. And that is why I keep insisting. We must confront the elephant in the room. What is this that is making students to miss out on their allocations from HELB? The thing is called debt. Because debt is taking 92% of your tax revenue towards debt finance.
But do you admit that there are some students in school and are receiving the funding?
The truth of the matter
is, are you saying 100% nobody is receiving?
No, we are not saying 100%. The sad thing about it is this.
I don't think some is enough.
We don't want some. It should be everyone who deserves needs to receive. And what we are saying, because when a failing regime starts resorting to like what they do with the shift share, we are doing it also in HELB, that out of 1,000, 10 will receive, and they go into town making all manner of noise. That using for PR optics. That you see, they received. But the truth of the matter, the bulk majority are not benefiting.
But
and what the conversation we should be having to help is to say, we know under COOPS, we know the total number of students who are admitted to universities. In our time, by the way, those who are admitted under the government-sponsored program, it was almost automatic. It was a given that government will pay a fraction direct to the university. That was a given. Then number two, for those who desired, you will apply for HELB. In fact, the HELB money we received, part of it will go to the institution, and part of it will be given to you directly for your own upkeep. And almost 99%, it will be shocking to meet a student those days who had not received HELB and applied for it.
Yeah.
It was almost
I'm
automatic.
a beneficiary of HELB, so I know. And I used to get my, just like you've explained, moja inatumwa ingine unapatiwa.
Yes,
so on that
no,
issue.
that one I'll definitely follow it up, because that would be a tragedy, because since the scholarship fund was set up, and the HELB, actually nowadays we almost say no students should be at home for any reason. Yes, and I know that a lot of students used to ask for bursaries for university. They're not asking anymore from my office. So that's why I was thinking, I thought it was, but if there is a challenge, obviously it's something that must be addressed and it's a crisis. Yeah.
Because this parent has paid 700,000 because the student is doing medicine, and it's a very, you can imagine 700,000.
It's a lot of money.
The government gives half. It used to give half.
I don't know because
he pays 700,000. The government pays half of it. Alafu analipa hiyo half ingine, but sahi he's been paying yote 700,000 per year. And at least there are parents who can afford. So I'm really wondering about those who can't. I'm very hurt with that video. I know I should not get shocked anymore, but man,
you should get shocked. You should.
It's so heartbreaking. Wamefukuzwa. They were literally chased away from the class because they could not do the exams.
Finally, Mheshimiwa, as we come to the end of the show, on the issue of ethnic profiling, it's beginning to become a conversation, and it's now kind of worrying because we feel, and we're actually having a conversation this morning with Senator Richard Onyonka. It feels like there's a narrative that is being created to pit maybe one community against the other, or all communities against one. Even the SG of UDA had to apologize over his remarks. This is worrying as equally as...
all of us were very upset with him, actually. And even in our own group, there was a lot of telling off to him. In fact, people were quite upset, and everybody called him out for it, including myself.
Now, the question is, if they are upset, why can't they get him out of that position? Or they punish him in a way in which people can see? So maybe Bwana Budi, I can help you. You can help us to react to that. Is the Shole reaction to some of the worst comments by somebody in human history in Kenyan politics enough? We were upset, and even in our groups now. No, jamaa tu anatembea tu. Nothing has happened to him. Like, is upset being enough in such an issue? Budi, as we wait for Budi, Kipril is upset enough, because anasema even as we were upset in our groups, is upset enough. Na hiyo sivyo inaendelea kwa comment section iishe sasa. Ni mimi niliitisha email, sio kila mtu. Haya, endelea.
Kwani watu wanaumana huko?
Kuna civil war inaendelea huko noma sana ya.
Unajua kuna mtu anaenjoy hiyo drama hapo bana, ameenjoy sana. Hiyo ni entertainment yake.
So ni mimi nilisema niandikiwe email, so muache mambo mingi. Ile siku email itawaifika nitawajulisha, na mnyamaze sasa. You follow the dialogue.
Unajua bibi Alex anapenda hii sana.
Na wakijenga nyumba watuambie. Unajua si ati wajenge nyumba na wanyamaze. Okay, go ahead.
So
this woman is saying we were all upset. So how can you believe that statement, Bwana?
Can you understand the tactics here? What tribe is she? What tribe is Shole?
Si Shole inasikianga ni Mkale ama wa kutoka Wasingishu. Munandi, ni Munandi. Is she a Nandi?
Ni Keyo. So
okay,
why didn't a Luo person or a Kikuyu person be sent to the media to say that? Obviously, there are some UDA people who are very angry, blah, 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 shouting much. But you can see the way she's stating it, it's so diplomatic, so sweet, so nice.
We were all upset, even in our groups. But if they were upset, what action have they taken to him? You know, that's what inauliza. Like somebody who has said so much corrosive statement. Na bado siku tatu imeisha. Still you are Secretary General. How upset are you?
And you will continue being the Secretary General. That's the thing. Ruto likes this kind of people. People, the yes man. He's a yes man.
Haya, wacha
So
Lecho amalize unless okay, unaweza react tu.
so I just think it's just a separation of tribes. It's the way Ruto does it. Hii kitu itakuja kuturamba. Mm. Yes, you earn. Yeah, you. Hata bwanako amekuja hapa. Ani.
Wacha unajua Kipril, wewe unaweza gongwa na Budi saa hii. Unajua Budi anaweza tetea mtu wake through Budi anaweza ingia na shoka hapa. Don't
Hakuna shida. Mtu wangu ako na chiwawa huko chini inaitwa Acacia. Sasa hii haina shida.
Wanaumana huko chini bwana. We're just getting entertained.
So unajua kitu
kwa
watu
hivyo wamepatana wawili sasa. So bwana Budi, are you telling us that you are managing mnaitaka ni polyandry ama ni polyandry? Ni polyandry.
Mimi sijasema ni mwanaume, nimesema my wife ako na chiwawa. Umesikia nikisema mwanaume?
No, I understand. Sasa si ninasema sasa
wewe utaki tunatembesha dogi jioni, ama unataka tu ni wazungu peke yake?
Budi anatakanga zile nyororo peke yake. Budi ni wa steak peke yake. Budi akuli mifupa.
By the way, on a light note, I'm kidding. I'm not calling anybody a chihuahua. That's a light note. I am not insulting anybody here for the record. I'm just kidding. Even when I say Anne is my political sweetheart, we disagree a lot, but we also agree in the end. So that's a joke. Robas kuja hapa juu aseme nimeambia host kuwa in 2003 alikuwa in diapers. So
we usianze hizo story bana.
Robas kuja hapa juu aanze kuleta vitu haziko. So let me make it on the record. Now, the budget 2024-2025, I want us to go to the numbers. The allocated amount by the budget through parliament was 668 billion to the education sector. Later on, the government revised it to 627 billion. But the only amount that was disbanded to the education sector was 117 billion. Yet.
Where is 400?
That's what I want us to discuss, because that panel over there is the most lazy panel. They are talking on issues of history. And that's why sometimes that history is good to guide a conversation, but we cannot dwell on our past glory. That when we used to be, hiyo ni wewe na Cheriot na Omar Hassan wakati mulisoma Moi University. Sasa tunataka kuuliza watoto wetu, what is happening to them? When you actually approve 668, later on you revise it to 627 billion. But the only amount that is disbanded is 117 billion in our education sector in the whole country. Now the question comes here. The question comes here, and I want us to all deliberate in this question. The budget, apart from the supplementary budget that we know official of the State House, is about 117 billion. And it's about 17 billion, the official one. But with everything that the business says that is being done and everything, you know that somebody actually said it's like 100 billion right now. State House is managing in the course of 1 year or more, and mostly Naira to Western. Now, if our education sector total budget equals to one man entertainment in State House, and unajua, by the way, the guy has refused. The guy has never stepped in a Rambe house, if you don't know. Why would they not have a conversation such as that? They start having conversation that does not make sense. You know, I'm waiting for Willis to put out the numbers, because his boss, Mr. Jimmy Wanjigi, loves masquerading like an economic expertise. Hello.
So I was waiting for him actually to say the cut budget for our entire education, which was negotiated, was brought down to 668. But the Ruto administration revised it to 627. But the amount disbanded was only. Why don't we discuss about it? Mbona mnaleta jokes kwa education ya watoto wetu? So, I mean, I'm wondering, should we even have a discussion of what they are talking about, or we should actually castigate the government and ask the question you ask, where's the 400 billion? Nobody's talking about that. And if I'm lying, I want you to Google the numbers. I want you to go the disbanded amount. I want you to do that.
I think Bwana Budi, were they prepared for that? They are just trying to.
It is what Uhuru said clearly. Uhuru understood this man, how he behaves and he acts when they came to the government. You know, education cuts across it's like security, across every ministry. Okay? Even government workers have to go through the Kenya School of Government. Unaelewa? So there is so much money and so much involvement in the Ministry of Education that when it comes to preparing a human resource for the future of a country, when you are projecting the future of the country, and in terms of me, you have to train the newest and the best, and obviously ranking yourself to the current in the world. So the continuous education and also what goes to research, Jiru, you are a PhD holder. You know why most of us cannot have PhD in Kenya? Is the money that is supposed to go for research has never been there. Therefore, you don't just go to do PhD on theoretical. You have to be actually funded, because personally you're not able to fund all your researchers. So all this money is put together. It was not supposed even to be 668. It was supposed to be 1.2 trillion, by the way. But we cut it into half. Do you know that we are operating on less than 10% of our budget of education in the world? Do you know that? Now, I want us to discuss that. You being an academic.
Yeah, and that is why our graduates cannot do anything, because we cannot be innovative. Everything is money. So that is why sometimes people will be saying our graduates are half-baked, and saa zingine unasikia mtu, especially like in graduate level, alafu maybe saa zingine unasikia mtu akisema ni kama huyu mtu anatusi wa Kenya na ni venye sisi tumesoma. Definitely
Ajiru, siwasikii, unanisikia mimi?
I can hear you. I don't know. His computer
Yeah,
keeps hanging.
what I was also
I'm
saying
here.
is, what I was also saying is, you know, there is a deliberate, narrative here by the people who go to the studio to discuss issues. I don't know if it's the media that tells them not to give out numbers, but the effect of starving schools with money has brought a new phenomenon that actually is very painful. I saw one person put a clip on how currently the school head teachers are cashing out on students. One of the things is that Sai ukienda shule, and it's unfortunate because I see that with kids that sometimes we sponsor. My friend, uniform is more expensive than tuition. utanunua jumper, utanunua games kit, utanunua tracksuit, utanunua t-shirt ya ndani, utanunua sweater, utanunua windbreaker, utanunua koti. Like, yani one school has about 10 pairs of uniforms and you have to buy them from a designed or a delegated place that obviously the school heads are cashing out. So apart from the money that is also added now on school fees on top, because now we have to equalize that fund. The third part of all these things is one, that now the quality assurance that we put in education to allow that both students and teachers, students and parents are not taken advantage to. It's not working because the government is not doing its duties. So it does not have the moral authority to do what? To also police those people who are actually freezing the schools out. So, I mean, the education sector, if we don't take care of it, I think we are going to regret, our children are going to regret. Because if you remember, even with the current grade 10, many people didn't know where they were going to school, including the Minister for Education. There was a lot of confusion. So it's not only about money. The education sector in totality is a hogwash for me.
Yeah, let me finish my statement. I was saying like the reason why countries like China have started becoming competitive research-wise, I was surprised that there is a university in China called Tsinghua. I don't know if it is Tsinghua or Tsinghua. Anyway, it's called Tsinghua. It is in Beijing, China. And I was surprised to hear that their financing has reached the level of Harvard. And then I said, hey, so it looks like that's the reason why even now, when we are now saying technology is coming from China, we can now say it is now not guesswork. For the first time in the history of the world, Tsinghua, China is giving 2,000 international scholarships, PhDs and masters. Can you comment about that one, Budi? What does that one tell you? 2,000 international masters and PhD in Tsinghua, China. What does that
Not
one tell you?
only that, in Jiru here in University of Minnesota, and I want you to Google that. When it comes to technology, science, and also medicine, 70% of international students, self-paid by the government, is Chinese students living in posh life. And after they graduate, they will not. And you know, the dilemma of sponsorship and in Akwanga, like you have to go back to your country, and like Kenyans who refuse to go, all the Chinese go back. So these people have taken education seriously.
Yeah, correct. That one is happening because even like in the engineering where I was schooling, Chinese students were living very serious lives. Sio kama sisi tulikuwa tunaishi maisha ya nzige. Sijui kama Budi unaelewa maisha ya nzige. Nikisema maisha ya nzige, are you getting that? Wewe unaishi maisha ya nzige, lakini pale kuna Chinese pale. Yeye hata ile ma 20 hours mnaenda kutafuta yeye hiyo story ana Chinese government imelipa kila kitu. Wamelipiwa hostel, wamelipiwa chakula, wako na stipend ya over 3,000K. Tuachane na hiyo story bwana.
No, let me comment on that story. Can I?
I react.
Yeah, so if in Jiru, in fact, that's something we can also do in Kenya. And most of companies, like, by the way, Alex, where are you? You can't tell me you are TCP. I'm TCP, original. So I told you I'm. So what I'll say about it is this. So in Kenya, we have a problem. And the problem here is about all corruption. If you look at the money is being spent by this cocoon, Ruto, that money is giving schools, it's dishing man out. And yet, we have wanafunzi ambao wanafanya nini? They are asking, they don't have an addition paid for. But here's the thing I can do, a solution. You know, whenever we talk here, let's talk for a solution too. Here's my solution. You know, I'll give you my example. When I did my master's degree, I never paid a single cent from my pocket. So the money was paid by the schools, not the school, I'm sorry, for my place of work. So my place of work paid the money. And for them to pay that one, they would also get credit from the federal government or the state government. So both people benefit. But in Kenya, it's just like it's a one-way thing. Is politicians want to have money to show you, I gave you money, so you have to vote for me. Or someone's dishing money out so that you can vote for me for a station. It's the best money. It is that money can buy. So we have the money, we have the resources. What we don't have is the system, how to operate. And the people have to agree. Something like education, we do have something, we do have some organizations where the money can go through or other things, but the problem is from A to Z, or from top to bottom, it's all corruption. The money will never get where it's supposed to. So to compare the story of China and to compare the case where I went to school, even though it was a kind of I went to a business school, it's understandable, but it was the employer. Either way, they paid for it. But if you look at it, in Kenya, the problem is corruption. And that's the bottom line. It's about corruption.
Roba, hebu tuoneshe hiyo kofia vizuri. Ni kama sielewi. Ni wewe ama ni kuwekwa uliwekwa? Unajua pia unajua ukiona chura ile pande ingine unajuanga ni kuvukishwa. So can you tell us the history ya hiyo kofia? I need to hear the history of that kofia.
No. So this is what happened. Even you earlier had Chubiri, from Chubiri, and that was a whole TCP, different kofia, different. Yeah. So what happened was, I'm kind of supporting United Opposition. That's where I am. I hope Alex comes in because he cannot. I can claim that.
Nabona usivae mimi ni Sifuna. I need to understand, like.
We have not reached that stage. We want to wear something. This guy, he has done something. Or you can wear Chubiri at least, but Sifuna is not that party. Sifuna is China Lamutu. So I'm talking about a party at TCP. I can claim I'm at TCP at this point. That's where I am. That's where my heart is. I've moved from.
Told me, Jiru, when I started telling you that mimi I have decided, nyinyi ndio mtanifuata, mlifikiria ni mchezo. I told him, unajua iko watu wanakujanga mwisho, wale wanawapembeleza ati uoye nilikuwa rafiki yako, uoye. Unajuanga wale watu ambao wanakujanga na kupembeleza uoye. People will come wakati tumefunga nomination na asema nilikuwa rafiki yenu, nilikuwa nakuja show yenu.
So Alex, what are you trying to say?
Wakati mana imeisha.
No, wewe uko vizuri, wewe umeingia wakati mzuri. Mimi niko na shida na keep na hiyo papo yake.
That's what I said. Alex, that's why I said, in fact, Matiang, when he came back from US, TCP was still on the making, like private, nobody knew about it. He could have joined in and do that one. From there, he grows in that TCP. He could be not a candidate. I
said it here. I was almost lynched. Nilikuwa nataka kutairishwa mara ya pili. I said it here. Nilikuwa nataka kutairishwa mara ya pili.
Okay.
Na huyo mtu wa kutairi alienda wapi? I think it was too late. Angefanya hiyo kwanza tunge apologize leo.
Hapo backup ani angekubali.
And Uhuru comes here,
Kama ni meno kutolewa mara mbili, hiyo ingekuwa rahisi, lakini hiyo ingine hapana.
No, I need to know hiyo kofia imeruka kwa kichwa ya Roba aje bwana. That one is huge bwana. Unajua Bwana Budi, kuna vitu zingine you need a proper explanation. Hiyo kofia imeruka kwa kichwa aje bwana.
This, by the way, this is original though. This is original. You cannot get this original.
You know, I told you here that even us in Kisii are getting tired of these shenanigans we are being carried. As I told you. Hii kitu ya Jubilee, we need to speak loud and just tell Matiang'i to stop this nonsense. Kama anabeba watu awache. Si Roba alitoka studio after nilimwambia yeye mwenyewe akakubali, akasema you know, wacha tuongee ukweli. Sasa amerudi hapa na ukweli yenye mimi mwenyewe hata nilimeogopanga kuvaa. So Roba, you are the first true DCP member hapa, na hakuna mtu atakana akuchokoze. Kwanza sura ni ya Gachagua, mwili ni ya Gachagua, kichwa ni ya Gachagua, wewe heko kabisa.
So you can make my parents annoyed. Hey, so
I need to know bwana Roba, hebu niambie historia ya kiongozi yako. Wewe unaona kama kiongozi yako anaweza nunuliwa aturudishe ile pande nyingine ya Misri? Can you respond to that now that
Gachagua cannot be bought? I'm sorry, I apologize for calling him Gachagua because it was annoying the way he attacked Baba. It was so annoying. Unajua yani Gachagua anakuattack yani ni kama uko nyumba yako na unaangalia huyu ananiattack kama hapa nje. That's is rather is somewhat just say that. But let me go back the mambo ya Matiang'i, to be sincere. Let me go back. I'm not trying to be. Unajua Matiang'i ni kama ile tuliambiwa, somebody said that at remote ambayo na control. Na sasa ni ile remote na control kwa TV. That's where Matiang'i is. And as Bochunga, he doesn't have bargaining power right now. He doesn't have power to bargain that, you know what, I got this. If he came in, a built team in Mansai, built Northeastern, like, so how are you going to bargain with Gachagua when you are, okay, Kisii, by the way, they are not, people think that we are that small. You know? But you have to realize also we are spread all over the country. We are in Mombasa, we are more especially in Nairobi, also in the Rift Valley. So don't think like to go Wadogo. We can put up almost 3 million plus. I can tell you that. If we were just come to, lakini sasa we don't go that easy idea kusema unapiga kura kulingana na ukabila yako kwa sababu ni Mkisii napiga. But you know, when you get an opportunity, a lifetime opportunity, like Matiang'i was going to get, being a small tribe. Hey, Njiru, I'll vote for him. I don't want to be biased. Your president, imagine, I'll vote for him. But it looks like the guy anangojea vitu itoke mbinguni. Things cannot come that way. By the way, let me go back to I said keep the one you have there, the picture you have down there. Let me say this. I've been saying before you guys I was cut off, Anna and the rest of the people can be my witness here, like last week. We should end our election at county level. Period. We should end our election at county level. And by doing so, we avoid a lot of nonsense, a lot of logistics, a lot of expenses for nothing. For nothing. Simply because people want to steal. So, and I gave a solution how we can do this. First of all, we will have a county commissioner who is elected by the people, like the Secretary of State or the county secretary. Tutapigia kura ambaye atapatiwa kazi yake ni kusimamia uchaguzi, and he works from the county with the IBC, but somebody who's neutral. Even if that somebody also would have, if he tries to manipulate or something, he's going to county prosecutor ambaye wako. We should also introduce county prosecutor, who is a public prosecutor on the county level, so that we have checks and balances in the county level. So when registration is going on, everything has to be done from the county secretary of elections. IBC should even keep off. The only thing is, it can work with the IBC connected. They are connected, but the secretary should have the county level of people and everything. When there's elections, it's done at the county level. Then from there, in fact, not even the county level, even the constituency in constituency level. County level, need a secretary and board the results from the county. Lakini kila kitu kuishia on the constituency level, so that we avoid hii mambo ya rigging. When they come at the county level, ni fomu imechashwa, every parties have agreed, prestation na kila kitu ndio hii, then it's boarded from the county level to whatever, and that's it. Hii mambo ya kutuambia sijui nini, tuende Nairobi, whatever, nini, Porto, I think we should get out of it. We should get out of it. But since we know there's a lot of corruption in our country, that's why I keep on saying we need prosecution at the county level. In fact, that's something was supposed to be done. Even tunapigia kura, unaona, tunapigia kura, the federal government can do that because they have a lot of money. Hata hiyo pesa inakuja kwa county level, hiyo msara itakuwa na. But somebody who's a prosecutor who runs every county, you run, it doesn't matter who comes in, you run, you win an election, but you're neutral. You don't run a particular party. You don't support another party. You run in a neutral. So Kikuya county level, prosecutor, you are the one who's going to check the government, whether it's one-sided, two-sided, whether it's UDA, whatever it is, you should be the one, you have powers to do that. On top of that, you the one to monitor at the constituency level. If people come in, they do fire ration, more special election fire ration, then like now coming and teaching man out, you can file charges against them. You know, if we start doing that, then you can see some of these things can keep going. If it's goons who came like, let's say in Nairobi County, or let's say the one happened in Kisumu, the prosecutor is the one to find out what the goons investigation, then he will indict them and file charges, and prosecution will follow. And that powers will be given to that country. If they don't do it, they know politically they are going to go down, they will not be elected, or they can even impeached. Also, at the same time, now the Senate will be the watchdog of these county prosecutors and the county commissioners. So if we have all these checks and balances with all these benchmarks, we can be able to have elections done at the county level, everything done, registration done there, without no problem. And we should have a system where if there is double, he can double whatever, it becomes a crime. So IBC can register people and they can do everything. Everyone are finding and in their system can be used. But ikifika mambo ya kura, we should execute it from the secretary of the county secretary, who is responsible for that. Elections and other things, ikiwa na by elections, this how it would be just like that's their job. Now tunampigia kura every 5 years. Unaona? So he did a good job. I'm telling you, he's not one. Okay, when it comes to election, also about him, it can be like we can have somebody else. The elections can be done. We can even elect him like after 2.5 years. We can elect a secretary of state for the county. We can even come up with something so that by the time the election is still on the job. After the election, when then they will seek re-election. So we have continuity within the country. And the prosecutors, we can do the same thing. There's a lot of ideas, but the problem is who will listen to you? Nobody can listen to you in Kenya. Nobody will listen to you because they just feel like they know better than everybody else. Yeah, like now somebody was telling me like Stone PK, even I don't know where he has been hiding. Atakuja hapa niambia, oh, wewe umekuwa sio America, miaka ngapi wewe nini. But I'm just like, what about my ideas? Or somebody's ideas? Yeah, we have ideas. We have things which can bring a solution to our country. And by doing so, we can end even corruption. Point blank. We can even end corruption. So I don't know whether I'm wrong. I don't know if you guys you can support what I'm proposing.
You touched on something I need to correct you, but you were very heated that day, and you refused to listen. Emudiki, I'm sorry. Elections were stolen, and there's nothing you can tell me about the lawyers. The lawyers needed to prove more. We tried to tell you that how the judgment was done was complete rubbish, absolute rubbish. You cannot tell me that there was disruptions in a particular area, and then the judge says even with the disruptions in that area, UDA was still going to win. You cannot tell me a polling station was chomwad in Mbeere North and we needed to bring more proof. You cannot tell me something that the judge already said that he saw bribery happening with the politicians and he wanted more evidence. There was evidence there on the television, he had seen it. You cannot tell me the fact that you see a whole state chopper coming into Mbeere North, state chopper, to campaign, meaning that there's state interference. That all
and
these
then
things
he
put
now he
together,
made the apology, because that shouldn't be a conversation that we can have in Kenya. I think it.
All these things happening are not a cause of us saying the judgment from that judge was wrong and he's been bought. You are already stating that you trust the system in Kenya. That is why Stone Piquet said you've been in the US for too long to actually trust that systems in Kenya actually work. They do not work, Robert.
So I never said
they absolutely do not
bro.
work. I
Bro,
will tell you.
Said, yeah, I told you guys, I said what was lacking on that case is a lot of things, because by the time our team was there in Mbeere North, even they represented some case, it was like, yeah? What are you talking about? What's that?
Hey! Oh! Hey!
Where have you been, bro?
Alex Nanjeru. Umeingia nyumba ya Alex Nanjeru. Karibu bwana.
We keep weni umebaki tu kwa flower girl.
Mimi niko naye bana, siwezi toka hapo. Siwezi toka. Hey, Roba. Okay.
Uliona tukikuaruzana saa ile ukafikiria change is radical and change is violent.
I don't do it anymore about ODM. I don't do that. I'm done. That's it. I'm the United Front, and I'm waiting Sifuna to come on with me. I'm waiting Matiang to come on. I don't know what they're waiting for.
So keep umesikia, Baba is no longer a red line.
No, that means you cannot come here and start abusing Baba. By the way, can somebody play that one? I'm so, and in fact, I was so nice. I'm so nice when I saw those fans of us. What's the team there? The soccer team. I'm not a soccer player. I don't follow soccer. Arsenal. Yeah, Arsenal. I don't follow soccer business here. I saw them on Baba's grave and just like playing music. You can see it in TikTok. You can see all of the place. That was so good. Yeah. Papa, come home.
Umesikia hiyo keep? That was so good. Yani mpaka na twang. You're good.
Wewe huko sana man. This guy's an American. Yeah. Soccer. It's called football, bro. Inaitwa football.
Yeah. For football, this the European was.
It's not European, bana. It's football.
The Euro Cup.
It's worldwide. Kuna soccer.
Yeah.
So unaenda kupatia soccer ndio unaenda kupatia wasichana waende kucheza huko US. I'm going to take my girl for soccer.
Oh, by the way, the World Cup will be like next to, but just we will be hosting. I don't know which teams will be coming here. So I think next month I'll be going there to look at the World Cup, but the tickets are too expensive though. At this point, it's too expensive. Yeah, so
Yeah, but that's why Mamdani is good. Actually, the tickets in New York, I think for some people gonna be very cheap, extremely cheap. I don't know how they are gonna do that, but I think they say it for New Yorkers. It cannot be people come from all over the world and watch World Cup. And then for them, they will not be able to watch. He said, no, I mean, part and parcel of the good reason of hosting is that the residents of New York will experience what actually World Cup is. We should not just host for economic reasons only, but the people should experience. I thought your part also they could do that, but nyinyi watu mnapenda pesa sana.
No, with us, I think the USA team will be best here, and it will be going down south, that's in Los Angeles area. I think that, maybe that's why they're not part of it, but they'll also be hosting here in San Francisco, not far from, by the way, the headquarters of the Facebook, YouTube, iPhone. It's just right there from the so-called what do you call it?
But leave that alone. Ropa, let me tell you something. As we gravitate and go towards DCP, we want to caution Gachagua in one thing. Been too lenient in terms of hii jamaa kutuibia kura na si tunaona, and then we want to make all the excuses from Beere to Murtikir. Now, the team ambaye ameset which amepeleka Olkarau, I hope this time it delivers. Hii mchezo ambayo tunafanyiwa na tunanyamaza na Ruto, it's not what we really want. And the reason why some of us are actually negating the principles we had to come to Gachagua is because he has shown that the one thing that he wants and we all want is to take Ruto out. And he must reinforce that. Hii maneno ya kupembelezana na watu kama Muturi na watu wengine, pia tuna shida. Tumempea hiyo mkono. But he needs to make sure he delivers Olkarau. He has no option. For Olkarau, he has no option. Hiyo hakuna, hatuendi kotini. Mjinga mwenye anataka kutangaza hiyo hata kuwa na mdomo, tutararua hiyo mdomo. Hiyo ujinga hatutaki.
Alex, what's surprising me is Mandago. Mandago comes out and says, hata hii ni made up Olkarau. Hiyo is UDA. I'm just like, this guy, what are you talking about? This one here.
No, we are not allowing that rhetoric anymore. We are going to be emboldened. Hii mchezo kama yeye anashindwa kucheza hiyo game, tutacheza bro. Hatutoki kule lakini tutaicheza.
Those on the comments, we want people from Olkarau.
Yeah, we are not going to allow that. Hii mchezo tumeona ya paka na panya hii ya kotini juu ya Mbeere finally wana confirm sijui ni wa Mudhende. Some suckers zingine zenye we shouldn't even be playing as a country. Not even Uganda plays those games. Unaelewa?
Exactly. And that is what we're trying to tell you, Robert.
I'm also warning Gachagua that the leverage he has right now is beyond any other party. Amekubaliwa Coast, amekubaliwa Western, amekubaliwa kila, because he has reinforced that DCP is a national party and it can deliver. So we are looking at Olkarau. Excuse all zingine zote, but we are not going to excuse him in Olkarau. Trust me. Things are not going to be normal after Olkarau.
Can I shock you? The reason why I didn't want to accept the reality is because I was trying to protect my party leader.
Oh, you're trying to protect Gasha kwenda huko, kwenda. Sasa ulipigana na sisi ni Stone.
Yeah, so we didn't have a candidate there. Mutuli had a candidate. Mutuli had a candidate.
You cannot do that. Okay? You cannot
Mutuli
do that.
had a candidate.
You're protecting a candidate.
He was told TCP, they did what they did. Mutuli had a candidate. But you know what? Now tumefika, that's it. Now that's the setting. That's our setting. If there's a setting, that's the setting of that one. Moving forward, that one is, we cannot give even an.
You cannot take us around like that with Stone.
But you cannot take us around like that with stone.
No, you guys were too emotional. The problem, you were too emotional.
It was you who was emotional. You can play that tape. You are the one who was emotional, Papa. Ukatuacha then you were wondering what is wrong with this old man. No. We cannot throw things up.
No, I mean the fact that he's on our side right now. Wacha na nani alikuwa emotional. Wacha basi mimi niseme mimi ndio nilikuwa emotional. It's okay. He's with us. Keep. Na wewe saa ingine unakuwa machua bwana. I was emotional. That is it. Let me take the blame. I was emotional.
I asked him, when's the time Mother Kadua will provide a content?
Kwa sababu mmevaa green hapa ndio mnaanza kuturingia hapa, kwendeni huko.
Welcome to TCP.
It's only me and Stone Picket tumebaki hapa.
Hata ubaya ndani papo, hakuna kitu mnashinda hata MCA. Wewe jua hiyo.
Matusi zimeanza.
Hata muende inaitwa aje Victoria Secrets. Mnunue yote.
On top of that, watch out. TCP in Kisii and Nyamira. Watch.
I have said that DCP, maybe Kisii County, no, but in Nyamira, DCP is going to surprise many. And don't be afraid, don't be surprised when you see Okongo Mogeni move to DCP.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't be surprised Okongo Mogeni to be the first man to move to DCP.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, so I mean that's the beauty of being where we come from. We don't care, but what I don't like is somebody apart being is like a remote you have on TV, changing the channels, putting YouTube, changing to a Lifetime, changing whatever. That's the same thing at Chubiri and Matiang'i. That's what they're doing. Just a remote. Hey, hapana.
Tukaribisha ndugu yetu hapa Stone.
Stone PK karibu bana. How are you? Mokoyo ne mbuyore.
Ndiamono mokoyo ne naki.
Biyande pika pisa kabisa.
Okay. Engi mukareko gamba.
Na toko gamba.
Maya wana vuna ania tochi wakore nyangi na ani.
Lakini mubwate amana mangi sana.
Alex. Hey, Aaron, did you hear that? Alex. No. Aaron. Oh, come on, Alex.
Amangana mangi lakini amansu amaya.
Stone BK kaka.
Sijui kama Njero anasikia hiyo, mimi sisikii.
Njiro kama nyetege kusinjiro ni mwembu tu.
Mwembu unajua Kikuyu ni kama Kikisi sometimes, but Embro so the same thing. It's kind of related, some of the words here. They are the same. Bantu. I mean, I can tell you that for free. I can hear some part of Kikuyu, a lot of them I can cricket. Yeah, even though I can hear more Charua than that one, because maybe they're my neighbors. And, you know, Alex is just friend Charua.
Acha Stone atusalimie hapa, atupigie story. Stone, tumeongea mpaka tumemaliza maneno. Ulikuwa wapi tangu mchana bwana? Naona Uhuru amekuwa amekasirika. Uhuru amekasirika, anasomea serikali.
Stone BK came the right time. Take over. No interruption. You can talk when we are listening.
Sasa mumeongea nini? Ni what is it? Mmekuwa mkiongea kwa sababu ya Jubilee ya Uhuru. See, it comes a time when you push a man too far, anakuja anakuambia kidogo, don't take things for granted. I think that is in order. And I mean, I don't know what the topics you are discussing, but based on that comment on Uhuru activity, or rather Jubilee activity, I think there was a call for it, you know, and many things have to be put in order in Kenya. In my perspective, Kenya is going down the drain in a very, very, very sad way. We are taking many things for granted. And I'm happy one of the issues, actually two issues stood when Gachagua stood also to kind of raise red alert in terms of presidential security, whether it was state managed or not state managed. Either way, we cannot take such games and comedies if it was. So for me, that was good. Whether it was a stage managed thing, it's garbage. Whether it was real, it's still very, very serious issue. Either way, that personally, as an artist, if it was a comedy or a play somebody decided to write a script, it's a very dangerous script. And again, if it was real, it's even very, very dangerous, because those of us who write plays and direct plays, a play always carries a lot of meaning. And when we draw a play indicating a president being killed or something like that, the message is there and you take both sides of the coin. So Gachagua was right to really come up and bring it out. That was one of the issues that stood. And that is what tells you that this country is at a very precarious situation. And people are joking. People are laughing. People are, I mean, I think one of these days we should play some of these, campaigns that are going on all over the world, and what presidents and serious people are talking all over the world. Then we compare with ourselves. When Ruto stands on top of a platform, we record what he says, and then we listen to the kind of rhetorics, the exchanges, and all that. And then we will be able to juxtapose and get the drama. And that is what will tell us that this country has degenerated. It was not even, it has gone beyond mchongo ano. Those of us who grew up doing michongo ano, kuna mahali mchongo ano ilikuwa inafika, then sasa lazima tukaende, you know. And actually every mchongo ano ended with, if it was not controlled by one of the senior boys, it ended up with a very serious fight. For those of you who ever participated in that. But if there was a big bro that would say, hey, wacha yo, wacha, you know, asimame na aseme this nonsense, stop, it will always end with blows. That I participated, so I'm not quoting things I don't know. Kama mkianza kuchongoana na kuna mtu wa kusimamisha ikizidi mpaka, ilikuwa tunamaliziana na vita, tunapigana tu, blows na exchange hapo. Juu mchongo wano pia ilikuwa na guidance, you know, kuna the depth you could not go, you know. So ya Kenya imezidi, imeenda beyond mchongo wano. It is so sad. I'm telling you, the space in which we are in today, it's one of the worst of its kind. Forget about 2007. Okay? The flames that are being fanned. This fire is not that one of even gas, in methane. Which one? Butane, you know? The hate, the bitterness that is being spewed all over. And more so when you have the majority suffering. They are painful, regretting, knowing that they were conned, they were tricked. People are very bitter. Then to make it worse, you go insulting those whom they call their leaders. By the way, kila Mkenya ana leader wake, whether we want to dispute that or not. Okay, there are those who are Uhuru followers, there are those who are Gachagua followers, there are Ruto followers, We have Mandago's followers. That's why we call them viongozi. So when now already wananchi are so painful, they are suffering, wamekasirika ile mbaya mbovu, then wanaona mzaha, mchezo ya ile game ya town, uongo na matusi katika kwa viongozi wao, alafu unarudi you bring tribalism in the very inflammable way, all right, that you now start profiling and promoting it on a very high scale. Surely, what results are we expecting? Tunangoja nini? Wale watu ambao mlikuwa mnaona games za zamani, soccer, you know, when nikikukanyanga refa akatai kupiga frimbi, all right, then ukuje revenge, unanifuata ndio unanifieka hapo juu nianguke chini, refa akatai kupiga frimbi. You can tell me wale mmewitness hizo what used to happen. That is where we are. Nafiekwa frimbi pigwi, we are nafiekwa frimbi pigwi, nafiekwa frimbi pigwi, nakuja na kushika shati, napiga hedi, frimbi pigwi. What is gonna happen? That is where we are. And that's why I'm very sad as a Kenyan citizen, very sad indeed, because we have a saying in Ikimbere, monkeys invaded a shamba na mwenye shamba alikuwa hayuko karibu. By the time alirudi, alikuta shamba imevamiwa na watoto wa monkeys, baba yao, uncle zao na wote, and even the king of the monkeys. Tunaitanga ntino ya Ndueki. So huyu mtu alipoingia kwa shamba akaona vile ilifanya, alilia kalia akasema, Mungu wangu. Yaani katika hizi monkeys zote hakukuwa hata monkey moja ambayo ingeona hivi vile wanafanya ni vibaya. That is a proverb, a saying that is always repeated in our community. Whenever you go into a situation, you find it is degenerating and degenerating to very bad situation. So people wonder and people ask and rhetoric, surely among all these people, when all this thing was happening, was there no one who would have really felt that this is wrong? And it is demonstrated, for example, when you come across a thief, mwizi, Nairobi akianza kuchomwa, kuwekelewa tairi, nini na nini na nini, there is always one person who, there is a voice that comes. Jameni, hiyo tosha. You will hear that, which means what? That humanity. Despite that mwizi kuonekana ni blah blah blah, only that voice sometimes gets overwhelmed na huyo mtu anachomwa na kufa. But surprisingly, there is always a voice that comes and says, oh my God, hiyo imetosha. Yani that punishment ni enough. And that voice, by the way, is always right. Because mtu kama sasa mmempiga, mvunja miguu, mmefanya kila kitu, I think you've already meted, you know, punishment beyond. So hata kuua, sometimes for those who are humanitarian, you kind of see like if somebody is maimed beyond some point, there is no even point of kind of kumalizia ama kumchoma. Why am I talking this way? I'm saying this because I had people, not on this podium, I had people, some people were a bit not negative, but you know, it's general comment. People are observing, they were saying, hey, Uhuru, kwa nini Uhuru amekasirika? Then others were saying, oh yes, he had to. Because one, Uhuru is a Kenyan. Two, Uhuru is a politician. Three, Uhuru is a former president. So what is this garbage of gagging somebody and even go, you can gag him, yeah, but you don't even go that every time you wake up in the morning, you are insulting and you are doing this kind of a thing. So there are people who are of that opinion that people pushed him too far, and also forgetting that he's a chair of a party as well, and he's free to do whatever he wants to do with his party. Then there are other pundits that are feeling, no, he should just lie down, amwagiliwe hata akojolewe kwa mdomo. It's okay because ya mambo yake ilikwisha. It's like he should be as dead as a dodo. But again, that depends on which side someone is. So yes, he came, said the things he had to say. Nothing new he said, but he re-emphasized. And then, of course, most of the things he said were very factual, in my own opinion, because you can't keep on complaining and crying that Uhuru is doing this, Uhuru is doing that. Then how influential is this man? You know, or why would you say he's doing this, he's doing that, he's doing this, he's funding this? Why don't you also fund whatever you think is funding? You know, so it's neither here nor there. And Uhuru does not influence, or he cannot, you know, change the course of the river. If that river Chania is going towards south, Uhuru will not change it for it to start going towards north or east or west. Okay, Kenyans are fed up with Ruto government. Uhuru will do nothing. You know, Uhuru hakuna kitu ataongezea, hakuna kuni ataongezea, moto imewaka tayari ya Wakenya. And this is something that is very different, that the population is fed up with this government. It's the ones, you know, this is the worst. I would hate to be Ruto, for example. I would hate to even be in a leadership position where I was elected. I'm assuming, because yesterday I was asking, so Kenyans have accepted that Ruto won. Let's go by that. For me, it's hypothetical. Okay? So if this man was elected by whatever number of votes he was, then all of a sudden, nobody, I mean, I don't want to say nobody, but you know, wherever, every corner you go, people are cussing, people are insulting, people are, surely, the first thing you need to ask yourself, what is it that has changed? I mean, unajua mimi nasikiza watu wa UDA na akina Mandago na wale wengine wote na akina nashindwa, surely, I mean, are they in Kenya? Are they in Kenya really? That what people are saying, in everything they are doing, that they don't want to listen, they are wana attribute to one person, Uhuru Kenyatta. Yeye ndiye anaona matatu zote Kenya. Is he the one who is in every corner of the country which is saying one term? So I tend to think the opposition should counter this narrative very, 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 very openly, and tell UDA to chat their own way, and kind of stop giving excuses, because it is not Uhuru, it is not Gachagua, neither is it Matiang'i, nor is it the leaders in opposition. It is Mwananchi, and that is the biggest elephant in the room. So Ruto has to deal with Mwananchi. He has missed the ball. So Uhuru's meeting and revamping and talking and advising his party and all that, to me, was okay. And answering back and saying, yes, this has to be whatever he believes, and this is a Kenyan, there is nowhere he's going. I don't see why people would continue. If Ruto was popular, whether Uhuru is there or not, he would still be popular. I don't see what influence or negative influence Uhuru would bring, because Uhuru says what he was saying before. That's what he repeated. He said, "Hiuyu mutu si sawa," and he repeated, "Nilisema mutalia, si munalia." There is nothing he said that is new. He just repeated what he told Kenyans, and he has been vindicated. So I don't know why some people are bashing Uhuru for that. Okay? Even if I were Uhuru, I would come out and tell you. In fact, Uhuru uses very soft language. For me, I would be so rough and stern. I would have called Ruto or UDA all the names. You know, yes, I would have used my mother tongue, Kiswahili, Kiingereza, and I would have bashed UDA like never before. You know, because it is all nonsense and garbage, trying to vent their weaknesses and giving excuses that, oh, every mtu akishindwa kwenda choo ni Uhuru. all this in Uhuru, and yet you are busy stealing and demolishing Kenya as a country, surely. And people are seeing, wananchi wanaona. So they want to bring this interparty, friction. They want friction between Gachagua and Uhuru, Jubilee, and all that. It is their trick, all right? They want to distract us from the focal point whereby it is mwananchi driven. Actually, mwananchi haitaji party. Only that the constitution says watu wawe na party. Kenyans don't need a party to remove Ruto. They don't need a party to remove Ruto. All right? And I wish even people like Sifuna would push that narrative. It is not the party that we are talking about. We are talking about removing Ruto, having set a factory setting for Kenya, then we can now bring in party on a very positive, fair playing ground. But right now, we cannot go with party system. We can't go pushing party and, Ruto will dismantle us because we will be busy, first of all, fighting these small battles while Ruto is busy stealing. I keep on saying, when we are discussing about battle among parties, what is happening to IBC? We have tumesahau maneno ya IBC. Sasa tuko kwa parties. It is terrible. Let me pause there before I come. There is a clip I want Keep to play. Keep, if you are there, I'll send you a clip.
Before that, in Chiru, there's this guy called Kit Hall. That's a very bad message. We don't do such a kind of nonsense on them. I mean, we know we are a democracy, and sometimes we accommodate people. Like I asked Kujab at Tuambis in Maraya. Such a person should be blocked and should never even come here back here. So you see what they are written there on the comment section. That's not good. So if he has all these things he has on him, he should not come. He should go and get a different platform. So Stone Big, let me ask a question.
Send me that clip, Stone.
Yeah, I'm sending you.
Okay, Stone PK. Do you think Uhuru is going to be a factor this coming election, my special presidential, where it's just like everybody's waiting? Because I think this time people whatever he says, the majority of Kenyans, even though you just say the majority of Kenyans, they know what is going, but just make sure that we are sure that this guy gets out. Do you think his voice will matter when it comes to if he's going to campaign? And I'm very sure if it's Matiang'i, I don't know, he's going to campaign or whatever is going to be the candidate of United Opposition. I don't know. So do you think people are waiting for his voice? Because the problem is they keep on shutting him down as if he doesn't have a right to speak as a citizen. I don't know why. I mean, he should have a right, because otherwise it's done in every country. As long as you support your party or the people you think you're, I mean, he should be given that opportunity. They are scared of him because he knows that if he comes out, people want to listen to him because for what he told them and what has happened, they will take him seriously. By the way, I wish that Uhuru was going to come the president right at this age right now. I think it will be just perfect for the country. But it is what it is. But do you think it's going to be a factor to come this coming election, Stone BK?
Yeah, Robert, truth be said, there are people who do, why the party issue keeps on coming is because there are people who are not comfortable with each other. There are people who are not comfortable with the DCP. There are people who are not comfortable with Jubilee. They are not and it's not the party; it's the leadership. There are people who are not comfortable with Uhuru. There are people who are not comfortable with Gachagua. There are people who are not comfortable with Kalonzo. There are people who are not comfortable. I don't know whether it's Funa or not, but that is a fact. Somebody says kama ni Roba ndio mwenye hiyo chama aje pana. All right? So what do you do? And that is where now we are working on eggshell. All right? That despite me not liking chama ya Roba ama ya Alex ama ya ule mwingine, what is the ball? What is the focus? It is beyond the chama. It is removing Ruto, as you've said. So we should have some leaders really hanging on that. Otherwise, we will lose that, and Ruto will be very happy. Now, look at somebody like Wajakoya. Okay, some people might think, oh, what do you call it? Unampuuza. But remember, at one time even people have been saying, ala, kumbe hata afadhali tungepigia Wajakoya kura. Those are Kenyans. Yeah. So you cannot dismiss somebody like him with whatever ideas he has and that, and that kind of a thing. So we are actually at a very tricky point as opposition, and it is so sad and painful that we are here. We saw it coming, and we are getting right katikati in the mud. And who will benefit? Ruto. It's Ruto that will benefit. Because, as I said, we have these side shows which are taking a lot of our energy. A lot of our energy is going to the side shows. And it, in the name of democracy. Sometimes you are supposed to shuffle democracy on the side and, channel or put a foundation, create a foundation if it is not there, so that you can have, you can retrace the steps and then also move, correct the direction that you are supposed to be going. And some of these things are painful. They are painful. Painful in the sense that they may go against quite majority. Painful that some of them, people might feel like, it's what you may call biased. All right. Sometimes it is even goes towards the hate, ethnic hate. All right. That these are Kikuyus, these are Luos, these are, using that in the negative way. So we are supposed to be quite careful, very careful indeed, as to really what we really want. Okay? Yeah, if we want Ruto, then fine. People will vote for Ruto. Why not? If people still feel he is. But let the competition be there, right? Let there be competition that is not being influenced negatively or in terms of ethnicizing some of these things. Yeah. So yeah, we have to really, carve the political space properly. The party issues, should not distract us from the big objective, the Mwananchi objective. The Mwananchi objective, if Mwananchi can be given a fair playing ground, the voice will be demonstrated very early in the morning. It is common sense. It is all over. It is in every corner of this country. And it is not about one tribe. No, it is about people of Kenya, the citizens of Kenya, who have said enough is enough. Yeah, the migomos we are seeing, it's not si harusi, si ati watu wanaamua kwenda harusi. No, it is the pain that people are going through. All right, and that cannot be changed. That cannot be changed. It will take course. Na hiyo boil itapasuka tu, whether people like it or not. But now the thing is, how when it bursts, shall we be able to treat it so that it heals quickly? That should be the challenge that we are supposed to be facing as Kenyans. And because Kenyans have to be managed by the so-called volunteer leaders, because leaders volunteer first, they present themselves to us, and then from there we are able to give them mandate. So then that is where now they are supposed to be preparing. In the event that they are given the mandate, are they able to take it and execute quickly in the right way that Mwananchi would want to be? I hope Roba have answered your question. Kip, are you still there? Man, I'm looking for that clip.
But you see, our engineer too anatorokanga tu.
Hii clip ni clip kazuri sana, it was a random.
Well, you see, the man who can allow us to upload, I don't know where he is.
Huh? Where
Jero has
Njiro has
disappeared
gone.
again. Yeah, ameenda.
Njiro simuoni. Hey, lakini hii ya Njiro inakuanga si inakuanga ikiwa amechoka, anasema tu tunafunga, tunaenda wote, tunang'atuka wote pamoja. That would be the best man.
Anatuachanga tu hapo. Anatuachanga hapo. It's not how you collect popularity of your thing.
Oh, I get it.
Because this thing can make
I think I have.
This thing can make you money next year.
Maybe I can play it. Let me see whether I can play it. Let me see. Let me see. You are saying something, Kip.
You know this thing can make him money next year. When elections start ramping up, people will be looking for.
I think once my schedule ikija kuwa mzuri, I think I will have to be there to back Njiro up. Or is there? Because when we are hanging.
Yeah, niko hapa.
Njiro, okay, keep cheza hiyo clip basi ndio upload basi.
Umetumia?
Inakuja. Iko Atlantic. Iko Atlantic inakuja bana.
Okay, wacha tuwekange hao wengine wacheze basi as we wait for.
Nataka kumwambia Bwana Rigathi Gachagua, you cannot escape the blame of all the chaos and the mayhem that is going on in your backyard. For a very long time, you are the one who has been inciting young people. You have been telling them that they need to classify others as enemies of the community because they don't bow down to you, because they don't subscribe to your kind of politics. And today, the results are coming out quite clear. I said on Sunday, and I want to repeat here, that we cannot allow sections of this country to be taken over by militia. I have said, just like in the past, Mungiki used to harass people in the community. What Rigathi Gachagua today is building through that party of his called DCP, the Ranged Citizens Party, a party of mad people, is exactly what Mungiki used to do. That when you don't agree with them politically, they come after you. If you see the shops that are being burned down, it is the shops of those people that have refused to give money to Gachagua and his agents. If you see the citizens that are being attacked, their vehicles being burnt, their businesses being looted, it is because they have refused to bow down to this little skeleton of a tin god that want to scare the country. I want to tell you, my friend, just the same way Mungiki was crushed, we shall not allow you to hide for yourself sections of the country that you reign terror in. Kenya is a free country. Every citizen is allowed to practice and enjoy their political rights in whatever way that they feel is right for them. Therefore, stop telling us long stories while we know very well that you are a man that stands accused. How can you tell us you're a truthful man? Yet we know, you know, sometimes when people look at you, they know that the only thing that is still sane in your body is a clean clothes that you are wearing. Otherwise, everything is abnormal about you. A man that wants to convince the country that, you know, somebody wants to convince the country that it is possible for your brother to love you so much that he denies his own children inheritance and gives them to you. You think everybody is mad like you? Wewe wacha hiyo tabia yako wewe. Unajua kazi ni kusema hii imekuwa na tunakujua vizuri. Hapana fikiri watu wote ni wajinga kama wewe. Ati unaweza tu kudanganyana ovyo ovyo na kusema ile maneno. Come out and tell your goons to stop attacking other Kenyans. Yeah. Secondly, I want to challenge the Inspector General of Police. Bwana IG, don't allow those kind of games to go on in our country. Nowadays, there is a culture that is coming up where criminals, they create a poster, they say there is going to be demonstration on such and such a day, then they select themselves certain corners, they start extorting citizens who are going about their business. I want to tell the IG of police, you need to be firm with our security.
Don't allow little tiny criminals that have been incited by Gashagwa to rain terror on other citizens of this country. Secondly, I equally want to challenge the judiciary. I want to tell our judiciary, stop living in isolation. Stop living in utopia. This business where criminals who have been arrested while attacking others in the pretext of demonstration appear before you and you are releasing them for 500 shillings, it is going to mess up our country. Take the example of other countries. 2 years ago, in the United Kingdom, there were demonstrations. Within 3 weeks, all those that had looted, all those that had broken down other people's business, anybody that had smashed the windscreen of another citizen, within 3 weeks, they're already serving jail time. Why is it difficult in this country to convict criminals even after police have done their job? We want to tell our judges and the judiciary, stop the cheap judicial activism. The same way Article 37 provides for the right to protest, it gives me equally the right to go about my business without being interfered by those that are going about their business in the street. It is not protest when you're blocking other Kenyans from doing their business. It is not a peaceful protest when you're breaking into people's windows. Therefore, we want to challenge the Chief Justice, Martha Koome. Speak to your judicial officers. Don't allow the little games that are being played in our country to mess up a good country. And I want to tell Kenyans that when you look at countries that are broken down and they are not republics anymore, they begin with the kind of little games that you're observing today. You may think that it is nice because after all, we are just trying to show how William Ruto is not able to effectively govern the country. But the day we lose our country, it will be lost to all of us. It will not be to William Ruto alone. Separate between cheap politics and messing up our own country. Therefore, with a lot of humility, I want to plead with you, the Chief Justice Martha Koome, that tell your judicial officers to be firm with the criminals that are blocking other Kenyans, the criminals that are breaking into people's businesses in the pretext of demonstration. That is not expression of personal rights. That is criminality and it must be punished by the full force of the law. Ambaye haifai. Niko na swali moja tu kwa Uhuru. Kuna kitu mzuri umewahi kuona William Ruto amefanya Kenya hii? Kuna kitu yoyote umewahi ona? Because every time you take the microphone, my brother and our former president, you speak as if when you were president we used to live in heaven. Maybe you don't know. We equally suffered when you were president. Let me tell you, things were terrible before you became president. Let me inform you, President Uhuru Kenyatta. Inform you, President Uhuru Kenyatta, because you may not know. When Kenyans used to be unwell during your days, and you had NHIF as the only public insurance provider, when you went to hospital, the only thing NHIF could pay for was 1,400 for bed capacity. Today, you can, let me tell you, my friend, let me inform you that when you're president, the dollar had gone all the way to 170 shillings. Today, it has been stabilized because of the good work. When President Mwai Kibaki handed over this country to you, the debt was at 1 trillion. You left it at 10 trillion. In fact, the problems that you are facing today, in fact, I am tempted to believe what the former Auditor General Ouko once alleged in 2015, that that money never made its way to Kenya, that it was banked into private accounts in Panama, where you and those like you have private accounts. Then you dare come back to neno ya kutusomea kila siku. Ni kama tulikuwa tunalamba asali na maziwa wakati ulikuwa rais. Maisha yalikuwa ngumu hata kushinda hii ya sasa bana. Ni vile tu wewe uko unajua. Anyway, wacha nisiseme zaidi kupita hapo. Leo ilikuwa ni siku.
Tuko na area MCA Honorable Cheriot Bet onge vichine uto. Senator Tuad Irene Langat, tumpigie makofi. Tuko na kofi Fancy Korir. Tuko na guest speaker wa siku ya leo ambaye ni Reverend Joyce Tanui kutoka Emmanuel Age.
Yes. Nikabare kimi chebiosa village manager.
What's happening?
Stone, imefika 2
Yes.
o'clock. Wacha mimi niende kupumzika. Bro.
Sasa hata hujacheza hiyo ka clip nilikuwa nataka nini ndio
Umetuma?
wewe. Si nimetumia Njiru. Nimekutumia wewe keep uko nayo. Ama nijaribu, wacha ama nijaribu kuicheza. Sijui kama ita.
Let me see. Tuone. Are you really sending the right number, Stone?
Njiru ameenda wapi?
Ngoja.
Ati unasema I'm not sending in the right number?
Ngoja. Acha nikwambie. Hi, umeona nimekutumia hi hapo.
Let me see.
Oma ni ile namba, hii ndio ile namba iliibiwa.
Ngoja nione. Umenitumia hai? I will. Sijakuja.
This is the number that was stolen then.
So I don't actually have your number.
No, it's because unakumbuka ile shida tulikuwa nayo last year.
Yeah, do you have my number?
I have the one that was taken.
Yeah, no, I got it. I got it back. No problem. The 8622.
Completely change your number.
Huh?
Ina end na 83.
Yes.
Ona sikuoni. Inapiga?
Bado. Imeanza na 862. No, 1862.
1862 inapiga na ishiki.
Kwa nini? Na niko na simu mkononi.
You've not been receiving my messages.
No wonder.
Nimekuwa nikikutumia messages. You hear it? Yeah, they did not want me to communicate with you. Yeah, they made you block me.
Sure? Really?
Yeah, when they did that thing, ile kitu walifanya.
Oh.
Cancel it in public. So they made you block so that I could not talk to you.
So niandikia hapa basi kwa in
yeah.
Okay. Now, before I play,
because those animals did something. You know what I'm talking about.
Niandikia hapa kwa nini basi official.
I was wondering, mbona mtu aongee na mimi bana?
You know, and you should
know
see
what
how,
they did.
You should see how I send messages hapa pale nini wapi. Ati sijui ambia Martha this and that. Then I see you don't blue tick. Mpaka nikasema, okay. Maybe.
That's what I was saying. Nimeshindwa bana. I think they did that thing. And then wakaona wakublock. You block me.
By the way, yeah, because the last time you communicated was July.
It was after that.
2024. Can you imagine?
I was wondering, mtu ananilenga bana, kwa nimemfanya nini?
Pole. Now, sasa
ndio hiyo nimetuma.
Okay, let me see hapa private.
Kuweka mpaka ma plus. So you have to unblock me.
Yeah,
kumbe these guys are just fuckers bana, sorry. Animals.
Ni plus ngapi by the way? 44.
+4 nimekuwekea plus hiyo ma plus.
Nimeiona. Na Njiru sasa anaenda wapi?
Nili give up na yeye ikuja kwa hiki kitu. I always wait for Alex or Robert kuja.
775305.
Njero ameenda kunya tu haru. But then now, him
Oh,
going,
no, you had been blocked.
yeah, by them. I know.
Yeah.
Now it's making sense.
Yeah. After nimefanya hivyo ndio inaniambia you are blocked.
Yeah, because I was one of the guys they victimized.
Yeah. Sasa
I
unaona
was like, what the fuck, bana. Unajua alikuwa anasema, oh, it was so empathetic, bana. Unajua mimi naona huruma tu, pup, kanigonga. So I'm trying to call you. I'm trying to call you, una switch off. I call again. So I waited for you. Unajua sasa, Stone, I can't start calling you and saying, oh, blah, blah, blah. Hiyo ni mambo ya kando, you know. You understand?
Yeah,
I can't start saying things on the show.
Yeah. Okay. Now, there is somebody I was asking Njiru to even block or something like that, because Roba complained about. Nafikiria ameweza kutoa, no, hajatoa. Njiru ananishangazanga saa ingine, surely. Anyway, let him come ndio tumuelezee. You don't allow matusi, some very bad language to continue happening. I don't know what kind of democracy that is. Sijui hiyo democracy ni gani. So unaweza cheza sasa? Unaweza ama nicheze?
Bado utani unblock.
Nimekuwa unblock bwana.
Ngoja. Inaingia?
Ngoja nione. Na simu imeingia.
Sawa.
Ndio hiyo.
Sasa. Bas, sasa tuma hapo sasa.
Sawa.
Animals.
By the way, unajua inaweza cheza hata hapa. Ngoja nimekutumia, lakini ikishinda wewe utacheza. Ikishinda utacheza.
It's on Facebook. Sasa Njeru.
Ama nicheze?
Unaweza cheza, iko kwa, lakini inataka nini?
Itacheza tu kiplani hapa.
President, Rigathi Gachagua, Muda Wori, Kalonzo Musyoka. President of Kenya will begin by eliminating the one who will not be the president. Excuse me, from these 5 Kenyan deputy presidents,
hakuna picha.
Rigathi Gachagua, Muda Wori, Kalonzo.
Hakuna picha.
Unajua naweza cheza na picha. But I need Njeru's permission.
Why? He has to. Na mimi sinaweza. Let me see.
Uko nani? Wacha basi ni upload. Alafu tuone. Wow, uko na ushikani?
Unaiona?
Ngoja kidogo. Uko na ushikano?
Haijakuja.
Ngoja. Ndio hiyo. Unaiona?
Unaweza cheza sasa?
Siwezi, I need permission to play it.
So umeiweka hapo chini ama?
Nimeweka hapo chini.
Yeah, it's yako ama yangu? Naona hii Stone PK.
Yeah, even you can't play it. It's only him.
Kweli. And what has happened to him now?
I don't know. Mtu yako.
Anyway, maybe we'll play it tomorrow. It will still be valid. It was a sample of somebody walking along the streets and talking to different Kenyans, very ordinary Kenyans. Unajua, some of those kind of sampling are very good, random. Si tunaita scientific random sampling, you know. And sometimes I really prefer that. Mahali umeshtukia mtu hivi, kwanza unalan mtu, unaona vile ana react, body language, and you know, by the time aanze kuona kamera ama ajue ala hii ni ka interview, ndio unaona anajiadjust, so you can judge the kind of answers you are getting. Utaona huyu amepatia genuine answer na huyu unaona amejaribu kucook answer, you know, kind of second guessing what you would be expecting. So that kind of random survey, I like it. I like it. And this guy did a very interesting one. And the thing that came out, you know, the way Kenyans were talking, it actually replicates what some quarters are saying, you know. You know, there are things that we are forcing. Kuna mambo tuna force katika huu msururu wa towards 2027. And there are things that we are hiding chini ya carpet, like the proverbial nini inaitwaje, ostrich, ati tunajifunika kidogo hoping that things will be okay. You know, that bit of it is very bad. That wacha tungangane hivi tutajua huko mbele. You know, that is very bad. Keep ati wacha tu hiyo isikushtue saa hii, we will deal with it when that time comes. You know, I don't believe in crossing the bridge when the time comes, you know, because one, you should know where you are going, all right? And then you should know, you should have expectations. What if? You can't tell me you plan and then you leave that gaping. Tuna plan kwenda Mombasa. We just plan kwanza tufike Machakos. Alafu tukifika Machakos tutajua ni aje. Really? Is that planning? Kama saa hii Kenya, the big question, the elephant in the room, tunauliza tunakataa kuambiwa, is tutashinda elections aje? Watu wanakataa kujibu hiyo swali, na inaulizwa aje juu wale wa ule mtu tuko naye, we are complaining na tunajua referee hayuko poa, na bado tunakataa kujibu hiyo swali. Huyu ref kama hayuko poa, na si wote tumesema hivyo, referee ni wa Ruto, nini sijui ilifanyika ni, then how do you really expect? You know, that is what is beating me na inanikondesha sana kama Ruto. That tuna avoid, we are not able to bite the bullet. Tuna wish, we are wishing away. We are hoping that they will do this, hoping that Ethocon ama anaitwa nani will behave. We are hoping that they are Kenyans. We are hoping that they will be careful not to set the country on fire. We are hoping, and then these hopes we've been having, demonstratiwa in a smaller scale of what has been happening. It is the issue of accept and move on. Is that what we want? Then if that is what we want to have, why do we have all these bitterness, fights and insult and you know, vita mpaka sasa watu wamegawanyika, imekuwa ni kufa kupona, for only of us to come back and say maze ikue tu Mkenya ni kukubali na kuendelea. Then why do we have this octane high octane rhetorics and siasa exchanges and all that? Why are we accepting these maandamanos and then losing lives only to come towards the end to agree with all that we are demonstrating against? So it is a bit sad. It is a tragedy. It is a tragedy that you know, we do not stand firm for what we want. And thank God that the independence was fought for by different people, because if it was this time around, we would not have gotten it. Kabisa, hatungepata, because sasa ikiwa kuna watu wanasema sisi sasa ndio ni time yetu kuingia serikali, you know. Wengine wanasema sasa yeah. So yeah, keep it is sad, by the way. Keep, if you sit to think about what is happening in Kenya on a serious note, unajua huwezi kula, you cannot eat, because especially when you understand the magnitude of this problem, like most of us do. Just like the way we knew if Ruto becomes the president, and Kenya is funny, by the way. Yeah, do you know we are behaving as if we didn't know? Keep Kenya, yani, do you know that we are surprised? Keep.
No, but you see, we were talking about that with Valerie this afternoon before you guys came. Watu wanatembea bana. People are walking to work.
You are talking with who?
Valerie. Even Valerie took a video of it. People have decided to walk to work.
Yeah.
They are walking now.
Na tulisema watu watalia na kusaga meno. Isn't that what is happening? Surely.
They are walking to work. They're trying to compare it to, they're comparing it to Uhuru time, but then inflation had not hit that time.
But nani keep, that's another very terrible thing, because wewe ulisoma bila kiatu, kwa mfano ati unaambia your son ama your nephew ama your cousin, wewe unajua mimi nilisoma bila kiatu. Surely, really it's unfortunate, ndio ulisoma bila kiatu, ni juu ilikuwa hivyo na kulikuwa hivyo, lakini sasa kuko hivi.
I don't understand the economical mathematics of that government. I don't understand, because if these people do not go to work, factories do not have people to work for them.
Yeah, yeah. So na mgomo, so you can't say watu hawakugoma. Hata siku za Uhuru watu waligoma, and it was Uhuru and Ruto. Come on, it was Uhuru
saying,
government.
And then Cheriot is saying, times for Ruto are just as tough as Uhuru's. So you know they are both wrong to us.
But again, even our opposition is so weak sometimes in responding. They have refused to insist that the Uhuru government was Ruto and Gachagua, no, Ruto and Uhuru, you know, throughout. And even for 5 years, I think Ruto deserted, and it was worse. That's when he was busy doing the things he was doing. And unfortunately, the president tolerated him. So he did the things he did all through. And that's why he's that strong now. Who does that? Who does that? You have your partner, akujagi ofisi kazi yake ni kukuhunjumu. That was sabotage. What do you call it? What is the other term for it's called what?
Sabotage.
Yeah?
Sabotage.
Yeah, that was sabotaging the government. Okay? But Uhuru was so tolerant, and that he allowed that play to continue. Yeah. Anyway, keep kama hatuwezi cheza hii nini, for me I think I'll just quit.
No, what usually time for if you want a good show. Goja before Valerie goes away. Mtu wetu ana disappear, and if you don't talk about Gachagua, kataki kusikia mambo yako. Na leo alikuwa na insist ongea juu ya Uhuru. He was a bit excited about the speech, and I was like, why should I be excited about Uhuru's speech? I want to hear that Jubilee is looking for members all over the country. That is it. I want to hear that Jubilee is not focusing on Mulima. They need to mobilize people in other regions other than Mulima. Yeah. But no, Uhuru sounded presidential. Oh, sijui nini, we should be excited about that. I don't want to be excited about things that are not going to give me results. Uhuru is a good speech person, but he's not a good administrator. The first term for Uhuru was actually Kibaki and Moi's people who are running the government. They were helping him around because he's a spoiled brat. The second term, alikuwa anasaidiwa na Raila. Raila was the one who was telling him what not to do and what to do. Otherwise, the country would be done if if Uhuru did not have those godfathers. That I wish the godfathers he had in term 1 were the same ones he had in term 2. Because Uhuru lied to him. I mean, Ruto lied to him. Fire them, fire those people. Imagine if those guys were still there. If those guys were still there, Raila angeibiwa elections. Yeah. So I'm not excited about a speech of a lazy man. I'm sorry. Uhuru is lazy and spoiled. And a thief. Just like Ruto. Me, I cannot differentiate the two of them. I'm sorry, guys. I know some of you say, oh, Uhuru was a good president. He was presidential. He stole the elections from Raila Amolo Odinga. Cannot excuse that. I'm sorry. Hii mambo yote ingekuwa ishaisha zamani if Raila was president. We would not be going through this garbage. All these old dinosaurs would have gone. That's why I would have been thinking of Akina Sifuna. But because of Mwai Kibaki, the country is being run by Moi dinosaurs now. Garbage people. Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo, Wetangula, orphans of Moi. What? Tell me somebody who never worked with Moi. Stone Pike. Hata mmoja.
Yeah, they did.
All of them. All the ones who are going for the big
But
seats are just Moi.
You know why you keep on having vicious cycle of the same faces, the same leaders, politicians. It's because they are the ones that are empowered to run campaigns. You know, we blow our fire with water in our mouths when we say one thing this side and then change on this other side. We say, oh, we want to encourage as many and as simple as many aspirants as possible. Then you put in limitations because of the fees, because of this, that. It becomes, ridiculous that you cannot go for this electoral position.
Big languages.
When you are not funded.
Kutumia big languages. Oh, the economy is you what? Nini? Oh, what? Nini? Oh, nobody can understand that as Kenyans.
Yeah. So
kuniexplainia hapo sijui ya the market is okay, sijui the forex, sijui the dollar was how much. You tell a Kenyan about the dollar, what they talk about? Oh, the dollar is stronger now when it was Uhuru, or it's weaker now. They don't understand. Tu wanataka kujua SHA inafanya kazi na haifanyi kazi. Kwa nini? The most complicated thing they understand, tumekopa. That one they get.
Yeah.
So start bringing all these complicated things. There's this that happened. SHA, what? Technicality, Bosch Chalet, explaining to you what we're talking about. Sisi tunataka kufanya vitu kwa constituency level. Still hasn't answered why we cannot televise that shit.
Yeah. Anyway, wacha mimi nilale sahi. Almost 3.
Yeah, good is it good night? Yeah, keep na wale wengine kwa comment section pia kwa Irene. Our director is not there. Annie, asante sana.
Good night.
Annie ananiuliza what Alex said in mother tongue. Nitakwambia kesho. Annie. I'll tell you tomorrow what he said. Kinyang'anyo is belongings, blah blah blah. Okay. All right. Akina Acacia, thank you very much. And all those who have been here, unfortunately, we cannot continue. Kwaheri sana, we'll link up tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, fine. I think, yeah, it's unfortunate. My internet is slumping, so we will have to end the show for now. Tomorrow, I believe I will be having a better spot. Yeah, I changed my provider and things are not working very well. Yeah, anyway, it was a good moment where we have really interacted here, na tutaongea kesho majaliwa yake Mwenyezi Mungu. Yeah, it's my hope and my blessing that you are doing well. We keep on fighting for the Kenyan democracy, and I hope we are going to deliver in 2027. So keep following our channel. Wale ambao hamujaweza kutusubscribe, there's a moment also to do so. And blessings. Thank you.